Chapter 133. Try your best to run or defend. Dear brother, the brilliant silver blue energy covered the sky and formed a vast silver blue sky. The energy that whizzed past made Yun Nuoxing gulp. Without another word, he turned around and ran. The earth-shaking rumble exploded behind him. A wave of air blasted onto Yun Nuoxing, causing him to tremble. He used this force to charge out and widen the distance between them. Before he could stop, he felt a terrifying energy lick at his neck. He quickly turned around and saw a mass of energy coming at him. He took a deep breath and moved his hands like lightning. His soul and spiritual power surged out. A huge formation bloomed in front of him and enveloped all the energy that surged over. The mass of energy beams plunged into the formation and rapidly disintegrated into raw energy. A portion of it was fed back to Yun Nuoxing through the formation, but most of it dissipated in the air. "Little girl, I can split." Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. Just as the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, it froze in an instant. He saw that behind the petite black figure 1,000 feet away, over 100 pieces of formation suddenly appeared. The pieces of azure formation dripped and spun, causing the former's jaw to almost drop to the ground. The disintegration formation also has an upper limit. Brother Nuoxing. The laughter was accompanied by a torrential amount of energy. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing could feel cold sweat dripping down his back. He quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. The array in front of him quickly grew in size. In a few breaths' time, it had grown to 100 feet in size. Then the energy curtain violently slammed into it. Hundreds of energy beams crashed into the disintegration formation. However, he heard the sound of smoke coming out. Yun Nuoxing looked over in shock. He saw that the mass of energy seemed to be corrosive. Although it would dissipate after passing through the formation, it would also cause holes to appear in the disintegration formation. Kacha! In just a short moment, the hundreds of energy beams had passed through the formation. There was a series of shattering sounds. Then, the 1,000-foot-large formation disappeared along with the hundreds of energy beams. The moment the formation disappeared, Yun Nuoxing saw a dense energy curtain rushing over like lightning. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. His 6 wings uncontrollably shot out from his back as he retreated like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The energy exploded, kicking up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, hundreds of energy beams shot out like slender dragons, chasing after the rapidly retreating figure. "Brother Nuoxing, don't run." Seeing Yun Nuoxing quickly escape, Yishi could not help but laugh. She tapped her feet on the ground, and 2 formations appeared under her feet. Then she stepped on the formations and chased after Yun Nuoxing. The hundreds of formations behind her also quickly caught up. The energy beams of light seemed to have eyes as they chased after Yun Nuoxing. "There's something I don't want to say." Yun Nuoxing's figure flew through the dense energy beams like a swift. When he felt the burning sensation on his face, he shuddered and hurriedly changed directions. However, the energy beams also changed directions rapidly and chased after him as if they wanted to follow him to the ends of the earth. Yun Nuoxing's 6 wings flapped rapidly. His hands did not remain idle as he formed seals one after another. Many formations of varying sizes also appeared around him. As soon as they appeared, energy beams of light shot towards the energy beams that were chasing after him, destroying them in midair. "Little Shi, can you reduce it by half?" He waved his hands in the air in a flurry. Formations were formed and destroyed one after another. Gradually, the formation speed of the formations could not keep up with the formation speed of the energy beams chasing after him. His figure also paused because he was inscribing formations. The energy beams blasted his body, causing him to wail in pain. 1, 2, 3, 33, 34. Yi Shi stepped on 2 formations, covering several hundred meters with each step. She caught up to Yun Nuoxing effortlessly. She even counted the number of attacks that Yun Nuoxing was hit with interest. She giggled and said, "Not bad." Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. However, he saw that the formations floating behind Yi Shi suddenly trembled slightly. Every piece split into a new formation. Hundreds of them were connected together, forming a huge formation. It was especially dazzling under the night sky. Yun Nuoxing's handsome face also paled because of this dazzling light. 10,000 formation, continuous shooting. Yi Shi extended her small hand and pointed at Yun Nuoxing. Yi Shi laughed out loud, while Yun Nuoxing sucked in a cold breath. Boom! As hundreds and thousands of energy beams shot out continuously, Yun Nuoxing felt that he could not avoid them. The energy beams that were chasing after him were much faster than him. His agility was not as fast as Yi Shi's control. He could only endure them head-on. His hands came together at lightning speed. Formations were quickly drawn behind him. Then they split into 2. In less than 10 seconds, 400 to 500 formations appeared behind him. At the same time, his 6 wings flapped continuously. He rode the wind elements and retreated far away. He looked at the energy beams in the sky that were rushing towards him. He clenched his teeth and snapped his right finger. Ta! Following a soft sound, a large amount of energy shot out rapidly. In terms of volume, a few hundred of them could completely match up to a few thousand of them. However, just as Yun Nuoxing was staring intently at the collision of the 2 energies, he discovered that half of the few hundred of them that he had shot out were quickly annihilated. Then, they quickly rushed towards him. Why? Looking at the annihilation of less than 1/10 of the energy group, Yun Nuoxing jumped in fright. Light elements rushed out from the soles of his feet, and in a flash, he retreated a few thousand meters. At his original position, only the sounds of energy explosions were left. The flames illuminated the night sky, causing him to wipe his sweat at once. "Brother Nuo, you're not allowed to use the light elements." Yi Shi smiled as if she didn't care. She took a step forward and instantly appeared before Yun Nuoxing. That instant was like teleportation. He didn't even have time to react before he saw a golden array being pressed between her eyebrows through her pinky finger. Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. Light elements gathered at his feet. Just as he took a step back, he was shocked to find that the light that had just gathered into a ball gradually dimmed until it disappeared. "Brother Nuo, formation speed is slow. Energy compression is insufficient. Also, I'm in a hurry." Yi Shi frowned slightly and pouted. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. "This won't do. Looks like I'll have to increase the intensity of the training." Yi Shi sighed. With a thought, the 1,000 or so formations behind her were duplicated a few more times. They were duplicated a few more times. The entire formation was estimated to be 10,000 zhang in size. This caused Yun Nuoxing's pale face to become even paler. "Calm down. Take a deep breath." Yun Nuoxing muttered in his heart. He took a deep breath, and his evil spirit eyes suddenly widened. Formations appeared in front of his eyes. His soul strength and mental strength surged out like a tide and spread towards Yi Shi, feeling a powerful soul strength swim past her. Yi Shi's mouth curled into a smile. She raised her right hand and waved it down. Evil spirit, interference. With a shout in his heart, the formation around Yun Nuoxing's eyes suddenly rotated. His soul strength adhered to the 10,000 zhang large formation. Suddenly, The formation seemed to be stuck and slowly stopped rotating. "Let me do it." His hands danced in front of him, creating afterimages. His soul strength and mental strength were open to the maximum. Formations were quickly drawn and condensed in front of him. Then they suddenly shattered. Hundreds and thousands of energy beams shot out from the formation. They swept through the void and brought about whistling sounds. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Yi Shi. The majestic energy made her raise her eyebrows and smile. 1 second too fast. His sleeves slowly swept through the void. A 10,000 zhang wide blue formation instantly appeared in front of him. There was no process of drawing it. It was as if it had already been prepared. Yun Nuoxing was startled. He stamped his feet on the void, and another 1,000 formations quickly appeared in front of him. Wu, however, when the formation appeared this time, his body suddenly trembled. A feeling of emptiness appeared in his mind, and even his vision became blurry. Wang. Several thousand strands of energy rushed into the huge formation. However, without exception, when they passed through the formation, their trajectories were all distorted and scattered. Some even directly collided with each other, causing bursts of energy to explode. However, Yi Shi didn't move from beginning to end. It was as if she knew those strands of energy couldn't hit her. Clenching his teeth and enduring the pain in his mind, Yun Nuoxing put his hands together. The formation in front of him quietly squirmed and overlapped with each other. Finally, it formed an exquisite formation that looked like a lotus flower. The yuan force in his body continuously flowed into the formation. Finally, all the energy was gathered at the center of the formation. With a gentle wave of Yi Shi's sleeve, a shattering sound rang out. In the next instant, the 10,000 Daos array that was being interfered with by the evil spirit, I suddenly broke free from its bindings. Then it rapidly separated and started to revolve. Waves of energy seemed to have received a huge force as they were squeezed into the center of the array. In just a short moment, droplets of azure light could be seen appearing in the center of the array as energy ripples spread out like water. Brother Nuo, you've already been hit 300 times. I hope that you won't increase it later. Yi Shi's soft laughter fell into Yun Nuoxing's ears, but it made his face twitch. He snorted softly, grabbed at the air in front of him, and crossed his hands together. Then, the 1,000 shard and 10,000 shard arrays suddenly shot out brilliant energy screens. Boom! Brilliant energy fireworks exploded in the sky. The heaven and earth were filled with thunderous explosions. Tens of thousands of energy beams twisted together and formed a huge energy storm. All the energy beams that shot into it were sucked into it. It was like a tornado that spun crazily. Condense. A low shout came from his throat. Just as the 1,000 Daos formation was about to disappear, Yun Nuoxing clasped his hands together. The 1,000 illusory Daos formation suddenly became solid. They condensed into 1,000 feet large Daos formation. Then it shot out. The 1,000 feet large energy beam whizzed past. Even space felt distorted. It rushed straight into the energy storm, causing it to stop spinning. Then it rushed towards Yi Shi, who was stunned for a moment. The pressure that covered the heaven and earth made her feel as if she was facing a ferocious beast. Turn. However, Yi Shi did not panic. She gently pushed her hands forward. The 1,000 feet large Daos formation that could distort the trajectory suddenly started to rotate. Then, the 1,000 feet large energy beam pierced into it in the most destructive way possible. Boom! A rumble resounded through the sky. The energy beam was sliced apart after it entered the formation. However, Yishi's body was still as insignificant as an ant when compared to the size of the formation. As for the energy beam, it was also forcefully distorted as it shot towards Yishi. Yishi couldn't help but be startled. She took a small step to the left, and the huge pillar of energy whizzed past where she had just been standing, completely submerging that area. It was like a heaven-shaking dragon, letting out a thunderous roar. Looking at the energy beam that whizzed past, Yishi turned around and looked behind her. As she watched it gradually disappear, she could not help but sigh. If she had not taken that step, she would have been hit. The distance is too close. It is difficult to shift such a huge attack in such a short period of time. Yishi sighed and shook her head as she muttered to herself. In the past, I could shift all the energy with just a thought. Yun Nuoxing flapped his 6 wings and slowly landed on the ground. As soon as he landed, he knelt down with one leg. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and his handsome face was somewhat pale. The last attack just now was his last struggle. He had gathered all of his origin power. Now, he did not even have the strength to stand. He only wanted to find a big bed, lie down, and sleep forever. To be able to do this on your first day, that's pretty good. Your formation speed is 1 second faster, and your attack power is compressed a bit more, especially your last attack conversion and consecutive attacks. Let me give you a small compliment. Yishi gently landed in front of Yun Nuoxing, and her clear voice made Yun Nuoxing smile bitterly. Yishi patted Yun Nuoxing's head with her small hand and smiled sweetly. She said softly, "Big brother Nu, you did well." Of course, if other people who cultivated spirit arrays heard this, they might even have the urge to commit suicide. This was not bad. The duplication and condensation of spirit arrays, especially the weaving of spirit arrays, was something that only someone close to the level of a great master could do. Of course, Yun Nuoxing did not know about this. She was also a little surprised. This was almost the starting point of the master level. She could not help but feel a little envious. When she first started learning formations, she had to use her hands to weave them slowly. It took her half an hour to weave a basin-sized formation. If it was Yun Nuoxing, it was something that could be done with just a thought and a hand. Yun Nuoxing curled his lips. He did not know, but being praised by Yishi, he was more or less happy. However, just as he smiled, his face turned bitter again. You still have to work hard tomorrow. You still have to go back and weave the formation just now 3,000 times. After 3,000 times, you can forget about this common grade 3 formation and learn another common grade 8 formation. When you can weave an immortal grade formation with the same state and speed as before, I will teach you the correct method of weaving a divine grade formation, Yishi said with a light smile, making Yun Nuoxing's face turn dark. Chapter 134. Time was like water. It would always flow through the gaps between one's fingers without them noticing. The scorching summer sun was pushed away by the clear autumn. The lush green branches also began to be mixed with a bit of yellow. It was still the boundless grassland. The sun shone down, and the green grass rippled like waves. In the sky above the grassland, 2 figures were flying rapidly. One of them was flapping his 6 wings rapidly. Beside him, rays of light flickered. Meanwhile, the petite figure behind him was stepping on 2 formations. Each step covered 1,000 meters. The 2 of them maintained a delicate balance. After more than half a year of bitter cultivation, the young man's face had become more composed. His tightly pursed lips revealed a bit of perseverance and stubbornness. His skin was as white and translucent as a woman's, reflecting the rays of the sun. His body was enveloped in brilliance, and the scene was beautiful and pleasant. I have to hit her once today. Constantly dodging the energy that flashed past his body, a confident thought suddenly appeared in Yun Nuoxing's mind. It came without any reason, but it was like water flowing naturally, appearing openly in his mind. In the past half a year, Yun Nuoxing had gradually gone from being beaten to being able to resist. In the end, he could even counterattack a few times. Of course, most of the attacks were distorted by the huge formation in front of Yishi. Opening a formation and maintaining its existence requires a constant output of soul power at a certain amount and a certain speed. In the past battles, it was always Yun Nuoxing who was sitting while the enemy was running. He really didn't have to worry about not being able to maintain it. He didn't need to be distracted too much. However, being chased and bombarded like this immediately made his shortcomings show. Yun Nuoxing could not help but sweat when he turned back to look at the formation that was 10,000 meters wide, and the tens of thousands of formations that were 10,000 meters wide. Just how much spiritual strength was required to maintain such a large number of formations at the same time, and to allow anyone to attack them in an orderly manner? He looked around himself. There were only a dozen or so formations maintained. There was even an energy decomposition formation that was 10 meters wide behind him. Yun Nuoxing's spiritual strength could only maintain this continuous output for 2 hours. After all, Yishi was once an underworld emperor. Her spiritual strength was unimaginably powerful. Even if her cultivation fell, her spiritual strength did not weaken. It was just that the amount of spiritual strength that she could output at once had changed. No matter what, I must do it today. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and glanced behind her. Her 6 wings flapped violently, creating a gust of wind. Her figure accelerated once again. Seeing him suddenly accelerate, Yishi's eyes narrowed. Then she smiled. I've been running for half a year. It's about time I let Brother Nua lie down. As soon as she finished muttering to herself, Yishi took another step forward. The power of the 2 formations under her feet increased as she tried to catch up. However, the moment she took a step forward, Yun Nuoxing's figure suddenly stopped in the air like a nail. She stretched her legs forward, and a formation appeared under her feet. She stomped on the ground, and her figure shot out like an arrow, causing ear-piercing explosions. With a thought, thousands of formations appeared in the blink of an eye and condensed behind her. Then, her evil spirit eye suddenly opened. Wang. The moment Yishi took a step forward, she saw that Yun Nuoxing was only 10 feet away from her. Furthermore, she was charging towards her. She was stunned for a moment. Then, with a thought, the formation that could distort the attack's trajectory retracted and began to revolve. Interfere. Seeing the formation move, Yun Nuoxing let out a sinister laugh. Her evil spirit eye suddenly revolved and stared at the formation. Waves of soul power surged out and firmly locked onto it. Seeing the formation in front of her suddenly freeze, Mei Mao froze. She stepped on the formation and took a step back. Interfere. In the blink of an eye, they had passed through the distorted formation that had not been activated yet. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly removed its control and turned to seal the 2 formations beneath Yishi's feet. Then, the 1,000 formations behind them suddenly shot out thousands of energy light pillars. You're too naive, Brother Nua. Yishi giggled. With a wave of her wide sleeve, a 30-meter wide formation appeared in front of her. A powerful force rapidly condensed. Then, like a wave of water, it violently spread out and blasted towards Yun Nuoxing, who was charging over like a pack of wolves and tigers. I'll be taking your formation. Yun Nuoxing let out a sinister laugh. Her evil spirit eye had been staring at the 2 formations that could shrink the ground under her feet. She had already finished analyzing them. Then, she quickly drew them under her feet. Before the energy could hit him, she brought him behind Yishi in a flash. Boom! Thousands of energy beams collided, with the enormous energy. A terrifying energy storm bloomed in the sky, and both sides were destroyed. Ha! Yun Nuoxing's hand seals changed as he lightly shouted. Immediately, more than a dozen arrays appeared around Yi Shi. In an instant, dozens of chains shot out to bind her. Hee, her body was bound in an instant, but Yi Shi's expression didn't change. With a thought, the thousands upon thousands of small formations wriggled rapidly. Then, under Yun Nuoxing's astonished expression, the patterns at the center of the formations suddenly changed. They were like small snakes that were slithering about, and it only took a short moment for the transformation to complete. After that, a terrifying wave of energy that carried terrifying destructive force shot out furiously. Boom! A huge amount of energy exploded in the void. It was as if a sun was blooming behind her. Feeling the waves of energy behind her, Yi Shi couldn't help but smile and praise in her heart. In the past half a year, this was the closest Yun Nuo had come to her. In the past, he had tried to dive down, but before he could get close to her, he had been sent flying. She didn't expect that this time he would be able to get close to her. The evil spirit eye is quite powerful to be able to analyze and copy my arrays. However, this one's grade is not high, so it can copy quickly. If it were a deity spirit eye, it wouldn't be so easy. Yi Shi thought to herself, but just as she was about to turn around, she heard footsteps. The light footsteps seemed insignificant under the sweeping sound of the storm. If one did not listen carefully, it would be difficult to hear them. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. She turned around abruptly and saw a huge formation floating in front of Yun Nuoxing. It was spinning rapidly. The outline looked like an energy decomposition formation, but there were traces of her formation that distorted the trajectory of her attacks. It's been copied. Boom. The hundreds and thousands of formations behind her were completely imprinted on the dense formation in front of her. A thunderous boom sounded, and in an instant, the two formations were destroyed, tearing a hole in the formation. Yun Nuoxing flapped her 6 wings and rushed in with a gust of wind. Her right palm swiftly struck out. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing had already broken through the last defensive formation, Yi Shi hurriedly took a step back. However, the formation beneath her feet gave her a stiff feeling, causing her face to change slightly. She lowered her head. As expected, it had already stopped operating. The chains that were wrapped around her body were also pulled, causing her to be unable to move. Yun Nuoxing let out a sinister laugh. The resplendent evil spirit eye fell into her eyes, causing her face to turn pale. Heya! Yun Nuoxing roared angrily. A formation suddenly appeared on her right palm, and she slammed it towards Yi Shi. As for the latter, seeing the speed that was difficult to dodge, she smiled slightly and slowly closed her eyes. Just as Yi Shi closed her eyes and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, thinking that she would receive a heavy blow, she felt a warm palm gently caressing her head. Furthermore, the feeling of restraint on her body had disappeared. This caused her to pause, and she hurriedly opened her eyes. However, she saw Yun Nuoxing looking at her with a smile. His eyes were filled with tenderness, and he was gently caressing her hair. That comfortable feeling made her feel a little intoxicated. Little Shi, I won. Not bad, right? Yun Nuoxing grinned. However, he secretly glanced back. His long black hair was now somewhat pale. At the last moment, he had used some of his life force and strengthened the formation to forcefully tear a gap in Yi Shi's dense formation. Then, he had locked onto the 2 teleportation formations. Only then was he lucky enough to get close to her. Of course, if Yi Shi had not thought that she could directly make him lie down and not move, he would not have been able to get close to her so easily. At that time, all she had to do was take a step and put some distance between them. Then, today's effort would have been wasted, Yun Nuoxing gently caressed Yishi's head as he said softly, I've been thinking about your distorted orbit formation since the first day I saw it. For the past half a year, I've been using the evil spirit eye to analyze and copy it. However, it's just too big. Moreover, I can't sit down and slowly analyze it. I can only rub half of what I see into the decomposition formation, modifying the formation. Brother Nuoxing, you... Hearing this, Yishi bitterly laughed. She should say that the evil spirit eye was too powerful, or that Yun Nuoxing's talent was too abnormal. The difficulty of modifying a formation was the same as creating a new formation, or even a little more difficult. However, from his mouth, it sounded like something ordinary. This was something that even a formation grandmaster might not be able to do, of course, if Yishi knew that Yun Nuoxing had once rubbed 5 elemental conversion formations together and was able to operate normally. Who knew what she would think? All of this was due to the evil spirit eye. In the past half a year of training, he had become much more proficient in controlling it. Ordinary mortal level formations could be analyzed with a single glance, and he could even use his soul energy to break them. Yun Nuoxing smiled as he carried Yishi and pressed her head on his shoulder. He smiled and said, Let's go out. I want to sleep for a while. Oh, right. Suddenly thinking of something, he turned his eyes and stared at Yishi in his arms. He smiled mysteriously and said, Little Shi, the reward. What is it? Hearing him mention this, Yishi couldn't help but roll her eyes. If he didn't mention it, she would have forgotten. In the past half a year of training, he didn't even need her to spur him on. She was very satisfied with Yun Nuoxing's enthusiasm, and he almost never mentioned resting. Now, he could already maintain the continuous output of at least 100 formations. With the cooperation of the evil spirit eye, it was normal for him to improve so quickly. Could it be a deity-level formation? What level is it? No problem. I'm not a picky eater. Just give me 2 pieces. Of course, if you can give me a set, that would be even better. Yun Nuoxing was talking nonstop when he suddenly stopped. Her cherry lips gently pressed against his cheek, and she stopped for a long time, so long that his handsome face was completely red. Only then did Yishi retract her head and roll her eyes at him. What are you thinking about? I can give you the deity-level formation, but it's still the same condition. When you use the immortal-level formation and defeat me like today, I'll teach you. After saying that, she even threw a flirtatious glance, causing Yun Nuoxing's blushing handsome face to return to normal. He bitterly smiled and rubbed Yishi's head. This girl. Chapter 135. Waves of energy rolled and boiled in the room. The air was filled with condensed water droplets of energy, which were thrown out by the vortex in the center and turned back into gas. The girl on the bed flapped her 6 wings repeatedly. Terrifying wind and thunder whistled as she frantically absorbed the rich energy that was rushing towards her. The endless absorption lasted for a full 2 hours before it finally slowed down. At this time, the magic array and mysterious crystal floating in front of her gradually dimmed. Following a crisp, shattering sound, it shattered. When the last strand of gentle energy entered her body, Yuxian's body became quiet. The whistling wind suddenly disappeared. She slowly landed on the bed. She took a deep breath and suddenly opened her eyes. In her pitch-black eyes, there were 2 very small magic arrays. They looked very strange. The magic arrays in her eyes lasted for a while before they gradually disappeared. Yuxian twisted her neck and made a crisp bone sound. She slightly clenched her hands. A substantial energy made her sigh in relief. 9 extremes 1 turn. On the side, Yishi also finished her cultivation. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at her. She nodded and said, "Crossing one level in half a year is very slow for others. However, your body has already condensed into a crystal. Every time you advance, it will be very troublesome." Uxin helplessly spread out her hands. The energy was too condensed. How could it be my fault? If you can advance to the half-immortal level before the purple night dark flame erupts, the chances of snatching it will be much higher. Yishi softly said as she touched the long hair in front of her. With your current Yuan Li, you can open and maintain a magic array around the 5th grade of the immortal level. As for the divine level, you will still need to use mysterious crystal to maintain it. Moreover, even if you are familiar with it, it will take some time to weave it. Yishi shook her head and thought very seriously. Uxin was still looking at her blankly. She didn't care at all. If there is a beast skin scroll that can be used to inscribe magic arrays. Speaking up to here, Yishi's crescent eyes looked at Uxin on the bed with a smile. Seeing that sweet and charming smile, how could he not know what she was thinking? Uxin scratched her head and also smiled, saying, "All right, let's go out for a walk and buy some things. After cultivating for half a year, I'm also tired." "It's only been half a year, and you're already saying you're tired. It's normal for gods to go into seclusion for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It seems like I'll have to grind your temperament a bit." Yishi lightly snorted, causing Uxin to shiver. Uxin smiled and didn't say anything. She held Yishi's hand and walked out of the room. At this moment, only Yu Yin's group and the beautiful woman were sitting in the stone pavilion. 2 pairs of delicate hands were moving up and down on the chessboard. Seeing them playing chess, Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. She seemed to remember that day at the Ju Yuan pavilion when she was beaten black and blue by that glowing woman. She didn't disturb them. After walking out of the courtyard, Uxin quickly changed her clothes and her expression changed. That handsome and cold face of hers appeared. She patted her clothes and then pulled Yishi out of the courtyard. Ever since Yin City was divided into 2 sides by that heaven-shocking sword, it had more or less lost some of its prosperity. However, this situation didn't last for long. Very soon, a strong cultivator built a bridge over the abyss so that the other side wouldn't completely wither. After a big change, the area that was cut off was now filled with markets. It became a place for trading. All kinds of precious things could be obtained through trading. Mysterious crystals, talisman seals, immortal ranked beast skins, devil rank scrolls. Leaning on Yun Nuoxing's chest, Yishi's little head kept moving left and right as she looked at the things on the roadside. There's nothing good. Could it be that this place only has such inferior things? Yishi couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. Although she was only a mortal ranked little girl, she was originally a strong cultivator of the underworld emperor realm. She kept using that kind of perspective to measure the things around her. This made Yun Nuoxing very speechless. "Oh, little girl, you're quite arrogant." A roadside stall owner heard her muttering laughter and couldn't help but raise his head. Looking at Yishi in Yun Nuoxing's arms, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. He didn't feel any malicious intent. It seemed that he was just a little annoyed by this sentence. Since that was the case, he didn't bother to say anything. After all, the things on the roadside stalls were really so bad. "I'm not afraid of scaring you. I need beast skins or scrolls that can be used to inscribe 7th grade divine ranked arrays. Do you have any?" Yishi glanced at the stall owner, then turned her little head and snorted. That person's expression froze. A 7th grade divine ranked beast skin scroll. This little girl was also a grand master of magic arrays, and this sentence also made the surrounding people look over curiously. In the end, when they saw who it was, they couldn't help but be stunned. This little girl was a grand master of magic arrays. Even if she started cultivating in her mother's womb, she couldn't have reached this level, right? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and nodded at that person. He hurriedly hugged Yi Shi tightly and jogged a distance away. He only stopped when they disappeared from those people's sight. Suddenly, Yi Shi hurriedly patted Yun Nuoshing's chest and pointed at a stall not far away. "Brother Nuoshing, over there, ink abyss scroll, buy it." Yun Nuoshing hurriedly stopped and looked over there. Sitting cross-legged behind the stall was an old man. He was recuperating with his eyes closed. There wasn't any aura on his body, just like an ordinary person. And on that stall, there was only a scroll that was tied up. It was dark green all over and was suspended half a foot above the ground. The ink-black light was cold and soul-sucking, as if one's soul would be sucked away just by looking at it. "Old man, what is the scroll for?" Yun Nuoshing carried Yi Shi to the old man. He squatted down and looked at this one and only item, then looked at the old man and smiled. A third-grade divine magic array. However, the old man didn't answer his question. He raised his eyes and glanced indifferently at Yun Nuoshing. He spoke rather coldly, as if he wasn't doing business. "So expensive. Isn't this just a lousy scroll?" Yun Nuoshing blinked when he felt his clothes being pulled. However, he frowned and muttered as if he was dissatisfied. "Lousy scroll?" The old man sneered and couldn't help but shake his head. He said, "The ink abyss scroll can withstand the energy waves of an 8th-grade divine magic array, or even a 9th-grade divine magic array." After saying that, he didn't say anything else. His eyes were somewhat sharp as he stared at Yun Nuoshing, as if mocking him for not knowing the value of the item. "Nonsense, of course I know. And it can be used repeatedly. You didn't even tell me the full story." Yun Nuoshing cursed in his heart and rolled his eyes as if he didn't see the old man's gaze. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "I was wondering why he only brought out the ink abyss scroll. So he really knows what's good for him." Seeing that he didn't say anything, the old man sneered again and said coldly, "Are you buying it or not? If not, then go away. Don't block my business. May I ask if a divine magic array can be carved on it? If it can, then I can still consider it. How many years has it been since I used a 7th-grade magic array?" Yun Nuoshing held the ink abyss scroll in his hand and gently stroked it a few times. He sighed with a disappointed expression. "Magic array?" The old man was stunned for a moment, and the sharpness in his eyes quickly dissipated. Magic arrays were listed after the 9th-grade magic arrays. Other than the magic arrays, there was also a divine magic array. The reason it was listed last was because every magic array and divine magic array was extraordinary. They were much stronger than other divine magic arrays. Back in Xingqiu City, Yun Nuoshing and Yu Yin relied on the magic array to completely suppress the 4 divine underworld experts. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. From this, it could be seen how powerful the magic array was. Moreover, it was under the circumstances that the 2 of them weren't familiar with it. "Perhaps there's something you want in the loft, in front. However, this ink abyss scroll of mine can't withstand the power of the magic array. So, please," the old man said indifferently. Then, he used his hand to make an inviting gesture and directly asked him to leave. "TSK, not fun." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and casually threw a divine thought over. Then he grabbed the ink abyss scroll and flew away. He didn't lack divine magic arrays. "You want to scare this old man? It's still too early." Seeing his figure flying away, the old man smiled faintly and shook his head. He took the divine thought and stuffed it into the space between his eyebrows. However, He was shocked and almost threw the divine thought away. Good lad, it's even a third-grade magic array. Could it be that this old man misjudged? But it's indeed a common grade magic array. The old man scratched his head and shook his head. He casually tidied up and walked towards the loft. Brother Nuashing, the gods are all old and cunning people who have lived for a long time. A third-grade divine magic array in exchange for an ink abyss scroll that can be used repeatedly is actually a bargain. Why are you still making a fuss over there? Yi, she mumbled as she pinched Yun Nuashing's cheeks with her little hand. Isn't this just a joke? Yun Nuashing rubbed her head and laughed. His footsteps paused. Looking at the huge loft in front of him, Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment. The piece that was cut off was in the western part of Yin City. He had never been here before. As for whether there was such a huge building originally, he was not sure. He felt that it was built later on. Star Sea Pavilion. Yun Nuashing raised his head to look at the huge signboard and read it out loud. Yun Nuashing nodded his head. Just as he was about to step onto the stairs, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him, causing him to stop in his tracks. He raised his head, only to see a purple-clothed youth standing on the stairs in front of him, blocking his path. There was even some indifference on his face. Star Sea Pavilion. Those below the immortal grade are not allowed to enter, the purple-clothed youth said indifferently. He did not even look at Yun Nuashing as he stared at the space in front of him, causing him to frown slightly. He's this old man's guest. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to say something, a calm and emotionless voice sounded behind him, causing him and the purple-clothed youth to turn their gazes. Immediately, they saw that the old man who sold the ink abyss scroll had walked to the former's side. Let's go. The old man glanced at the purple-clothed youth, then placed his hand on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and pulled him into the Star Sea Pavilion. As for the purple-clothed youth, he did not even turn his head. With a flash, he disappeared, causing the old man to widen his eyes. After entering the Star Sea Pavilion, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and clasped his hands towards the old man. Thank you, old mister. The old man turned his head and glanced at him. There was a strange look in his old eyes, especially when he saw Yi Shi in his arms. That strange look completely turned into doubt. Seeing the old man's gaze, Yun Nuashing was a little nervous. He hurriedly pressed Yi Shi's head against his chest and wrapped her small body in his windbreaker. This action caused the old man to be even more stunned. However, he did not think too much about it. He just shook his head and said, "There are many good things in the Star Sea Pavilion. However, the price is also more expensive than outside. I hope you are prepared. The animal skins or scrolls that you want that can be used to carve ceiling arrays are usually on the 4th floor. Only gods can enter there." The old man glanced at Yun Nuashing indifferently. He did not say anything and directly walked up the stairs, causing the latter to smile bitterly. "If you want to take me up there, just say so." Arrogant old man. Yi Shi also whispered to Yun Nuashing through telepathy. Chapter 136. He followed the old man up the stairs. The center of the Star Ocean Pavilion was a huge empty space. Looking down, he could see the pitch-black underground. There were a total of 5 floors, and there were countless people trading on each floor. It was very quiet, and there were no unnecessary sounds, nor could he hear the bargaining that he often heard outside. Those who were able to come here were all experienced, and basically, they would not let themselves be at a disadvantage. There were 4 experts guarding each floor, and the vigorous aura of each person made Yun Nuashing feel a little apprehensive. Moreover, every time he walked up a floor, there would be a few detection waves circling around his body, but he did not feel any malicious intent. After strolling to the 4th floor, there were only 2 figures in black robes at the entrance of the passage. They looked very ordinary, but there was an invisible pressure that made Yun Nuoshing stop in his tracks. At this moment, he only felt a refreshing aura surge up his body. The old man stood in front of him, his withered hand still holding onto his wrist, and walked in just like that. When the two of them passed by, the two black-robed figures raised their heads and glanced at Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing. Then they lowered their heads again, as if they did not see them. This is the privilege of having strength. Seeing the two gatekeepers ignore him, Yun Nuoshing could not help but laugh out loud, causing the old man walking in front to turn around and look at him. Smiling embarrassedly, Yun Nuoshing still raised his head and rolled his eyes at him. The old man snorted, but still did not say anything, causing the former to be a little confused. He did not seem to have done anything. Didn't he just buy his incubus? As for bringing him to this place, it couldn't be that they knew each other, right? But it didn't seem like it either. The old man was always indifferent to him. The stall inside, the one with the stinky snake tied to his head. Go there, and I hope you can get something. While Yun Nuoshing was letting his imagination run wild, the old man had already led them out of the passage. Then he gently pushed him with his palm and said softly, compared to the 3 floors below, the 4th floor of the Star Ocean Pavilion was not very spacious, but the decorations were extremely meticulous, and it was not as casual as the lower floors. There were even people who inspected it. Light green jade covered the floor, and when one stepped on it, a faint warmth would surge into the soles of their feet, causing their entire body to feel extremely comfortable. There were very few people on this 4th floor that was covered in warm jade. At a glance, there were only a few dozen people, but Yun Nuoshing understood that if these people were placed outside, they would all be true experts. There are many people I've seen that night. At this time, Yishi also softly transmitted her voice, causing Yun Nuoshing's eyes to focus. Half a year ago, when the Abyss Shrine launched a surprise attack, many experts had gone up to fight, but after that, not many people had seen their figures. He didn't expect to see them here. The appearance of Yun Nuoshing and Yishi naturally attracted the attention of some people here. Immediately, some people turned their gazes over, and when they saw the old man beside them, some surprise flashed across their eyes. However, when their gazes landed on Yun Nuoshing and Yishi, they were a little stunned. They didn't know which honored guests could be personally invited by this person. Of course, there were some people who were curious, but they all understood the rules here, so they weren't stupid enough to ask or inquire about anything. Even if the girl in the young man's arms looked familiar, it was a taboo to inquire about other people's identities. Looking in the direction that the old man was pointing, Yun Nuoshing turned around and smiled at him. She hurriedly walked down the stairs and walked towards a corner. After walking for some distance, she stopped at a corner near the north. At this moment, there was a jade platform here. Curling cold air permeated from the platform and spread out, causing the temperature of the place to drop quite a bit. Beast skins and scrolls were scattered on the jade platform, and some materials were also placed in a corner. They didn't seem to be ordinary items. There were many people surrounding the jade platform. Clearly, they were interested in the things on it. Yun Nuoshing's gaze passed over the jade platform and stopped on the gray-clothed old man behind it. The old man was sloppy, and his face was filled with laziness. A large golden snake coiled up from his shoulder all the way to his head. The snake's head rested lazily on his forehead, and he ignored the surrounding onlookers, yawning as if he wanted to swallow this place. Stinky Snake, take out all the top-grade beast skins you have here, and let me have a look. The old man had also followed over at some point. He squeezed his way to the front of the jade platform and said indifferently to the old man with the golden snake, "Pa, it's you again. Don't you always complain that it's too expensive? You're the same as those fellows beside you. Only looking but not buying? You should go down there. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The old man with the golden snake rolled his eyes and spat on the ground beside him without any regard for his image. Seeing this, some of the surrounding people couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, it wasn't good to quarrel in this place, so they could only leave resentfully. How valiant! Yun Nuashing and Yishi were speechless. They were both stunned by the attitude of the old man with the golden snake. Their gazes inadvertently fell on the old man's chest. There was an exceptionally dazzling six-pointed star insignia there, and in the middle of the six-pointed star insignia was the word divine, which made many of the surrounding people envious. The six-pointed star insignia has the word divine, which is the divine rank. 5 stars, which is the 5th grade. In the ranking system of arrays, the divine rank is the Grand Master rank, and the immortal rank is the Great Master rank. There are no subdivisions, Yishi whispered. Although there are a few major realms between the Great Master rank and the Great Master rank, it's very difficult to cross this gap. Moreover, Great Master rank array masters have the ability to modify or even create their own arrays. Only when they reach this standard can they be called Great Masters. Then Brother Nuo, you should focus on your cultivation. Yishi rolled her eyes at him. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. After all, he didn't rely on his own strength to achieve this. He only had this ability because of his eyes. Yun Nuashing's gaze was fixed on the beast skins and scrolls, especially the glazed scroll in the middle, for a long time. However, this glazed scroll was next to a scroll that seemed to be cast from gold. Stop looking. There are no fakes here. Do you want to buy it? The old man with the golden snake glanced at Yun Nuashing. Then his gaze paused on Yishi. The golden snake on his head suddenly opened its eyes, flicked out its tongue, and closed its eyes again. The old man saw that the two of them didn't wear their array master insignia and couldn't help but grin. Old bastard, where did you kidnap these two from? Kidnap? Yun Nuashing and Yishi rolled their eyes. Kidnap my ass. Don't compare. Bring out all the good things you have here that can be used to inscribe sealing arrays. The old man rolled his eyes and pointed at Yun Nuashing. He shouted, "This is a big customer." Oh, the old man with the golden snake looked up and glanced at Yun Nuashing. He snorted lightly. If you want a dazzling gold scroll, then an illusion array, Divine Grade 5 Advanced Array. The one beside it is free. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing frowned. There were very few illusion arrays in the first place, and he wanted one of the Grade 5 Advanced Array. This old man really dared to ask for it. He had it in his ring, but he didn't learn it himself. He couldn't give it away. Scrolls that can be used to inscribe divine grade arrays can be used repeatedly. Moreover, they contain special energy that can increase the power of the array. At this point, the higher the grade of the scroll, the more expensive it is. It's not something that the materials used to inscribe immortal grade arrays can compare to. Yishi secretly transmitted her voice. The dazzling gold scroll has the enhancement of the metal element. It's the best choice for inscribing defensive arrays. It also greatly increases the attack power. But isn't it a little too expensive? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. It was fine if he had already learned it, but if he gave it away without learning it, the price would be too high. It's fine. I have it. I collected quite a few arrays in the past, including some illusion arrays. Let me see which ones I've learned and give them to him. Yishi smiled, as if she didn't care. But let's bargain first. This price is a little unfair. Yun Nuashing understood and nodded. Sir, although the dazzling gold scroll is precious, there are very few illusion arrays in the first place. Furthermore, inscribing an array requires the addition of other materials. Only then can one barely inscribe a sealing array, and there's no guarantee of success. Now, just a piece of paper costs this much. It seems a little, Yun Nuashing said with a smile. When the array was imprinted on the beast skin scroll with various materials, it would become an array diagram. The power released from the array diagram would far surpass the power of the original array. However, the array diagram did not become an array diagram just by inscribing it into a scroll. There was a success rate, and the materials used to inscribe the array diagram was the main factor that affected the success rate. At least you can talk. However, it's reasonable. Then, I'll take a step back. Illusion array, 4th grade high level. If you don't have an illusion array, 5th grade low level is also not a problem. The old man with the golden snake chuckled. Obviously, the so-called 5th grade high-level illusion array was just a prank. Hearing these words, Yun Nuashing and Yishi both nodded their heads. A 4th level illusion department was a condition that they could accept. However, the two of them were not in a hurry to agree. Yishi scurried down from his embrace and also scanned the jade platform. Although the old man with the golden snake's image was not up to standard, it had to be said that the things he was selling were indeed some high-grade goods. The other rare materials also made Yun Nuashing speechless. The price of these materials was probably not lower than the dazzling gold scroll. Yishi was used to it. Her small hand took out a black jade bracelet from somewhere and wore it on her wrist. Her gaze slowly moved. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to withdraw her gaze suddenly paused. She stared at the corner of the jade platform. There was also a glazed scroll lying quietly on it. If one looked carefully, one could see that there seemed to be some faint, strange patterns on the scroll. That is, Mei Mao also paused on the scroll in the corner like Yun Nuashing. Mei Mao's small hand could not help but tighten, causing him to tremble. The items on the jade platform all had extraordinary appearances. With a single glance, one could tell that they were all good items. However, this glazed scroll was too ordinary. It did not have any special markings on it, nor did it have any obvious symbol. Yet, it was able to attract the attention of others just by quietly lying there. Could it be? Yishi sucked in a breath of cold air. A trace of seriousness flashed across her eyes. However, this seriousness only existed for a moment before it disappeared. No one saw it. What? Could it be what? Yun Nuashing could not help but transmit her voice. Yishi turned her head. Her wine-red eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. It seemed to contain magical power as she looked at Yun Nuashing, causing his heart to tremble. Soon after, he smiled bitterly. All right, no matter what it was, in short, little she had taken a fancy to it. Chapter 137. Yun Nuashing's gaze only paused on the glazed scroll for 1 or 2 seconds before he turned away. His palm led his gaze as he slowly walked around the jade platform twice. Along the way, he even picked up 1 or 2 beast skin scrolls and caressed them lovingly as if he was very interested in them. After a long while, he finally let out a cry of surprise and gently picked up the glazed scroll. When the glazed scroll entered her hand, a faint warmth spread out. This strange feeling seemed to be the unique energy within the scroll. Yun Nuashing flipped through the scroll with great interest. Her hand gently rubbed the surface of the scroll. The smooth feeling was just like a high-quality jade. If it were not for the extremely faint but extremely complicated patterns drawn on it, no one would treat it as a treasure. Yun Nuashing was completely unable to understand these complicated patterns. Furthermore, due to the existence of an energy seal on the scroll, she was unable to sense what it was. Little she, what is this? Flipping through the scroll, Yun Nuashing felt some disbelief. The energy seal did not seem to be man-made, but came with the scroll itself. Regardless of whether he used his evil spirit eye or spiritual strength, he was unable to discover anything strange about the scroll. If it were not for Yishi's voice transmission earlier, he probably would not have paid much attention to it. I'm only guessing. As for whether it's true or not, I'm not too sure. I have to undo the energy seal first. Yishi gently shook her head and replied. This surprised him. It was extremely rare for her to be interested in something else. Although she felt disbelief in her heart, Yun Nuoxing's face remained extremely calm. From her appearance, it was as if she was only slightly curious about the glazed scroll. With regards to her appearance, the old man with the golden snake merely rolled his eyes and did not say anything. Yun Nuoxing was not the only one interested in the scroll. In the past, there had been quite a few treasure hunters who had come to check it out, but none of them had taken it away. Stop wasting time. The price of this scroll can only be more expensive than that dazzling golden scroll. Scratching his head, the old man with the golden snake said in an understated manner. The hand that was touching the glazed scroll paused. Yun Nuoxing raised her head and glanced at him. Smiling, she said, Is this scroll a formation? It's actually more expensive than that dazzling golden scroll. Who knows? The old man with the golden snake twitched his mouth and threw out an answer that made Yun Nuoxing's face twitch. Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. This old fellow was truly impressive. He could even give such an answer so confidently. At that moment, the surrounding people could not help but laugh at the old man with the golden snake's answer. Clearly, they had rarely seen such an outrageous stall owner. However, although I don't know what exactly this scroll is, I do know that this scroll came from the hands of a god. The old man with the golden snake glanced at the people who were laughing, then said with a chuckle. As soon as he said that, the surrounding laughter suddenly stopped. Many surprised and doubtful gazes were fixed on the scroll in Yun Nuoxing's hand. Everyone knew that no matter what it was, as long as it was related to the word God, it would definitely be something very powerful. However, they still found it a little hard to believe that this scroll, which looked ordinary except for its gorgeous colors, would be related to a god. TSK, why do you have such good taste? Compared to the surprise of these people, Yishi could not help but smack her lips when she heard the old man with the golden snake's words. Her little hand gripped Yun Nuoxing's windbreaker tightly. She did not expect this old fellow to have such sharp eyes. As a high-level god, she only knew about it after sensing a little fluctuation of divinity. However, the old man with the golden snake in front of her did not have such fluctuations of divinity. It seemed that this old man with the golden snake's eyesight was also quite good. God, Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised, but it was not to the extent that he could not accept it. After all, he had many things related to the gods on him. I wonder what makes you think that this thing is related to ancient times. Although he said that, at this moment, Yun Nuoxing still had to pretend that he did not care. He casually placed the glazed scroll on the table, turned his gaze to the old man with the golden snake, and said with a smile, Because I can tell which god the energy seal and the lines in this scroll belong to. Of course, I can't break the energy seal. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put it up for sale. The old man with the golden snake rolled his eyes and said, Anyway, this is a god's item. It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. In response to the old man with the golden snake's answer, everyone present looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. How could this kind of thing be decided by just one side of the story? No wonder it had been left here for so long and no one had asked about it. Yun Nuoxing also felt a little helpless in the face of this neurotic old fellow. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Then what about the price? How would you like to exchange it? Old mister. An advanced 7th grade god level array. There are no restrictions on the type. The old man with the golden snake chuckled and stared at Yun Nuoxing with spirited eyes. It was rare for someone to be interested in this kind of thing. Hearing this, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. This old fellow was asking for an exorbitant price. An advanced 7th grade god-level array was rare even in the realm of the gods. Such a high-level array was always hidden. Who would be willing to take it out for an exchange? Brother Nuo, forget it. It wasn't just them. Even Yi, she had a bitter expression and shook her head. She had a 7th grade god-level array, but she couldn't bear to take it out. Such a high-level array was difficult to learn completely. Even a 7th grade grandmaster would need a long time to comprehend it. No one was willing to take it out for an exchange. Yun Nuoxing also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at the glazed scroll with pity and said, "It's too expensive, too expensive. Even if it's as you said, that this is something left behind by the gods. I don't know what it is exactly. Maybe I'll only see a blank piece of paper after trying my best to unlock the energy seal. This is a gamble, and I can't afford to take it. I'd better exchange it for this dazzling golden scroll." Yun Nuoxing sighed and took out a scroll from his pendant. Before he could place it on the jade platform, another scroll fell on the jade platform first. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He turned his head and saw Yishi smiling at him. Her pearl-like white teeth were very dazzling. Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. "Old sir, this is the 9-Palace Dragon Trapping Array. I'm sure many people have heard of it before. This is the original 9 Dragons array. It can be listed as an advanced 4th grade array. It's very famous. Even divine underworld experts who aren't good at soul detection can't escape from it. It's not a loss to exchange it for this dazzling golden scroll, right?" Yishi smiled. The 9-Palace Dragon Trapping Array was a kind of strange illusion array. It contained a strand of the soul of the 9 dragons. There was also a soul attack in the illusion array. If one wasn't good at soul power, they would be trapped to death. Moreover, the most special thing was that this array could be embedded with 9 other arrays. This was the explanation of the 9-Palace. It was an extremely strange array. Other illusion arrays rarely had such a function. If one wanted it to display the effect of other arrays, they would have to personally modify it, just like what Yun Nuoxing did. "What do you mean by initial?" Yun Nuoxing rubbed Yishi's head and transmitted his voice to her. "The modification and transformation of arrays is something that array masters do the most. The 9-Palace Dragon Trapping Array can be embedded with 9 arrays. It can also be modified, fused, or placed together. The initial grade of the 9 Dragons array will also change according to the power of the arrays embedded. The 9 Dragons array that I cultivate is currently at the advanced 7th grade. However, there are still 2 more palaces that haven't been embedded with arrays. If one wants to change its grade, the arrays embedded must be powerful enough," Yishi explained. Therefore, she didn't have to worry about whether the old man with the golden snake would accept the 9 Dragons array that she took out. As expected, when the words 9-Palace Dragon Trapping Formation entered the golden snake old man's ears, shock swiftly surged onto his face. He quickly grabbed the scroll and opened it. After carefully looking at it for a moment, he hurriedly rolled it up. It really is the 9 Dragons array. In just a few moments, he saw the obvious signs. The eyes of the old man with the golden snake immediately lit up. This 9 Dragons array was a rare illusion array. High rank 4 was only its initial level. If it was embedded with 9 strange arrays, it would be able to increase its level by a large amount. Its power would also increase along with it. If the arrays were chosen well, it could even have up to 10 different effects. Of course, for things like arrays, if one had learned them before, it wouldn't be a big deal to pass them on to others. However, if one hadn't learned them before, it would be a little painful. Not a bad array. Little girl, you're quite generous. Not simple. The old man with the golden snake smiled as he looked at Yishi. A strange expression flashed across his face. He immediately put away the 9 dragons array scroll and looked at the two of them with a fiery gaze. Yun Nuoshing smiled and took the dazzling golden scroll from the jade platform. She stuffed it into the pendant and directly ignored the old man's fiery gaze. She gently picked up Yishi and turned to leave. Hey, wait! Seeing that Yun Nuoshing and Yishi were about to leave, the old man with the golden snake couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly called out, Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at the old man with the golden snake in confusion. She said, Is there something you need, sir? Kid, you don't want this scroll anymore? I can guarantee you that this thing is definitely a divine item. I can even tell which divine item it belongs to. The old man with the golden snake gently caressed the glazed scroll and said very enthusiastically, Sigh. Yun Nuoshing glanced at the glazed scroll in the old man's hand and said with some regret, I can't afford it. No one would be willing to take out a 7th grade divine level array. It wasn't that he didn't have it, but there were many things in the ring that he hadn't studied. He couldn't give away things that he hadn't learned. The old man with the golden snake rubbed his hands and said with a chuckle, Forget it. This old man will take a step back. I don't want a 7th grade high-level array. Give me 2 6th grade high-level arrays, and I'll give it to you. How about it? Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing was startled and frowned. There was some hesitation on his face. He also had a 6th grade high-level array. Although it wasn't as high level as a 7th grade array, it was still quite valuable. Using it to exchange for this glazed scroll was still a little over his bottom line. After all, he hadn't learned it before. Brother Nuo, why don't I make the exchange? Yishi couldn't help but ask when she saw the hesitation on Yun Nuoshing's face. She patted his chest with her small hand and couldn't help but ask, I heard that it's very difficult to completely understand a 5th grade array and above. Moreover, every array recorded on a scroll has its own mysteries. Are you willing to part with it? Yun Nuoshing whispered. Hearing this, Yishi smiled bitterly and shook her head. She had a 6th grade high-level array, but just as Yun Nuoshing said, she couldn't bear to trade it. After all, it was very difficult to completely understand it. However, seeing that he was so concerned about that scroll, she also wanted to help him get it. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing didn't speak, the old man with the golden snake thought that he was unwilling. He immediately gritted his teeth and actually took out a jade box. The jade box emitted a trace of coldness. Inside it was actually a roll of blue animal skin. Moreover, the quality of this animal skin looked even better than the dazzling gold scroll just now. A map made from the skin of a nether abyss shark. This is equivalent to the softest skin of a demonic beast at the peak of the Emperor of the Underworld. Since you want the dazzling gold scroll, you should also want to refine a ceiling array diagram. Using this as a map to refine a ceiling array diagram will have a 30% higher success rate than using the dazzling gold scroll. If you are willing to exchange 2 6th grade arrays for that scroll, I will add this. What do you think? Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing's face also showed a hint of determination and nodded firmly. Seeing this, the old man with the golden snake beamed with joy. Actually, this was also his bottom line. It was rare to meet someone who was interested in the glazed scroll. He also wanted to fight for it. Use a ceiling array diagram in exchange for everything here, as well as 10 maps that are not inferior to the skin of a nether abyss shark. Also, tell me which deity created this scroll. Yun Nuoshing's indifferent voice made the surrounding people hold their breaths for a moment. The old man with the golden snake was even more stunned. Such a high price made his heart beat fiercely. However, no one could deny that the price of a ceiling array diagram was ranked below the ninth grade divine, rank only because every ceiling array diagram was unique and difficult to imitate or break. The price could only be higher than the ninth grade divine rank. After the initial shock, the old man's eyes spun quickly as he weighed the price between the two. Yun Nuoxing didn't disturb him and stood quietly. However, Yi Shi's eyes widened as if she was frightened. She even tugged at the old man's collar. After a long while, the old man with the golden snake took a deep breath. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. He nodded heavily and said, "Okay." Seeing the old man with the golden snake's excited appearance, Yun Nuoxing also smiled slightly. A strand of divine sense swept out from between her eyebrows and entered the old man's mind. Then she put everything on the table into the pendant. Finally, her hand reached out to grab the glazed scroll. Just as Yun Nuoxing's hand touched the scroll, a purple trident quickly inserted itself into the scroll like a bolt of lightning and clamped it. At the same time, a faint laugh was also slowly heard. "Ha, little brother, I've also taken a fancy to this scroll. I wonder if you can part with it." When the purple trident appeared, the smile on Yun Nuoxing's face slowly disappeared. A chill surged in her pitch-black eyes. Chapter 138. Yun Nuoxing's gaze paused on the purple trident before he slowly tilted his head. Behind him was a young man in blue robes. The young man had a warm smile on his face, but no matter how one looked at it, his smile was filled with an evil charm, which made Yun Nuoxing feel extremely displeased. There were 3 young men following closely behind the blue-clothed young man. Yun Nuoxing's gaze swept past the 3 of them, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The 2 young men standing at the very back had majestic auras that were as vast as the ocean, and there were also some unique undulations. They were actually god-level experts, and the young man standing at the very front caused Yun Nuoxing's heart to palpitate. Shenming, the young man had his arms crossed. His face was filled with indolence, and he was no different from an ordinary person. However, the aura that made him feel as if he was facing an abyss made Yun Nuoxing feel that it was similar to Jin Jinwang and the others. Clearly, this person's strength had definitely reached the Shenming level. The sudden intervention of the blue-clothed young man caused numerous surprised gazes to be cast over. When these people saw the 3 young men behind the blue-clothed young man, surprise flashed through their eyes. To be able to bring such a lineup when they were outside, especially when Yin City was currently extremely chaotic, it seemed that this group of people had a powerful background. "Ha, little brother, I can pay you double the price you've offered, but can you give me this scroll?" The blue-clothed young man smiled at Yun Nuoxing, but the trident in his hand still held onto the scroll, showing no signs of moving away. "Can you afford it? 2 ceiling formations?" Yun Nuoxing cursed in his heart as he stared at the blue-clothed young man. A moment later, he slowly shook his head and sighed. "You can't afford it, so I can't." As his voice fell, a finger-sized formation appeared on his fingertip. He flicked it at the purple trident with lightning speed, and an extremely terrifying force suddenly erupted, causing the trident to fly away. His hand was like lightning as he once again grabbed at the glazed scroll. Yun Nuoxing's sudden attack caused the blue-clothed young man's eyes to turn cold. The instant he reacted, he grabbed the trident with his wrist and twisted it slightly. The slender tip of the trident was like a blade as it sliced horizontally at Yun Nuoxing's hand. The sharp force seemed to contain some icy water element, causing the air to become damp. Yun Nuoxing coldly laughed at the blue-clothed young man's swift and fierce counterattack. With a thought, a formation that was several feet wide suddenly stood in front of him. His palm contained a tremendous force as it swept across the scroll, and then suddenly turned around. His palm imprinted the formation, bringing with it a majestic force as it viciously smashed the tip of the trident. Bang! A deep sound resounded. Under Yun Nuoxing's palm, the trident was directly sent flying. Without waiting for the blue-clothed young man to withdraw his hand, a formation with surging energy blasted towards the blue-clothed young man's face like a volcanic eruption. Facing the strange formation of the Yun Nuo planet, the blue-clothed young man's face sank with a hint of surprise. However, at this moment, he could only hurriedly retreat and tilt his head. Only then was he able to dodge the energy beam. "How dare you?" When the blue-clothed young man retreated, the two old gods, standing behind him, also had slightly darkened expressions. They took a step forward and appeared in front of the blue-clothed young man. Their palms were like ghost claws as they silently grabbed at Yun Nuoxing's shoulders. Scram! Just as the two of them made their move, a slender halberd suddenly shot out from Yun Nuoxing's sleeve. He grabbed it with his palm and then swept it towards the two ghost claws. "Be careful!" Faced with the attack that was so calm that there wasn't the slightest fluctuation, the indolent young man, who hadn't moved all this while, had a slight change in his expression. He clenched his fists, and the space directly distorted, causing Yun Nuoxing and the two old gods to stagger. Although the direction of the attack had been distorted, after Yun Nuoxing stabilized herself, two long swords suddenly shot out from the space behind her and shot towards the two old gods. In an instant, the swords rushed towards their faces. The two old gods were immediately startled as a layer of energy barrier appeared in front of them. Soon after, the two long swords ruthlessly pierced into the barrier and shattered it. The two old gods took advantage of this opening and hurriedly retreated. "What? You want to cause trouble?" After teaching the two old men a lesson, Yun Nuoxing withdrew the two long swords. He glanced at the blue-clothed young man and the old man who had distorted space and said indifferently, after the two young men were pulled back by the indolent young man, they discovered that cold sweat had appeared on their foreheads. Although the two of them were quite strong, they could naturally sense the terror of the two long swords. At that moment, they didn't even dare to make a sound. 3 high-grade divine artifacts. Who was this young man? The blue-clothed young man looked at Yun Nuoxing with a slightly heavy gaze. After a moment, he suddenly smiled and said to Yun Nuoxing, "I'm Yuzhong of the Snow God sect. May I know your name?" Snow God sect? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was confused. The forces in the divine world were intricate and complicated, especially now that people from all over the world had gathered in Yuyan City. People from all 5 major regions had gathered here. Some forces were very low-key, and their strength wasn't much weaker than those first-rate forces other than the 9 deity temples or the 8 ancient families. She didn't know where this so-called Snow God sect was located, how strong it was, and what its reputation was. "I'm sorry, I've never heard of it. May I know which corner of the divine world you're located in?" Yun Nuoxing shook his head and sighed, but the surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. The blue-clothed young man's expression became even more gloomy. "As for this lord, I don't have any reputation, so there's no need for you to worry. As for this scroll, I've taken a liking to it. Moreover, you can't afford the original price. Twice the price is pure nonsense." Yun Nuoxing didn't know what the hell this Snow God sect was, but there was no need for him to know. He wasn't even afraid of the 9 deity temples back then, let alone this Snow God sect that popped out of nowhere. Ha! The Snow God sect is quite famous in the Taiyuan region, but now there's someone who hasn't even heard of it. Didn't they boast that everyone, from 3-year-old children to gods, knows about the Snow God sect? Today, it seems that these words are a little harsh to the ears. Hearing the mocking words of Yun Nuoxing and the surrounding people, a faint gloominess flashed across Yu Zhong's face. Those who could come to the fourth floor of the Star Ocean Pavilion weren't weak, so it was impossible for everyone to be afraid of the Snow God sect. He sneered and turned his gaze to the old man with the golden snake. Previously, Yun Nuoxing's palm had swept across the air, causing the scroll to fall into the latter's hands. "Give that scroll to me. No matter what price he offers, I'll pay 3 times the price." Yu Zhong's rich and overbearing words caused a trace of coldness to flash across Yun Nuoxing's eyes. This guy was really insatiable. The old man with the golden snake gently rubbed the scroll in his hand and looked at Yun Nuoxing and Yu Zhong with interest. A moment later, he smiled and threw the glazed scroll to Yun Nuoxing under Yu Zhong's gloomy gaze. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Everything has a first come, first served basis. This old man isn't a greedy person. Since I've already accepted the item, I won't sell it to anyone else. Moreover, he's right, you can't even afford the original price, let alone 3 times the price." After saying that, he ignored Yu Zhong and took out 20 beast skins and scrolls from somewhere. He slapped them on the table and winked at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing understood and quickly put away the glazed scroll. She also put away the 20 scrolls on the table and smiled at the old man with the golden snake. "Thank you, old mister." The old man with the golden snake waved his hand and said, "This is the territory of the Star Sea Pavilion. I don't believe that anyone can behave so atrociously here. Even the people from the 9-deity hall haven't caused any trouble here. Who does your Snow God sect think you are?" An ugly expression surged onto Yu Zhong's feminine face when he heard the words of the golden serpent old man. His eyes were ice cold as he glanced at the old man, after which he turned towards Yun Nuoxing and coldly said, "What is your bid?" Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh when she looked at Yu Zhong as if she was looking at a fool. "A sealing array. Are you satisfied?" "That's right, a sealing array. Little brother, if you want that scroll, you'll have to take out 3 pieces. The Snow God sect is a big sect. Taking out 3 sealing arrays is just a matter of clenching their teeth and closing their eyes. It won't be difficult." As Yun Nuoxing's voice fell, many people around laughed and jeered, causing Yu Zhong's face to turn red and green. His Snow God sect really didn't have something as unique as a sealing array. He thought that Yun Nuoxing would only pay a divine grade 4th or 5th grade array. He thought that he could just throw out 2 divine grade arrays. His sect could still afford such a price, but he didn't expect that it would be a sealing array. "Mister, the more friends you have, the more options you have. It's not wise to offend people for some unclear things." Yu Zhong said coldly. Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook her head. She looked at Yu Zhong with eyes full of pity and said in a low voice, "What's wrong? Now that you know that you're embarrassingly short of money, you want to use the power behind you to threaten others? Being friends with such a person, I'm quite worried that I'll be sold off after I've used them up. So please turn around. If one day I'm done with my research, perhaps I can give them to you for free." As soon as she finished speaking, she sighed again and cupped her hands at the old man with the golden snake. Then she lifted her feet and walked towards the stairs. Humph! As soon as Yun Nuoxing lifted her feet, the 2 young men who had suffered losses moved horizontally again and blocked her path. A terrifying aura quietly filled the air. With her path blocked, the faint smile on Yun Nuoxing's face slowly disappeared. A silver light slowly appeared in her sleeve. Buzz! However, before she could pull out the Linghong sword, a huge array suddenly formed beneath her feet and enveloped Yun Nuoxing, Yu Zhong, and the 3 young men. A destructive energy slowly surged out from the array beneath her feet like a tide. "That's enough. Are you tired of living trying to snatch something from me? Yi Shi's wine-red eyes coldly stared at the two people blocking her path. Killing intent surged in her slightly childish voice. The people on this floor were also attracted by the sudden eruption of the destructive energy, causing everyone to be slightly stunned. The people who were able to come here were all God experts. Which one of them didn't have extremely high standards? God underworld experts were also commonly seen, but God underworld experts that were able to possess this kind of terrifying power seemed to be rare. Faced with the terrifying aura beneath his feet, the Godhead expert's entire body turned icy cold. It was as if a single strand of aura would surge out and instantly turn him into ashes. Under such pressure, the two young men instinctively moved aside because they faintly knew that if they were really done for, then perhaps all of them would disappear without a trace today. A mere Godhead. What kind of trash is the Snow God sect? I've never even heard of it. The wine-red eyes indifferently glanced at the Godhead expert. That gaze seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of pressure, causing the Godhead expert to tremble and his back to become wet. This aura, an underworld emperor expert. The Godhead expert swallowed with difficulty. From the array, he already understood many things. His pitch-black eyes indifferently glanced at Yu Zhong, who was narrowing his eyes. He lightly snorted and said in a low voice, "Don't provoke people for no reason. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." As his voice fell, he was too lazy to care about Yu Zhong's cold expression. He turned around and walked towards the stairs, patting Yi Shi's head. Yu Zhong gloomily looked at the backs of Yun Nuoxing's group. When they disappeared from his sight, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. "Young Master Yu, it's better not to care about these people, lest you get into trouble." How could the Godhead expert not know what Yu Zhong was thinking when he looked over? He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Yu Zhong coldly sneered. "Investigate." Being threatened, this is the first time this young master has encountered such a thing. Interesting. I'd like to see who doesn't know how they died. Chapter 139. Yun Nuoxing and Yi Qingtang walked down the 4th floor unhurriedly. When they stepped out of the Star Ocean Pavilion, Yun Nuoxing stomped his foot and let out a long breath. He lowered his head and looked at Yi Shi, who had a serious expression on her face. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Little Shi, your aura is not bad, but don't worry. If anything happens, just blame it on the 9 deities temple. Seeing how much Jin Wang and the others value you Xian, they should be able to handle this." Hearing this, Yi Shi raised her head and rolled her eyes at him. She sighed and said, "I don't care about that Snow God sect or Fire God sect. It's just a small Shinming. No matter what, I was once the emperor of the underworld. Once. Now, I am indeed a little worried." Yun Nuoxing rubbed her hair and said with a faint smile, "It's okay. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for little Shi." Based on Yun Nuoxing's current situation, relying on the speed of the light element and the Ling Hong sword, he could kill a divine king in an instant. If he really went crazy once the 10,000 spirits killing array was released, he could throw a bunch of divine weapons over and smash a Shunming expert to death. Moreover, there was a former emperor of the underworld expert beside him, and she was also an array master. Even without the help of divine energy, she could set up a super array with just her spirit and soul. It would probably be no problem for her to deal with a king of the underworld expert. Yi Shi sighed and shook her head. "No, I forgot how to temporarily keep the unused array in my hand. I am a little worried." Yun Nuoxing, seeing her lowering her head in deep thought and constantly rubbing her fingers, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh. In essence, she was still an old monster of unknown age, but seeing that she looked no different from a little girl, he also deliberately treated her like a child. Today, when he saw the aura of a superior that came from her bones and her current deep thoughts, he seemed to feel that the distance between them was very far. However, he didn't want to guess what Yishi was thinking. After walking out of the Star Ocean Pavilion, he walked towards the bridge that connected the west side of the trading area. Not far away, he saw two familiar figures. He couldn't help but smile and walk towards them. Seems like there's trouble. He looked through the crowd and saw a snow-white figure and a pitch-black figure. He also heard a clear and angry voice. He couldn't help but shake his head. He hugged Yishi tightly and quickly walked toward the commotion. A moment later, he squeezed into the crowd and looked inside. Emo Xian, don't go too far. Don't think that just because your snow god sect is in Yuyan City, you can do whatever you want. The white-clothed figure angrily berated as she pointed at the leader of the group of blue-clothed men. Hee, I wouldn't have thought that Fairy Shui could be so beautiful even when she's angry. But you're wrong today. In the trading zone, the highest bidder wins. If I can pay more than you, the item will naturally be mine. Even if I bring this matter back to the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, nobody will care. The blue-clothed man only chuckled at Xueqing's reprimand. After speaking, he turned his head and shouted at the owner of the stall, I'll pay 500,000 gold coins for this pile of galactic sand. Are you selling it or not? Hearing Emo Xian's shout, the stall owner was startled. He was pleasantly surprised and worried at the same time. This galactic sand was collected from meteorites and was a relatively rare material. However, this was just a handful of it. At most, it would cost around 250,000 yuan. He didn't expect that this prodigal son would actually buy it with double the price. He had no reason to refuse, but it was Xueqing and Murong Xuegu who came first, which put him in a difficult position. Xueqing's beautiful face was ashen as she watched Emo Xian pick up the galactic sand and throw it away with a complacent face. Xueqing fiercely gritted her teeth, while Murong Xuegu rolled her eyes. Since the battle in Yuyan City half a year ago, Murong Xuegu had found a friend to help her forge a weapon. She just happened to see the newly built trading zone and found the galactic sand. She didn't expect that just as she negotiated the price with the stall owner, this guy would appear like a ghost. Emo Xian had been to the Divine Prefecture to gain experience and fell in love with Fairy Shui at first sight. However, Fairy Shui was not interested in him at all, so his pursuit of her naturally ended in failure. She did not know how many suitors she had, but she had never seen such a pestering guy. After being rejected several times in private and in public, he finally became extremely unhappy. Every time he saw her, he would find ways to make trouble for her. Later, Emo Xian returned to the Snow God sect and thought that they would never see each other again. She did not expect that they would meet again after 3 years. It was said that enemies often cross paths. Seeing the Snow God sect behind him, she wanted to beat him several times, but failed. However, Xueqing obviously underestimated the viciousness of this sticky candy. She blindly tolerated it, which made Emo Xian a little insatiable. This situation was actually not the first time. Therefore, when she wanted to let go of Murong Xueji's hand, the latter couldn't help but want to fight. Xuegu, beat him up. Taking a deep breath, looking at Emo Xian's increasingly disgusted and complacent face, Xueqing fiercely gritted her teeth and loosened her grip on Murong Xueji's jade-like hand. She couldn't bear it anymore. Murong Xuegu tapped her chin, and an ethereal aura quietly spread out. Just as she was about to make a move, a faint laughter suddenly came from the crowd. 1 million for this galactic sand. As the laughter rang out, the surrounding crowd was also startled. They hurriedly turned their gazes and saw a young man wearing an extremely long black windbreaker who was hugging a little girl with short wine-red hair. Immediately, many people were stunned. The expressions on their faces changed. A group of people looked at Yun Nuoshing, and the other person with pity while another kind of gaze was fear. They all looked at the girl with a deep expression on her pretty face, and a trace of fear involuntarily spread out from their hearts. Young Master Yun, seeing the person who came, Xueqing was stunned for a moment. Then she immediately bloomed a beautiful smile that could turn all living things upside down. She chuckled and said, "We haven't seen each other since you left that day. Is everything all right? Brother, we haven't seen each other for half a year. Is the one you're holding?" The aura on Murong Xueji's body disappeared with a whoosh. However, looking at Yi Shi, who was deep in thought, his handsome face became a little dark, and his cheeks couldn't help but twitch. "No one asked about it. Can't you not mention it?" Yun Nuoshing looked at him and waved her hand with a wry smile. She looked at Xueqing and said, "I didn't expect Xueqing to say such bold words." Hearing this, both of them blushed and couldn't help but scratch their heads. "Nuoshing, I know it's not good to be nosy and ask about other people's private life, but why are you with her? Isn't this the underworld emperor expert from half a year ago? Isn't she the lord of the Abyss Shrine, or something? Why is she with young Master Yun? Could it be that the two of you are old lovers?" Xueqing and Xue Gu hurriedly came to Yun Nuoshing's ears and whispered to each other. Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't she say not to say anything even if they recognized her? Didn't they see that so many people were watching? Everyone present. Or rather, those who had witnessed the great battle in Yuan City half a year ago recognized Yi Shi. Just now, in the Star Ocean Pavilion, so many experts looked at her strangely but didn't say anything. However, these two fellows did. "Oh, why? Do you want to interfere and put on a good show?" When Yun Nuoshing said the first sentence, Mo Xian's face gradually darkened. Seeing the three of them chatting as if he didn't exist, he let out a strange laugh and grabbed the galactic sand in his hand. He sneered, "This young master has already bought this. You can go wherever you want to go. I won't send you off. By the way, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, there will be another grave in Yuyan City. At that time, I will help you take care of your little sister." The people from the Snow God sect only know how to use their power to bully others. The young master of your clan has already said such words to me. I did not expect that another person would be so unbearable. Seeing that arrogant and domineering face, Yun Nuoshing laughed faintly. He raised his hand and pointed it at the distant Mo Xian. Immediately, he clenched his hand and a suction force forcefully snatched the pile of galactic sand over. "Bastard, you're courting death." Seeing Yun Nuoshing suddenly make a move, Mo Xian's face instantly turned ugly. With a furious roar, he waved his hand, and the dozen or so men beside him pounced at Yun Nuoshing like fierce tigers. Bang! Yun Nuoshing calmly looked at the dozen or so men pouncing towards him. With a gentle flick of his finger, a large array suddenly formed. Soon after, it directly smashed onto the bodies of the dozen or so people. The powerful force directly sent them flying backwards. Finally, they heavily smashed into the crowd outside, bringing about a wave of howls and exclamations. "Brother Yun, we haven't seen each other for half a year. Your attainments in arrays have improved again." Murong Xuegu clapped her hands and smiled faintly. Seeing the dozen or so men being defeated in the blink of an eye, Mo Xian was shocked. Just as he was about to curse, a black light suddenly lit up in front of him. Wine red short hair fluttered in the wind. A small jade-like hand touched the black array in front of him. An indifferent voice slowly sounded in his ears, causing him to break out in cold sweat. "You want to take care of me?" Looking at the girl's extremely cold, wine-red eyes, Mo Xian was so scared that he couldn't even speak. Tears and snot flowed down his face. It hadn't been long since they arrived in Yuan City, but the battle half a year ago had caused an uproar. Now, it had become a hot topic after tea and meals. Even these outsiders had heard of it many times. Combining the reactions of the surrounding people and Yi Shi's short wine-red hair, he seemed to have understood something. Nether, Emperor. Mo Xian was so frightened that his face turned blank. Just as he finished muttering to himself, a black flame suddenly erupted from the pitch-black array. The black flame was like an angry dragon. Under the horrified gazes of the people in the trading area, Mo Xian was swallowed whole. Mo Xian didn't even have time to scream before he was burned like a piece of paper and disappeared in an instant. His dozen or so men were so scared that they couldn't even speak. A wisp of astonishment flashed through the hearts of the surrounding people when they saw that Yi Shi had annihilated Mo Xian with a casual strike. They swallowed their saliva and took a few steps back, leaving Yun Nuoxing and the others standing there motionlessly. Mo Xian had just reached the half-immortal realm. Compared to the Nether Emperor expert, he was still too weak. After the shock, everyone looked at Yi Shi with eyes full of fear. They could still remember the scene half a year ago, when the Abyss Shrine made a strong comeback. Countless people had a trip to the gates of hell. If it weren't for the joint forces of all the experts in Yuan City, everyone here would have probably gone to the underworld to report. Their gazes paused on Yi Shi for a while, then they cast strange gazes at Yun Nuoxing. This guy, he was the one who seriously injured Yi Shi and even took her corpse to be buried. How did the two of them change from enemies to this after not seeing each other for half a year? Moreover, they didn't feel that suffocating aura from Yi Shi's body. However, no one would know what happened that day. Yun Nuoxing also wouldn't explain. Since she came out, she didn't want to hide anything. Yi Shi's matter couldn't be hidden forever. Chapter 140. She's still the emperor of the underworld. Under the fearful gazes of the people in the trading area, Yun Nuoxing pulled Xueqing and the other two and turned to leave. He glanced sideways at the dozen or so guards who were wailing nonstop, not far away, as a cold light flashed across his eyes. He did not destroy them, as there was no need for him to do so. If the Snow God sect wanted to cause trouble, he would accompany them. Finally, Yun Nuoxing couldn't stand the gazes from the crowd. With a flash of her 6 wings, Yun Nuoxing brought the two away from the noisy place. The 3 of them flew out of the crowded trading area and finally stopped. Murong Xue looked at Yi Shi and couldn't help but ask. That day, the 3 of them were present. He also saw Yi Shi killing her. Later, he heard the conversation between Yun Nuoxing and Jin Jinwang and heard the news of her death. However, now that she appeared in front of Xueqing and Murong Xue again, they were a little surprised. Yes and no. Yun Nuoxing let go of her hand and looked down at Yi Shi, who had been silent. She shook her head and whispered, as the Abyss Shrine, "She's already dead. The one here now is Yi Shi, not her from that night." Hearing Yun Nuoxing's vague explanation, Xueqing and Murong Xue looked at each other and nodded. "We understand, but we don't seem to understand. We probably know what you're trying to say." Murong Xue nodded. They didn't sense any divinity from Yi Shi, and her cultivation was only ordinary. She wasn't the emperor of the underworld who was high and mighty that night. What happened here was the turning point for their relationship to change, right? You want this galactic sand. Are you going to use it to refine weapons? Yun Nuoxing stopped and threw the bag of galactic sand to Murong Xue and asked, "Yes, I want to refine a zither. The Xian method and secret method I practice contains music. It's suitable for a zither." Murong Xue nodded and smiled bitterly. "I've got the dragon whale's whiskers and the sky dragon's whiskers. They are all very advanced materials. As for the last main material, I chose the galactic sand. My friend is a rank 7 blacksmith, so the materials he chose are very advanced. I don't know if he has collected other materials. Hearing that his friend was a 7th level forger, Yun Nuoshing glanced at him with some surprise. The 7th level was the beginning of the initial god level for forgers. It was very rare in the Taiyuan region. Obviously, this friend of Murong Shui Ji should be his teacher or elder, and Yun Nuoshing could understand why they needed the galactic sand. Young Master Yun, I have received a message from the Ice and Snow Mountain Manor. The purple night flame might erupt in a year or half a year. At that time, Yuan City might cease to exist. I hope you can prepare for it. We will go into seclusion for a period of time. After we finish building the zither, it will take about half a year. Let's go to the Juyuan Pavilion for a chat. Don't forget, looking at the backs of the two people leaving, the words of the two still lingered in his ears. Yun Nuoshing nodded gently and muttered in his heart, "You have to survive, you two idiots. I will go that day." The eruption of the purple night dark flame would threaten everyone in Yuan City. At that time, no matter if they were there intentionally or not, they would be affected. Once that kind of world-destroying divine item exploded, even a god would have to retreat. It would be really difficult for these mortal realm and half-immortal realm little fellows to survive to see this splendid firework. After changing their identities outside, the two people rushed into the secret chamber as soon as they returned to the 9 Divine Palaces manor. Jin Wang and the others were still training the 9 elites. The miserable screams made Yun Nuoshing's hair stand on end. In Yi Shi's world of evolution, the two people were sitting on a slanted grassland. The glazed scroll that they had just obtained was floating in front of them. The scroll flickered with a glazed light like a flickering lamp. If one looked carefully, one would see streaks of bright white patterns on the surface of the scroll. They were like earthworms that covered the entire surface of the scroll. It was a very strange pattern. "Kid, this scroll was left behind by a god in the ancient era. You should know how powerful a person was to be given the title of a god. That person's title was the Glazed God. Don't ask me how I know. When you start studying this scroll, you will know it too." Thinking back to when he left, the laughter of the old man with the golden snake echoed in his mind. Yun Nuoshing's gaze became a bit blank as he stared at the scroll, which was so ordinary that it appeared to be extremely strange. He slowly engraved the patterns on the scroll, but he still didn't discover anything. The Glazed God, one of the most powerful gods in the ancient era. There were many legends about him. I didn't expect this glazed scroll to be left behind by him. No wonder it's glazed. Yi Shi stroked the scroll with her small hand, leaving a touch of warmth on her palm. It didn't feel cold when it was in the air. Seeing Yun Nuoshing staring at the scroll in distress, Yi Shi couldn't help but shake her head. She stuffed the scroll into his hand and said indifferently, "Try all kinds of methods. Take turns to cultivate the 5 elements, collide with the spirit, and so on. What if I break it?" Hearing this simple and crude method, Yun Nuoshing's cheeks couldn't help but tremble. Could it really be so casual? Since it's left behind by a god, it's definitely not simple. Brother Inua's pitiful amount of energy seems to be a little difficult to break the scroll left behind by him. Moreover, if it's broken so easily, it means that there's nothing left behind in this scroll. There's no inheritance, no treasure, nothing at all. Yi Shi smiled faintly, making Yun Nuoshing speechless. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly, but nodded without saying anything. He waved his right hand, and 5 colorful energy balls appeared around him. They circled around his body like fairies, causing the elemental energy in the surrounding space to become much denser. Light element. Seeing that bright white ball of energy the size of a brain, Yishi's eyes flashed with deep envy. Light element, this kind of heaven-defying element. As long as one was a person, they would want it. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoxing had a thought. The 5 dense elemental energies leapt out like ferocious tigers and plunged into the glazed scroll. Afterwards, he stared closely at the scroll. Under the illumination of the 5 colored energies, he could only see the lines that twisted and turned like a maze. However, there were no changes. They didn't become fainter or deeper. After testing all the energies in his body and discovering that there was still no reaction, Yun Nuoxing finally lost his patience. He smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly, saying, "Little Shi, don't keep me in suspense. I can't handle this." Brother Nuo is really impatient. Yishi shook her head. Afterwards, her hands slowly flew up and down in front of her. Her hand seals slowly changed. Every time she paused, the space in front of her would tremble, and an extremely small formation, less than a finger wide, would fly out. Afterwards, she grabbed the formations and carefully placed them into the glazed scroll. Under Yishi's careful placement of the formations, the glazed scroll suddenly dimmed. However, the lines started to glow faintly. The glazed light illuminated Yun Nuoxing and Yishi like candles. Their faces appeared extremely beautiful. Yun Nuoxing was confused by her actions, but he did not disturb her. He only watched silently as she moved the formations one by one. Yishi paid no attention to the confused Yun Nuoxing. The extremely small formations continuously appeared and were all placed into the glazed scroll. After nearly an hour, she finally filled the scroll with small formations. Afterwards, her hand seals suddenly changed. The intense light was as dazzling as the sun, causing Yun Nuoxing to hurriedly look away and close her eyes. It was difficult for Yun Nuoxing to open his tightly closed eyes. He could only feel that there was something on the scroll that was about to break through its shackles. Yishi could also feel it. Her hand seals changed once again. A vast and monstrous spiritual strength broke out of her body and poured into the glazed scroll. When the strong light faintly faded, Yun Nuoxing opened her eyes with great difficulty. She put down the palms that were covering her eyes and took a closer look. Then she suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Standing in front of her was an incomparably ancient towering tree. It seemed to reach all the way from the ground to the clouds. The glazed branches and leaves spread out, and through the sunlight it was dyed a glazed color. As the light scattered on the ground, a strange energy slowly emerged, causing Yun Nuoxing to feel a little apprehensive. She hurriedly lowered her head. Only then did Yun Nuoxing discover that in addition to the huge ancient tree, there was a strange lotus at the roots of the tree. Every leaf of the lotus showed a different color. Counting carefully, there were actually 30 to 40 colors. It was as if all the colors in the world had been condensed. The roots of the ancient tree penetrated into the interior of the lotus and then broke out from the surface. The two seemed to be dependent on each other. The lotus tree, the mark of the glazed god. It seems that this is a scroll left behind by the glazed god. Moreover, no matter how you attack it, it is useless. There should be something good left in it. Mark? This is just a mark. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. This towering lotus tree was just a mark. Why did he feel a very clear breath of life? That breath of life flowed into his body, making him feel a little lightheaded. But what exactly is inside? Carefully taking the scroll, from Yishi, Yun Nuoxing looked up and down. Then she raised her head and asked in confusion, "I don't know. Right now, we are not strong enough. I have seen the energy seal. It is very strong. Even a low-level god would find it difficult to break it. I reckon that it requires some special energy. Of course, if I were in my peak condition, I might be able to give it a try. Yishi shook her head. The energy seal was very strong. Her super small magic array was not only used for detection, but also had some power to break the seal. However, it had no effect on it at all. As expected of a celestial god, even something left behind by a celestial god needs to be so cautious before it can be spread. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Knowing that it was difficult to break it, he was not disappointed. On the contrary, he was a little happy. He felt that it was not a loss to give away the 10,000 spirits killing array. Since even she could not break it, the only scroll left behind by the glazed god must have something very powerful in it. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's fiery gaze, Yishi could not help but shake her head. Her small mouth opened slightly and paused for a moment, but nothing came out. With a bitter laugh, she muttered in her heart, "Forget it. If I can snatch the purple night dark flame, I should be able to break this energy seal. I better not say anything." Little she, what about the 9 dragons array? Carefully putting away the scroll left behind by the glazed god, Yun Nuoxing's eyes sparkled. He looked at Yi Shi with hope. His look made the latter smile bitterly, but she did not say anything. She originally wanted to pass this thing to him, but the timing was not right. Cultivate the immortal grade magic array. Right now, when you have completely mastered it, I will teach you the divine grade magic array. At that time, I will pass the 9 dragons array to you. Yishi curled her lips and looked at Yun Nuoxing with smiling eyes. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing could not help but smile bitterly. Chapter 141. Early in the morning, the lazy sun struggled to leap from the horizon, shooting a ray of light parallel to the boundless prairie. There was some water mist left in the air, and even the light had turned into visible light. The sound of energy explosions rang out in the distance. Thick pillars of light tore through the mist, and the situation inside became clear. On the grassland, 2 figures flashed past. The whistling wind turned the emerald green into ripples and pushed them far away. In the void, pieces of blue discs about 10 feet in size were annihilated and formed again. Wherever the 2 passed, even the space could not help but tremble. Boom! Another violent explosion landed on the grassland, creating a huge crater in the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and a muffled groan could be heard. However, the 2 figures quickly rushed out of the dust, and the energy light pillars followed them into the sky. They exploded indiscriminately in the sky, as if they were blooming in a dazzling display of fireworks. Lightning, accompanied by a loud shout, a formation that was 1,000 feet in size rapidly condensed beside the figure in front. Soon after, it was grabbed by the figure. 6 wings carried a gust of wind as they pushed the formation into the distance. With a grab of the hand, a straight bolt of lightning seemed to forcefully draw a line in space. The glaring light caused the figure to hurriedly narrow his eyes. However, the person behind him did not seem to have seen it at all. He held a formation that was as wide as the linear thunder in his hand and pushed it out slightly, welcoming the lightning that tore through space like a furious dragon. The lightning dragon plunged into the formation, and the entire space fell silent for a moment. Afterwards, the 100 or so formations that hovered behind the person suddenly trembled gently. Bolts of lightning shot out from them, as if a thundercloud was releasing lightning randomly. Seeing that his attack had been directed at him, instead, the face of the person at the front trembled a few times. He flapped his 6 wings and quickly waved his hands, creating a formation that was several hundred meters wide. The bolts of linear thunder, that rushed over all suddenly changed directions and shot past him. Sizzle! Before the person could continue to fly away, the space in front of him suddenly shook gently. Afterwards, a wine-red color appeared in front of him. Along with it was a formation that stuck to Yun Nuoxing's face. He bitterly smiled and hurriedly waved his hands. This formation of yours is really against the rules. Little she, you're using my attack to hit me. Landing on the ground with a bitter smile, Yun Nuoxing crossed his legs. As he cultivated, he could not help but mutter. In the past few months, he had been vexed over this formation. Even the evil spirit eyes could not interfere with it, and it was also difficult to replicate it. According to his speculations, this was at least a demon tear formation. Brother Nuo, you're also really against the rules to cultivate. Yishi landed beside him and couldn't help but roll her eyes. When she saw that Yun Nuo could chat while cultivating one day, she couldn't remain calm anymore. She had never seen anyone who could talk while cultivating. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands. He was not sure about this. He only felt that when cultivating, one's mind would not be completely immersed, and there would be a part of it that was idle. Little she, what grade of divine tear formation master were you in the past? Yun Nuoxing could not help but ask as he cultivated. Yishi raised her head. Her small face was somewhat blank as she stared blankly at the sky. In a low voice, she said, I don't know. I've lived for too long and have forgotten many things. I've forgotten where I've been. I've forgotten my past cultivation experience. I've forgotten many people. I've forgotten where my home is. But I still remember that cultivation is the only thing that keeps me going in this life. Turning his head, Yun Nuoxing looked at her sad appearance. He opened his mouth and also raised his head. Looking at the blue sky, he could not help but sigh. He had also forgotten all of this. The only thing that kept him going was the voice in his head and Ouyang Xianin. He wanted to understand everything. Silence. The two of them fell silent at the same time. On the grass, only the sound of their breathing could be heard, as well as the slight sound of the wind blowing through their hair. After a long time, the two of them walked out of this derived world. Yun Nuoxing changed his clothes. Just as he walked out of the secret room and arrived at the courtyard, he saw Yao Hua and the others sitting in the courtyard. They were in a sorry state, especially Fengya. Her aura was chaotic, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be seriously injured, and even her internal organs were injured. What happened to you all? Seeing their miserable appearance, Yu Xin jumped in fright. She quickly ran to Fengya's side. At this moment, the beautiful woman was frowning. Dense wood element was flowing out of her slender hands and into his body, calming down the berserk aura. We were beaten up. No, we were beaten up badly by one person. Jin Jinwang rolled his eyes. This was the second time Yao Hua and the others had been beaten up in Yuan City, and both times one of them was seriously injured. The first time, it was Jining. This time, it was Fengya. Even with their carefree attitude, they were still a bit angry. Perhaps the other party did not kill them because they were from the 9 temples. However, from the looks of it, it would not be easy to beat them up either. One person? Yu Xin was stunned. The 9 of them were extremely talented and had the full support of the 9 temples. Other than being young and not having a higher cultivation than their peers, the 9 of them were confident that no one would be able to defeat them at the same level as them, someone in the half-immortal realm or the immortal realm. Thinking of this, Yu Xin came to a realization. If someone of this level did not use formations, even she would have trouble dealing with them. The chances of winning barehanded were not high. Yes, and that person is someone you have been looking forward to for a long time. Jin Jinwang nodded helplessly. He raised his golden eyes and looked at Yu Xin. he whispered. "Why don't you go and deal with that person? Someone I have been looking forward to for a long time." Yu Xian was a bit confused. Now, the only people she had hoped for were Murong Shuige and Xueqing. However, the half-year period was not up yet, so it should not be time for them to go to the Ju Yuan Pavilion. Moreover, they had no enmity with Yao Hua and the others, so they would not be so ruthless. Moreover, Jin Wang did not know that she knew them, someone from the Sacred Weapon Temple. Yu Xian was startled and quickly raised her head. "Yes." The Gold Divine King nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "A few years ago, in Xingqiu City, the Divine Weapon Divine Palace was besieged by many forces, and the Divine Weapon Divine Palace's 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 Divine Weapon Divine Palaces Divine Weapon Divine Palaces Divine Weapon Divine Palaces Divine Weapon Divine Palaces Divine Weapon Divine Palace. Yu Xian also thought of this matter, but she was also a little unhappy that the target of revenge was changed to Yao Hua and the others. Moreover, she was also involved in this matter. "All right, I will go and have a talk with that person." Yu Xian nodded. "Well, it can't be better if you can help. I originally wanted to leave him to Yao Hua and the others, but..." Jin Wang turned his head and looked at the injured Yao Hua and the others. He could not help but sigh. The latter and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. Since they were beaten back, there was no need to talk about keeping them. The first floor of the Green Cloud restaurant was empty. In the middle of the restaurant, there was a huge empty stone platform. Some plants were placed in a circle around the stone platform. The upper part of the middle part was also empty. Looking up, one could see many people sitting on the second floor of the restaurant, drinking tea and drinking wine beside the fence. Following the sandalwood stairs, the two walked up to the second floor of the restaurant. Because there were many people in Yuyan City, the restaurant was also full at the moment. However, what surprised Yun Nuoxing was that although there were many people in the restaurant, it was very quiet. There was not the slightest bit of noise. Occasionally, the melodious sound of a guqin could even be heard. The Green Cloud restaurant really lives up to its reputation. Yun Nuoxing whispered. Although this clear sky restaurant was not luxurious, it was clean and tidy, and the decorations were very elegant. It made people's eyes light up, especially when paired with the quiet atmosphere of wine tasting and the setting off of the ancient songs. It made the restaurant even more elegant. After casually finding a seat by the window and ordering a pot of light tea, Yun Nuoxing stretched himself. Sitting on the seat, he listened to the conversations of the people in the restaurant. As he spread out his soul strength, he could even hear the subtle sounds on the other side of the restaurant. However, his eyes were fixed on a place in the middle of the second floor. Yun Nuoxing found that almost all the conversations in the restaurant revolved around the same topic, purple night flame. Of course, most of the outsiders who came to Yuyan City at this moment were here for it. Occasionally, he would hear the names of the 9 immortal temples, the 8 ancient families, the gathering Yuan Pavilion, and some other people. What surprised him the most was that the Battle of the Abyss Immortal Temple did not fade away even after a year had passed. What he did was gradually becoming a miracle. Brother Mu, last time, the young immortal kings of the 9 immortal temples came to find you, but they were beaten back by you. Why did you let them go instead of keeping them here? With your strength, you shouldn't even be afraid of that son of light, right? At this moment, a smiling voice attracted Yun Nuoxing's attention. He could not help but raise his head and slowly put down the teacup. Our sacred weapon, Immortal Temple, has been at odds with the 9 immortal temples for many years. However, they are too powerful. Before we came out, the elders said that if we meet the people of the 9 immortal temples, we just have to leave them alive. We juniors can only listen to them. However, I believe that after teaching them a lesson, they will know their place. A handsome man in a green robe said with a faint smile as he held a cup of tea in his slender hand. However, the so-called future 9 kings of the 9 immortal temples don't seem to be of high quality. They were crushed with a light slap. If the so-called future 9 kings are only SOSO, any 9 of them would be worthy of this title. The man in green robe laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable pride. In the distance, Yun Nuoxing heard these words and could not help but sigh. Yao Hua and the others were indeed weaker. They were at a disadvantage when they came out to train. It seems like this is the person that Fengya and the others were talking about. Opposite Yun Nuoxing, Yishi took a small sip of tea. Her wine-red eyes glanced at the man in green robe. Then she looked at Yun Nuoxing and asked, "What do you plan to do?" "Since I promised the Immortal Kings, I have to move around. I heard that martial arts competitions are allowed in Qingyun restaurant." Yun Nuoxing put down his spoon and raised his eyes to look at the huge stone platform below. Brother Mu's strength is indeed outstanding. You have already reached the 7th rank of the half-immortal realm. You must be a core disciple of the sacred weapon Immortal Temple. How can the people of the 9 immortal temples be compared to you, Brother Mu? Hearing the flattering voices around him, the smile on the man in green robe's face widened. Everyone liked to hear flattering words, especially in front of so many people. They would feel especially proud. Since the sacred weapon Immortal Temple is so powerful, what is there to be afraid of? Can't we just destroy the 9 immortal temples? At this moment, a mocking laughter suddenly sounded, startling everyone in the restaurant. Although the man in green robes' words were a bit unpleasant, his strength was there. He had defeated Yao Hua and the others twice in a row. Moreover, he was a disciple of the sacred weapon Immortal Temple. But now, someone dared to refute him. The man in green robe didn't expect that someone would contradict him like this. His face couldn't help but turn cold. He slowly turned his eyes and looked at Yun Nuoxing and Yishi. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but sneer and say, "Who the hell are you? Do you want to stand up for those trash?" "I'm not anyone. I'm just a passerby. I'm just saying something insignificant." Yun Nuoxing supported her face with her left hand. She didn't even look at the man. She slowly stirred her tea with a spoon and said indifferently, "A dignified half-immortal realm expert fighting against 9 people of the 10 extremes of the mortal realm. You still talk so righteously. You just came out of your mother's womb a few years earlier than them. In my opinion, you're just a trash." Everyone's face slightly changed when they saw Yun Nuoxing's lazy appearance, especially the people of Yuyan City. When they saw him and Yi Shi, their faces were a bit interesting. They sighed in their hearts. There are some words that you have to pay the price for saying it, because the person who said it doesn't have the qualifications to say it. The man in green robe's face gradually became gloomy. He coldly looked at Yun Nuoxing and sneered. "Qingyun Restaurant, open the battle stage." Chapter 142. Their shouts reverberated in the pavilion and silenced the noisy atmosphere. Both of them were quite famous. One of them was a disciple of the Divine Weapon Divine Palace who had stood firmly in the half-celestial realm for a long time. He had defeated the young divine kings of the 9 divine temples twice. The other one had defeated a netherworld emperor expert and forced 4 netherworld kings to retreat. Although the divine weapon played a part in his victory, no one could deny his strength. Both of them were the most powerful among the younger generation. How could they compete with each other here today? As they thought of this, several people in the restaurant revealed an interested expression. Their gazes swept back and forth between the two of them. However, there were even more people who fixed their gazes on Yun Nuoxing. These people all knew that Ling Hong's sword was in this person's possession. 10 months ago, the young man who defeated an emperor of the underworld with the help of the divine sword, the Ling Hong sword, is here. He looks quite young. I didn't expect him to be recognized by the divine weapon. He is enviable. If it wasn't for the 9 divine temples behind him, he would have been taken away by others. The underworld emperor, who came back from the dead, is also beside him. I wonder what their relationship is. That day, he killed her with the Ling Hong sword. Now, they are sitting here in harmony. No wonder he provoked Mu Qing. He is under the protection of the 9 divine temples. The 9 young divine kings have been defeated twice. I guess he can't sit still and wants to prove himself. Hearing the whispers around, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but yawn. He tilted his head and looked at the calm teacup. He took a sip and couldn't help but smile at Yi Shi. I didn't have to shout, and he asked for a fight himself. How cooperative. Won't I cause you trouble by sitting here? Yi Shi sighed. She raised her head and looked at the people who still had some fear on their faces. She shook her head and poured a cup of tea for him. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He had also heard those words, but he didn't want to pay attention to them. It doesn't matter. Didn't I say that you're no longer a member of the Abyss Shrine? You're Yi Shi. Your life is mine. Just listen to me and ignore them. Yi Shi nodded lightly. She didn't want to pay attention to anything in the first place. She was just worried that this would bring trouble to him, so she'd rather not appear. Since he didn't care, then so be it. So you're the brat who caused a commotion in Yuan's city. Hearing the surrounding voices, Mu Qing could not help but sneer. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with greed. Ling Hongjian was right in front of him. The sacred weapon Godly Palace attached great importance to high-level weapons. As long as they had their eyes on it, they would fight for it at all costs. He also coveted the second divine sword of the godly sword record. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and looked at Mu Qing. The greed in Mu Qing's eyes was the strongest, making him feel a little disgusted. His voice couldn't help but turn gloomy. You want Ling Hongjian? You, a mere half-immortal trash, a dignified trash, a clown? Do you believe that I can make you disappear completely from the world of the gods in the next instant? Mu Qing's loud curses stunned the surrounding people. Then they saw Yun Nuoxing's cold eyes and trembled. They quickly looked away and hid the greed in their eyes. This guy could even kill an emperor of the underworld expert. How could his words be just for Mu Qing? I hope your strength is half as good as your mouth. Mu Qing sneered. Mu Qing sneered. His figure flashed and instantly appeared on the stone platform on the first floor. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with a smile. He was a rank 7 half-immortal, while Yun Nuoxing was only a rank 9 mortal realm expert. The difference in strength was obvious. Although he had a divine weapon, it was impossible for him to use his divine weapon in this kind of competition. Therefore, he had never lost to a rank 9 mortal realm expert before. I have heard of your achievements for a long time. I wonder if you can announce your name today so that we can admire you? Finish it in 10 moves. Brother Nuo will have to carve an extra 1,000 Dharma rays in one more move. Yi Shi swayed her legs and smiled sweetly. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The surrounding people were shocked. She was so confident. Could it be that she could win? Since little brother Mu wants to admire me, I naturally can't refuse. If I don't meet little Shi's requirements, I don't mind telling you. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at the green-clothed man on the stage with a feminine smile. Mu Qing raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw that Yun Nuoxing didn't refuse. However, the smile on his face became wider and wider. He made a gesture of invitation. However, no one saw the cold look in his eyes when he lowered his head slightly. Yun Nuoxing stretched his waist and tapped his feet on the ground. The space in front of him shook. In the next instant, his figure appeared not far away from Mu Qing. "You are indeed worthy of being the wielder of the Ling Hong sword. Your courage is really admirable." Mu Qing smiled as he looked at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing looked at Mu Qing's fake smile with disdain. His face was calm, and his voice was so calm that there wasn't the slightest trace of emotion. "I don't need the Ling Hong sword to deal with you. Please. I'm afraid that you won't be able to return once you come down." Mu Qing laughed loudly. He suddenly took a step forward. The vast yuan power and immortal energy in his body immediately surged out in all directions. The powerful immortal energy pressure caused many people in the pavilion to take a few more glances. This aura and yuan power were almost completely transformed into immortal energy. Today, I want to personally test just how great the wielder of the Ling Hong sword is. Mu Qing laughed loudly as his energy surged. He suddenly clenched his slender hand, and a sharp wind formed in his palm. He stomped his feet on the ground, and his body appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing at lightning speed. The sharp wind from his palm was like an inescapable net that violently slammed toward Yun Nuoxing. The force caused Yun Nuoxing's robes to flutter. Yun Nuoxing took a step forward in the face of Mu Qing's ferocious attack. A formation was suddenly shattered the moment it was formed. In a blur, he appeared behind Mu Qing. "Good dodge. However, you should also try my flaming weapon footwork." Mu Qing was startled when he felt Yun Nuoxing appear behind him. He immediately sneered and took a step forward. Flames flickered on the ground, and his body was like a ghost. It seemed as though there was a ball of fire under his feet. There was no lack of high-level secret techniques in the sacred weapon Divine Palace. Mu Qing's position in the Divine Palace was not low. Naturally, the techniques that he learned were not ordinary. Icy explosive flame palm. After performing the so-called flaming weapon footwork, Mu Qing's speed suddenly increased. The wind from his palm also changed abruptly. There was some cold air entwined in the scorching heat and rapidly gathered in his palm. Wherever his palm passed, the space was distorted by the high temperature. An ear-piercing buzzing sound spread out sharply. The resources in the Divine Palace are really enviable. If I did not have Xian Yin behind me, Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes when he felt Mu Qing's speed and attack suddenly become fierce. With so many high-level secret techniques, this guy did not have to worry about not being able to deal with a 7th-rank half-immortal. He did not need to use too much strength to deal with him. However, his opponent had miscalculated. Yun Nuoxing, who had extraordinary soul power and mental energy, could perfectly dodge any attack. Yun Nuoxing's slender fingers flicked continuously. Small formations were formed and shattered in an instant. Every attack would accurately hit the moment when Mu Qing's palm wind was about to hit him. At this moment, the palm wind would weaken. He had the evil spirit eye and could grasp this moment very well. Bang! Bang! Every time the two energies clashed, the expression on Mu Qing's face would become more and more solemn. After 7 or 8 rounds of fighting, his face had been completely replaced by a solemn expression. He had already used 2 high-level immortal rank secret skills, but he was unable to cause the slightest bit of damage to Yun Nuoxing. The latter's frequent yawns made him feel a little embarrassed. Yawn 8 rounds. There are still 2 rounds left. She will blame me for being playful. Why don't we settle this once and for all? After a long yawn, Yun Nuoxing twisted his body and directly dodged Mu Qing's tricky attack. He did not even want to break it. Bastard! Mu Qing's expression was dark and cold. His feet suddenly retreated. While his body was retreating, his hands formed numerous seals with lightning-like speed. The surrounding fire elements also crazily gathered towards him. Blazing blood seal. A huge seal came crashing down from the sky with a wave of fire. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes. He took a step forward, and 2 magic arrays appeared in a flash. They ignored the huge seal and strangely appeared in front of Mu Qing. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched towards the latter. For small scarlet talismans flew towards Mu Qing like a fierce gale. Mu Qing, who was unable to react, was scared half to death. This brat teleportation? Yun Nuoxing's strange figure caused his face to turn pale. However, before he had time to think, a terrifying gale rushed towards him, causing him to hastily meet it. Bang! The terrifying gale carried a blazing heat wave as it spread out on the stone platform. Soon after, the crowd seemed to hear several consecutive sounds of attacks. A terrifying explosive force surged out from Yun Nuoxing's fist. Mu Qing was directly hit onto the stone platform, creating a sizable hole. Upstairs, the faces of the people who were originally watching the show changed. Could it be that a dignified half-immortal was so weak that he couldn't even defeat a mundane stage brat? Mu Qing is actually not his opponent. An uproar broke out in the surroundings. Looking at Yun Nuoxing, who had used all his skills but was still yawning as if he had not woken up yet, everyone could not help but feel speechless. This fellow, fighting was still so boring. Bastard! After being punched into the stone platform, Mu Qing's face turned red. He suddenly jumped up from the stone platform, leaving a human-shaped hole behind him. He didn't understand why he, a 7th-rank half-immortal, wasn't the opponent of a mundane stage brat. Demonic flame seal. A sinister expression appeared on Mu Qing's face. He used the flaming weapon step technique to the extreme. Flames flickered on the stone platform, and the seals in his hands changed rapidly. A majestic amount of energy was rapidly condensing. Achoo! Yun Nuoxing fiercely sneezed. He rubbed his nose and lazily looked at the blurry figure that was rapidly shuttling through the arena. He lightly stepped on the ground. Go to hell! Seeing Yun Nuoxing's appearance, the sinister expression on Mu Qing's face became even more pronounced. His hand seals paused, and a cold expression appeared in his eyes. He formed a flaming seal in his hand. However, just as he was about to attack Yun Nuoxing, a chilling intent enveloped his heart. Boom! The moment the chilling intent appeared, the stone platform under Mu Qing's feet suddenly exploded. A blue pillar of fire that was over 10 feet tall rushed out like a ferocious beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In the end, it swallowed Mu Qing whole. The attack that came from below the stone platform was beyond everyone's expectations. As one of the main characters, Mu Qing could not even let out a scream. His body was twisted in the blue pillar of fire, and his clothes were burned to ashes. However, the pillar of fire only lasted for 3 seconds before it gradually disappeared. The blue flames on Mu Qing's body also suddenly extinguished. His body turned into a piece of charcoal, and he powerlessly fell onto the stone platform. Looking at the battle that had ended in an instant, the restaurant was completely silent. Numerous astonished gazes looked at the arena, the handsome young man who was still yawning. After a while, thunderous applause resounded in the restaurant. He was indeed worthy of being chosen by Ling Hongjian. Yun Nuoxing's expression was calm. Looking at the charred Mu Qing, he slightly cupped his hands and yawned for the last time. Then he smiled and said, "I didn't wake up this time. I'm sorry. Thank you for going easy on me." Pucci, the charred figure who had just raised his head, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood when he heard these words. The surrounding people also smiled bitterly. What would happen if he woke up? Chapter 143. Yun Nuoshing lightly tapped the ground and returned to the second floor to sit down. There was a barely noticeable flame burning between his fingers as his spiritual strength faintly gushed out. He raised his teacup, took a sip, and let out a sigh of relief. I lost. In the pavilion, the few people who were seated beside Mu Qing earlier were startled as they stared at the charcoal within the pile of rocks. They exchanged glances and saw a shock that was difficult to hide in each other's eyes. They involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They didn't recognize Yun Nuoshing at first glance. Later, when they heard the discussions around them, they knew that Mu Qing's opponent was the miracle who had caused a stir in Yuyan City. Their understanding of the former was limited to this. They thought that he only had a divine sword and didn't have any strength. Now that they thought about it, that idea was too ridiculous. How weak could someone who was chosen by Ling Hongjian be? Cough. On the stone platform, Mu Qing, who was buried in the rubble, turned over in a rather sorry state. He struggled to climb out. His clothes had long been burned, and his pants were about to fall off. His entire body was charred black. As he coughed violently, blood continuously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Mu Qing's hair was disheveled. His blood-red eyes stared ferociously at Yun Nuoshing, who was slowly drinking tea. His long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a crazy demon. In this competition, he was almost completely defeated. He was defeated in 2 moves by a mortal stage expert. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out what had happened. He had many high-level secret skills, but he was defeated so miserably. Bastard! I don't accept this. Anger and humiliation exploded in his heart like a bomb. He had been defeated so miserably in front of so many people. If this matter was spread to the sacred weapon divine palace, he didn't know how much ridicule he would receive. He wasn't a core disciple. At most, he was a slightly talented one. If he didn't perform well, it wasn't impossible for him to be expelled. Mu Qing's anger rushed to his head. He roared angrily and stomped his feet on the ground. Enduring the tearing pain in his body, he turned into a flash of lightning and once again shot toward Yun Nuoshing on the second floor. Seeing Mu Qing suddenly lose his mind, many people in the restaurant frowned. This guy didn't have any elegance at all. How ugly! Yun Nuoshing shook her head as she indifferently looked at Mu Qing's face. She took a sip of tea, and with a thought, a formation that was 100 feet in size appeared out of thin air. Enormous energy endlessly squeezed towards the center of the formation like a tide. Subsequently, a terrifying energy pillar blasted Mu Qing's chest with lightning speed. Pucci, suffering another heavy blow, Mu Qing felt as if her entire body was being torn apart. She spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the air. She crashed through the floorboards of the 3rd floor and crashed into some unknown corner. TSK, this Mu Qing is so simple-minded. Of all the people to provoke, she chose to provoke Nuoshing. Isn't she looking for trouble? While Mu Qing pounced toward Yun Nuoshing like a madman, Murong Shuego couldn't help but laugh from the 3rd floor of the loft. She had been watching for a long time. This was a somewhat remote place, and was much quieter than other places. There were 4 figures sitting at this table, 2 men and 2 women. 2 of them were Murong Shuego and Xueqing. The other 2 were also exceptionally good-looking. At a glance, It seemed like the entire table was made up of girls. Not bad. She's a good seedling. Mortal level 9. Her energy is as condensed as a crystal, and her capacity is more than 10 times that of a solid. Mu Qing's energy is only at the semi-solid level. Moreover, that blue flame is probably a stronger beast fire. It's normal for Mu Qing to lose. The good-looking man raised his willowy eyebrows and said faintly, "A powerful soul and an array master. That array just now is probably at the immortal level. In other words, young Master Yun has already stepped into the ranks of masters. As for Mu Qing, I don't know what to say." Xue Qing couldn't help but laugh. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them turned their gazes to the woman who had been quiet all this while. She wore a light yellow dress, and her cheeks were covered by a veil. Even so, one could vaguely see a very beautiful silhouette through the veil. Her bright eyes seemed to condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She had an indescribable aura of holiness. Sitting beside Xue Qing, her aura was particularly eye-catching. She didn't respond to the topic of the three of them. It was as if nothing could pique her interest. "Cousin, you should say something too." Murong Xue couldn't help but roll her eyes and laugh when she saw her cousin's reaction. The woman in the light yellow dress glanced at her and lowered her eyelids slightly. She didn't say anything, causing the three of them to roll their eyes as well. In the pavilion, Mu Qing, who was covered in blood, looked at Yun Nuoxing with a ferocious gaze. His breathing was like a cow's panting. After a long while, he roared like a madman and charged out again. However, before he could reach Yun Nuoxing this time, dozens of chains bound him like a dumpling. The cold sensation brought him back to his senses. "Enough! This is so annoying." Yun Nuoxing frowned and stomped her foot on the ground. Dozens of arrays suddenly appeared in the void in front of her and surrounded Mu Qing in layers. The energy connected into one, and the ripples caused the space to tremble. Everyone in the restaurant sucked in a breath of cold air. How much soul power did it take to control so many immortal level arrays at once? However, they didn't know that under Yi Shi's daily training, Yun Nuoxing's maximum number of arrays was dozens of times more than here. Wow, this restaurant is going to explode. Murong Xue jumped up in shock when she saw the dozens of arrays. She quickly grabbed the arms of the woman in the light yellow dress and Xue Qing. Just as she was about to rush out, a shout suddenly resounded in the restaurant. "Mu Qing!" The sudden cold shout woke Mu Qing up completely. His body was suspended in the air, and he clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to break. "You've disgraced the sacred weapon Godly Palace." Mu Qing turned around with difficulty. Several figures walked in from outside the restaurant and stood outside the stone platform. They raised their heads and looked at Mu Qing, who was tied up like a dumpling. They couldn't help but frown. When Mu Qing saw the leading figure, fear flashed in his eyes. "Duan Tringhai." Murong Xue stopped when she saw that person. She looked at them with interest. It seemed that today's matter wasn't over yet. Humph! The figure glanced at Mu Qing and snorted coldly. Then he slowly turned around and stared at the black-robed figure on the second floor. He said in a deep voice, "Nameless boy, did you have fun beating him up?" "Yes, quite fun. I'm just a little sleepy." Yun Nuoxing yawned and looked down at the figure. The latter was wearing a gray robe with a large weapon word printed on his back. It was very eye-catching. Silver light flowed on the robe. It was obviously not made of ordinary materials. There was a burning sensation in the aura flowing around the robe. Immortal rank. He's at least at the 6th transformation. He hasn't reached the 1st transformation yet. His soul power flowed out slowly and casually. judging from the energy that had completely condensed into immortal chi. This person should be at the 6th transformation immortal rank. Yun Nuoxing wasn't afraid of him. Hearing this, the man in the gray robe looked up and took a step forward. He appeared on the stone platform and said indifferently, "Sacred weapon godly palace, Duan Qinghai, since you like to fight so much, let me fight with you. What do you think? Taking turns to fight. Interesting, but it's useless. If you want to fight, take my attack first." Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly, and then he suddenly snapped his fingers with his right hand. After that, the dozens of immortal grade formations in midair suddenly turned and pointed towards Duan Qinghai. The energy that overflowed from them caused the gazes of everyone in the restaurant to narrow slightly. Dozens of energy-light pillars formed a curtain that covered the sky as they smashed towards Duan Qinghai from all directions. The hot, cold, and extremely fast energy wind blew against his face, causing his expression to freeze. He stretched his hands forward, and an energy barrier quickly formed. Bang! Crack! The energy beam that blotted out the sky and covered the earth tore through his barrier without much effort. The surging immortal chi was scattered. Then, it all landed on Duan Qinghai's body. Sounds of energy explosions came from all over his body. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was suddenly sent flying, leaving a bloody line in the air. It was very shocking. "Sorry, you can't take it." Yun Nuoxing sighed with a regretful expression. He slowly sat down and took a sip of tea. A majestic soul power rushed into Duan Qinghai's mind. Buffed. Hearing this sound and the sharp pain in his mind, Duan Qinghai's eyes rolled back. He spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. In fact, he had underestimated his opponent. He didn't expect that a mortal rank Yun Nuoxing's concentrated attacks could directly tear his defense apart. Mu Qing and the others who came in with Duan Qinghai looked at each other. Morong Shuega and the others couldn't help but wipe the sweat on their foreheads. This Yun Nuoxing was too strong. She killed an immortal rank expert in an instant. He didn't use his full strength. At this time, the woman in the yellow dress finally spoke. Her faint voice made the others turn their gazes. Xueqing and Mu Qing didn't think much of it. They more or less knew how strong Yun Nuoxing was. However, the other man looked at Murong Shuega in disbelief. "Cousin, it's useless to stare at me. Yun Nuoxing can tear down Yin City if she uses her full strength." Seeing his bull-like eyes, Murong Shuega couldn't help but smile bitterly. The other man also smiled bitterly. Was this really something that a mortal rank expert could do? She was a monster. Bastard, what are you doing? The sound of footsteps was once again transmitted from the entrance of the restaurant. Shortly after, a gray-robed old man rushed into the restaurant with a majestic gait. His figure flashed and appeared on the stone platform. He couldn't help but frown when he saw that Mu Qing was suspended in midair and Duan Qinghai was lying at the side. Elder Feng Yen. Seeing the gray-robed old man, Mu Qing, and the others were startled. They hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted him respectfully. "How dare you be so presumptuous? Do you think there's no one in the sacred weapon godly palace?" The old man called Feng Yen glared at Mu Qing and the others. Then he glared at Yun Nuoxing. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. His aura surged in the air. At this moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant was extremely oppressive. Everyone hurriedly retreated when they saw the divine rank expert who suddenly broke in. Many people found it difficult to breathe under this aura. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Even the restaurant was on the verge of collapse. A divine king expert. Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. He took a deep breath, and a golden array appeared under his feet. He turned around and saw Yishi covering her mouth and yawning. Then she smiled at him. The golden array gently rotated, and a strange aura flowed around his body. Yun Nuoshing only felt that the pressure of the God King powerhouse had completely dissipated. Although he himself did not feel much pressure, he had so many divine artifacts with him. Even a God underworld powerhouse could not crush him, let alone a God King powerhouse. Old man, don't tell me you want to do it yourself. Yun Nuoshing slowly exhaled. Dots of blue light gathered in his sleeves. He looked at Feng Yen, who was on the stone platform below, and said softly. Feng Yen looked at Mu Qing and Duan Tringhai. A cold aura gushed out from his body. The murderous aura pressed down on Yun Nuoshing. The fluctuation of his divine origin caused the space to distort slightly. Old man, don't be too arrogant. Yun Nuoshing gritted his teeth. He clenched his fist in the air. Then the dozens of arrays flashed back. They duplicated at a dazzling speed. In just a few breaths' time, there were thousands of arrays rotating behind Yun Nuoshing. The azure light shone on everyone's stunned faces. Chapter 144. The thousands of discs were like the branches and leaves of a towering tree spreading out into the distance. When they fully stretched out, they were at least 10,000 feet in size. They penetrated the green cloud restaurant and covered the entire void. Whether it was inside the pavilion or outside the restaurant, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this blue curtain. Well, this is not good. Murong Shuige and the others looked up at the slowly rotating arrays. Their mouths and tongues were dry. How much soul power did it take to control so many arrays? Moreover, there was not a trace of disorder. How precise and terrifying was the control of the soul power. I think it's better for us to leave first. The handsome man smiled embarrassedly. If these things were to fall, not to mention the green cloud restaurant, even the surrounding 10,000 feet would be wiped out. Let's go behind young Master Yun. It's safer there. Hearing this, Xueqing shook her head. If one looked carefully, they would find that the spirit arrays were all standing behind Yun Nuoshing and were uniformly pointing at Feng Yen on the stone platform. Then, the latter's back was a safe place for them. The woman in the yellow dress still did not say anything. She stood up calmly and walked down the stairs. The three people behind her looked at each other and rolled their eyes. Would this guy lose a piece of meat if he spoke more? I didn't expect you to be a spirit array master. Looking at this posture, it should be at the 5th grade of the immortal rank. Seeing the numerous spirit arrays, Feng Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. However, this surprise only lasted for a short moment before coldness filled his eyes again. 5th grade of the immortal rank. In the pavilion, those who knew about magic arrays couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. These magic arrays were indeed around the 5th grade of the immortal standard, but how could the spiritual force and spiritual force that controlled the orderly operation of the 1,000 pieces be only at the 5th grade? They were afraid that they could compete with people at the 7th or 8th grade. They didn't know how this kid practiced. Yun Nuoshing didn't know what these people were thinking. Because of the soul-burning art, his soul strength was being consumed almost all the time. This also made his soul strength extremely powerful. However, he didn't know how to use it in the beginning. It wasn't until Yishi gave him guidance on cultivation that he began to pay attention to these ethereal things. At this moment, all of Yun Nuoshing's soul power and spiritual energy were pouring into the array. His elemental energy flowed out from every inch of his body. When the 3 types of energy flowed into the array, he could clearly feel his body gradually becoming tired. Yun Nuoshing knew that this was a sign that he had reached his limit. If he were to weave another array, now, that array would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. He could clearly feel the feedback of every single array in his mind. Through the evil spirit eye, he accurately controlled every single array. With a single thought, the hundreds and thousands of arrays, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, abruptly turned and aimed at the gray-robed old man standing on the stone platform. Shortly after, their revolutions quietly sped up. Countless amounts of energy poured into them as if they were free. Specks of colorful light quietly appeared in the center of the arrays. What a terrifying energy! Invisible ripples streaked across the space. The energy ripples formed by the thousands of arrays made everyone feel a little apprehensive. Even some of the immortal rank experts and demonic rank experts felt their hearts throbbing. If the energy contained in the blue sky casually smashed down, the Azure Cloud restaurant would definitely suffer heavy casualties. It's just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Feng Yan also felt the unusually large amount of energy. However, he only gave a faint sneer as he stood with his hands behind his back. His robes fluttered even though there was no wind, appearing to be a bold person. It was as though he did not care about the existence of those frightening arrays. As his divine essence circulated, a great pressure descended from the sky. The space around his body also started to tremble slightly. Let this old man teach a brat like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the face of absolute power, all of this is useless. Feng Yan slowly raised his palm and aimed it at Yun Nuoshing. At the place where his palm was aimed, Yun Nuoshing seemed to have an illusion. He felt that the space he was pointing at was sealed by his hand, and even the air didn't exist. Fiercely biting the tip of his tongue to wake himself up, Yun Nuoshing suddenly raised his head. His gorgeous eyes stared unwaveringly at Feng Yan below. Both of his hands formed a hand seal. However, just as he was about to let all the formations attack together, a soft shout suddenly rang out. Wait! The sudden voice caused the tense people in the pavilion to be stunned. At this moment, there was still someone who interfered. Oh, don't misunderstand. We just want to say a few words before you guys start fighting. As everyone's eyes flickered, for figures slowly walked down from the third floor and came before Yun Nuoshing. Their gentle voices made Yun Nuoshing's eyes flash with astonishment. Didn't you guys go into seclusion? Yun Nuoshing, who was desperately supporting the arrays, was also stunned when he saw the people who had come. Soon after, the seals in his hands slowly dissipated. The arrays also suddenly stopped operating and were fixed in place. This caused many people to heave a sigh of relief. Oh, Uncle and the others have given us some instructions. We have to do it. Murong Shuege glanced at Yun Nuoshing, and Feng Yan smiled embarrassedly and waved his hand. Soon after, his eyes turned to Feng Yan on the stone platform. He cupped his hands and said with a fake smile, Murong Shuege greets Elder Feng Yan on behalf of the Murong family. On the stone platform, Feng Yan raised his head and looked at Murong Shuege and the other three. He couldn't help but frown. The Murong family? The Murong family from the Divine Land? Moreover, when he saw that Murong Shuege and the others seemed to be familiar with Yun Nuoshing, his frown deepened. The pressure that spread out gradually withdrew. With the people from the Murong family here, it seemed that he couldn't make a move today. The Murong family is very courteous. Nephew Shuege, please send my greetings to Brother Ling Feng. Feng Yan nodded slightly and said softly. Murong Shuege replied with a fake smile. Soon after, she looked at Yun Nuoshing and cupped her hands. She even winked at him and said loudly, The Murong family sends our greetings to the Nine Shrine. Brother Yun, please pass a message to the Divine Kings. Tell them that their old friends are here. Hearing this, Feng Yan's expression froze. Many people in the pavilion were also stunned. They all looked at Yun Nuoshing strangely. This guy was also from the Nine Shrine. However, those who were in Yuyan City that night weren't too surprised by this because they had already seen Yun Nuoshing standing together with Jin Wang and the others from the Nine Shrine. However, they were still a little surprised. They didn't expect that the Murong family would send Yun Nuoshing to pass the message. "What are you doing?" Yun Nuoshing asked through a communication technique with a bitter smile. On the surface, he clasped his hands and nodded indifferently. He didn't understand what Murong Shuegu was trying to do. Literally, "Uncle and the others want us to go to Yuyan City one by one to clear a path for them and scout out the situation in Yuyan City just in case they come here like headless flies. But once we're done, we'll be free. We can do whatever we want." Murong Shuegu replied through a communication technique with a smile. Yun Nuoshing nodded. He understood. However, he looked at Xueqing strangely. Since the four of them were standing together, was Xueqing also a part of the Murong family? As if she saw through his doubts, Xueqing smiled sweetly. She was as enchanting as a blooming peony, shattering the tense atmosphere in the pavilion immediately. It felt like the snow had melted and spring had arrived. "Young Master Yun, my name is Murong Xueqing. No one outside knows this name. Young Master, you have to keep it a secret for me." Xueqing directly grabbed Yun Nuoshing's hand and held it gently. Xueqing and Mei Mao smiled, winked, and transmitted through a communication technique. "She's your sister?" Yun Nuoshing lowered his head and glared at Murong Shuegu. He transmitted through a communication technique with some displeasure. "Fairy Xue didn't let me say it at first. Brother Yun, you can't blame me." Murong Shuegu grinned. His smile was as beautiful as a woman's. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but want to slap him. Murong Shuegu scratched his head and pointed to the two people behind him. He smiled and said, "This is my cousin Murong Yufeng, and this is my cousin Murong Yujing." Then he turned his head and looked at the two people. He said, "This is Yun Nuoshing. We met him in Ju Yuan Manor. He's a very interesting and powerful guy." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. What the hell is with calling someone interesting in front of others? He looked at Murong Yufeng and Murong Yujing and chuckled. His evil spirit eye involuntarily revolved. Ninth revolution, 8th revolution. You're all much stronger than me. Nice to meet you. They rolled their eyes. Stronger than you? They clearly saw Duan Qinghai's end. Although he was only a 7th revolution half-immortal, he wasn't much weaker than them. He was killed in an instant. If they were in his place, they probably wouldn't have fared much better. Murong Yufeng shook his head and grinned, looking at his handsome smile. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. Taking a closer look, this guy was somewhat similar to Shuegu. His silhouette also had that enchanting temperament. Murong Yujing only nodded and didn't say anything. However, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. She then looked at Xueqing. Both of them had a kind of holy aura that ordinary people didn't have. They were both very beautiful women. Seeing them chatting happily and ignoring him, Feng Yan's brows twitched a few times. He took a deep breath and gradually restrained the cold, killing intent in his eyes. He knew that he had no chance to kill Yun Nuoshing today, not to mention the Murong family. Just the fact that the latter was a member of the 9 Elemental Temple was enough to make him wary. The 9 Elemental Temples' name shook the entire divine world. They were almost a household name. If he met one of them, there would be a few more who would jump out. It was best to describe them as inseparable. Although the sacred artifact temple was strong, they didn't have the guts or ability to face 9 existences of the same level. Since you all have something to do, this old man won't delay you. Feng Yan sighed and turned his eyes to Yun Nuoshing. His body stiffened, but he still nodded reluctantly and said lightly, "Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from the young. The people of the Nine Elemental Temple are indeed outstanding. Our sacred artifact temple is ashamed of our inferiority. Farewell." After saying that, he waved his sleeve and pulled Mu Qing out of the chain. Then he picked up Duan Qinghai and led the others out of the Green Cloud restaurant in a hurry. He looked a little dejected, which made the others feel strange. "'Tis nothing." Seeing Feng Yan and the others leaving quickly, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but roll her eyes. A wisp of soul force floated in from outside and went into her glabella. Then she turned her eyes and saw Morong Shui Ge and the others looking at her in confusion. She smiled and said, "I left a wisp of soul force in Duan Qinghai's head to look for the array of the sacred artifact temple, but I didn't find it." After saying that, she smiled bitterly, which made the others smile bitterly as well. It was too easy to find someone's memory with just a wisp of soul force. Chapter 145. The Morong clan was similar to many famous first-rate forces in the realm of the gods. They were all located in the center of the realm of the gods, which was the center of the realm of the gods. The 9 divine temples and the 8 ancient families, which were known to all, towered above the clouds and looked down on all living things, had also set up their headquarters in the incomparably vast territory. Currently, there were also many first-rate forces that had barged into Yuyan City in order to compete for the most violent and destructive divine flame that was born in the world, the Purple Night Flame. Among the many forces, the Murong clan was just an inconspicuous team. It was difficult to find them in Yuyan City, which was filled with millions of people. Our uncle is an expert at the pinnacle of the divine underworld realm. I'm afraid that many gods will come out for the fight for the Purple Night Dark Flame this time. Uncle said that, conservatively speaking, the strongest among the people who will come will not surpass the Netherworld King expert. Xueqing has been visiting Yuyan City frequently since a few years ago to monitor the Purple Night Dark Flame. Along the way to the manor in the east of Yuyan City, Yun Nuoshing kept asking about the information that Xuega and the others had collected. When she heard that there would be underworld king experts, she looked worried. She lowered her head to look at Yi Shi, who was looking around in her arms, and couldn't help but sigh. Wasn't she the peak divine underworld expert who was attacking? "Young Master Yun, you gave me a fright when you went to the Yuyan Pavilion that night. I often go there to see the blood sacrifice array. In the past 3 years, I haven't seen any changes to it, but the ominous light makes me feel uncomfortable. Every time I come out of the Yuyan Pavilion, I feel that my mind is damaged, but I can't find any signs of it." Xueqing shook her head and sighed. "Damaged mind?" Yun Nuoshing paused and turned around to look at her. She asked in surprise. "Mind power was produced by the brain. If it was damaged, it would be easy to feel dizzy. If it was damaged, it would cause amnesia or even madness. It was a special ability to control the body's functions. Mind power would only increase slightly with the increase of one's strength. Of course, this excluded those who were array masters or alchemists and other professions that required mind power. Yes, but it's nothing serious." Xueqing nodded. It was just that she felt a little dizzy when she came out, but it was not a big problem. If it was, she would not go to the Serene Flame Pavilion again. Seeing that she didn't seem to be trying to be brave, Yun Nuoshing nodded and asked, "Have you found any major forces worth paying attention to? Which one is the most threatening?" "Brother Yun, it's not good to steal information so openly, right?" Xuege laughed and slapped him, causing Yun Nuoshing to roll his eyes. He knew that it was inappropriate to ask such a question, but he was also determined to obtain the Purple Night Dark Flame and needed to understand it. Shwe, Gu didn't care much about it. She said, now, in Yuyan City, the confirmed first-rate forces of the Divine Prefecture are Nine Deities Palace, our sect, Ice and Snow Villa, Soul Lotus Sect, and Black Flame Sect. If we include the people from the other regions, the Saint Weapon Divine Hall and the Constellation Pavilion seem to have sent people as well. However, I am not sure about the people from the other 12-star palaces. There are also the people from the 8 ancient clans. All of them keep a very low profile. They are unlike the 9 Divine Hall. To put it nicely, they are open and above board. However, their whereabouts are too obvious. This will cause others to take precautions against them. Of course, the one we need to pay attention to the most is not 9 Deities Palace or the 8 ancient families, but the biggest force that has taken root in Yuyan City, the Serene Flame Pavilion. Xueqing waved her hand and said, but it's very strange. I've been here for 3 years, and I haven't seen anyone from the Serene Flame Pavilion. Other than the disciples on the floating platform and the soldiers on the city wall, I haven't seen anyone else from the Serene Flame Pavilion. Hearing her mention the Serene Flame Pavilion, Yun Nuoshing was startled, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. He thought back to that night, when he stood outside the Serene Flame Pavilion's palace. Inside the spirit formation world, the Serene Flame Pavilion and Yuyan City seemed to have some sort of special connection. However, his evil spirit eye was unable to see what was so special about it. Let's go to the Serene Flame Pavilion again tonight. I want to clarify some things. Yun Nuoshing turned his head and said to the 4. Xueqing and Murong Qingfeng were startled for a moment. After a while, they reacted and nodded. They also knew how much Yun Nuoshing was obsessed with the Purple Night Flame. However, Murong Yufeng and Murong Qingfeng were somewhat surprised. They indifferently glanced at Yun Nuoshing, and then looked at each other. They had only met Yun Nuoshing today, and did not know what he was doing. Hey, have you heard? Recently, there have been many disappearances in Yuyan City. Right now, a lot of people are talking about it. It's just disappearances. What's there to talk about? Right now, there are so many forces from all over the divine realm gathered in Yuyan City. It's nothing more than enmity meeting, assassination, murder, and kidnapping. If someone disappears, then so be it. Who would care about it? Tisk, there's something you don't know. Disappearances are indeed not a big deal, but what if even a god-level expert disappears? Yun Nuoshing and the others were startled when they heard a topic on the street. They turned their gazes and saw 2 people walking aimlessly on the street. They could not help but stop in their tracks. The few of them looked at each other and stood at the side of a stall, pretending to be looking at something. Furthermore, they all pricked up their ears. God, level expert, don't joke around. How could an expert of that level go missing? He should have left. It happened a few days ago. A large force came from the Divine Prefecture. I think it's called the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa. It's said that a God King expert came to their place. However, a few nights ago, according to the eyewitness, he saw the expert from the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa walking in front of him. As he walked, he suddenly disappeared. There were no energy fluctuations in the surroundings. There was no movement at all. Don't you think it's strange? Xueqing's heart thumped. She raised her head and looked at that person. Her pretty face was somewhat pale. She seemed to have thought of something. Yun Nuoshing, who was standing beside her, hurriedly touched Xueqing with her palm. He just disappeared. Perhaps that person's strength was not enough and could not see the movement of a god. That eyewitness is a god-son expert. His strength is only 2 realms away from a god king. He should be able to more or less capture the minute energy fluctuations. Furthermore, according to the people from the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa, That God King expert's soul orb has already shattered. It happened one day after that God King expert disappeared. Dead. Shh. Lower your voice. Do you want to die? One of the two hurriedly covered the other's mouth. He looked around in horror. When he found that there was nothing abnormal, he let out a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "This matter has caused a huge uproar. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa's enemies came looking for us. However, a battle between God experts is earth-shattering. However, there were no traces of battle in Yuan City that day. There were also no traces of battle within 100,000 miles of the city. Moreover, this isn't the end. These disappearances started more than half a year ago. At the very beginning, it was the disappearance of some small mortal stage cultivators. It wasn't until a few divine underworld powerhouses disappeared that many people started to pay attention to them. A divine underworld powerhouse is already a high-ranking member of a force. The two quickened their pace, and their whispers gradually faded away. Yun Nuoshing and the others retracted their gazes. They looked at each other and saw a trace of doubt and seriousness in each other's eyes. Then they all looked at Xue Qing. She was the only disciple of the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa here. Seeing their questioning gazes, Xue Qing couldn't help but bitterly smile. She nodded and said in a low voice, "The encampment in Yuan City has indeed spread the news of Elder Yu's disappearance. At first, we didn't pay much attention to it. We thought that Elder Yu was bored in Yuan City and wanted to go out for a walk. However, one day later, we saw that Elder Yu's soul bead had shattered. The soul bead contained a trace of that person's soul energy. If that person died, the soul bead would automatically shatter." Yun Nuoshing also frowned. Even Xue Qing had confirmed that this matter was true. Then, the death of the god underworld expert couldn't be fake. The problem was that it had been going on for more than half a year. If all the so-called disappearances were done by enemies, it wouldn't be impossible under normal circumstances. However, Yuan City was currently in a special situation. It couldn't be that all the enemies of the various forces had come to Yuan City to seek revenge, right? Let's go to the manor first. Don't worry about it. If this matter is true, it's not up to us to care. Even a god underworld expert has fallen. If we go over, we won't be enough." Yun Nuoshing shook her head and interrupted the contemplation of Xue Ge and the others. Then she slowly walked towards the street. Behind her, Xue Ge and the others nodded and hurriedly chased after her. It was indeed not up to them to care about this matter. The Azure Cloud restaurant was also in the east of Yuan City. It wouldn't take too long to walk from there to the Manor of the Nine Deities Temple. It would only take half an hour. However, along the way, Yun Nuoshing and the others were used to releasing their soul energy to listen to the news coming from the streets and alleys. What they heard the most was the so-called disappearances. God underworld, disappearances, death, disappearances. These few words caused Yun Nuoshing and the others to become more and more frightened. Moreover, it wasn't just one god underworld expert. They even heard it from late at night until early in the morning. Panic involuntarily appeared in their minds and spread to every corner of their bodies. They hurriedly quickened their pace. For a time, the matter of the so-called disappearance of the divine netherworld experts was spread throughout the streets and alleys, and it was strange and terrifying as it suffused this city that was becoming more and more chaotic. It was even to the extent that they were able to see that there were gods asking about this matter on the streets, and it caused them to gasp. Even people of this level have started to seek information themselves. So, to what extent has the situation become, "Don't go out tonight. Stay at home peacefully and don't separate. It's best if a group of people stay in the same room and don't be too far away from each other." Yun Nuoxing's expression was solemn as she said to Shui Ge and the others. This matter was extremely strange and made her feel uneasy. Then young Master Yun. Xueqing was startled. As a girl, she was naturally more attentive than the men. She only felt that Yun Nuoxing's words were a little strange. I'm fine. In this Yuyan city, there should be people who can touch me. All right, there are still some. Just as Yun Nuoxing said this, he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly changed his words and smiled bitterly. In fact, even immortal step experts could threaten him. According to the information, those people had all disappeared in an instant. The person who did this must be proficient in concealment. Moreover, even God underworld experts couldn't detect him. As long as some immortal step experts who specialized in offensive power ruthlessly attacked him, he would be killed instantly. It would be strange if you were fine. Xueqing and Shui Ge both rolled their eyes at him. They had known him for a period of time. How could they not know that Yun Nuoxing wanted to leave them in a safe place while he went to the Yuyan Pavilion? I'm really fine. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Even underworld emperors might not be able to break through the boundary world that Ling Hongjian opened. Moreover, it could perfectly conceal his aura. He really didn't believe that anyone could do anything to him. Tonight, we'll gather at the Yuyan Pavilion. Young Master Yun, you can't speak. Xueqing rolled her eyes at him and said lightly, Shui. Ge made a sound of acknowledgement and nodded. This made Yun Nuoxing smile bitterly. This was a little awkward. Then you guys be careful. Yun Nuoxing sighed. A few minutes later, when they arrived at the entrance of the manor, Yun Nuoxing and the others were stunned. They heard some soft laughter, and he could tell that it was Jin Jinwang's laughter. There was also another soft voice that he had never heard before. It was definitely not the voice of a beautiful woman. Graceful and elegant. This was the first impression he had when he saw her. Her fine black hair flowed down like flowing clouds. He could see her covering her mouth and smiling. Her pure white dress made her look even more like a fairy. She kept wiping the corners of her eyes with her fair, jade-like hands, and there seemed to be a tear flowing out. You're back. I have something to tell you. Jin Jinwang, who was sitting in the courtyard, couldn't help but smile when he saw the 5 people standing at the entrance. He looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was at the front, and smiled as he waved his hand. Yun Nuoxing sighed softly. He raised his foot slightly, and just as he took a step, his vision suddenly darkened like a dead silence. Everything around him disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Jin Jinwang, that woman, Shui Ge, and the others were gone. The courtyard was gone. Only darkness remained in the world. Chapter 146. It was a pitch-black world, a pitch-black space. No matter where he looked, he could only see pitch-black darkness. It was as if he was looking up at the starry sky. That step left him with only pitch-black darkness. His hands were still in that position, and he could still feel a touch of warmth in his arms. The only light he could feel was his own body. Her white hands, her wine-red hair, and her pair of wine-red spirit eyes. The moment they collided with the pitch-black eyes, the two gradually calmed down, and the frantic beating of their hearts also gradually calmed down. Darkness was the only rhythm in this place. Little Shi, I don't know. When Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth, Yishi already knew what he wanted to ask. She shook her head and sighed. But this feeling is very annoying. Our soul force moves spontaneously. This layer of fluorescent light is our soul's protective barrier. Yi, she said faintly with a bit of seriousness in her voice. A spontaneous soul defense. That was practically the last line of defense. What was here? Darkness. In this pitch-black space where he could only see himself It was normal to have such a feeling. Perhaps it was fortunate in this pitch-black space. With the two of them here, they would not lose themselves in the boundless darkness. The evil spirit eye slowly opened, but the five-colored light gradually disappeared. Only the pupils could be seen turning into different colors, and small arrays appeared around the eyes. Looking through them, he could see darkness, boundless darkness. It was as if the two of them were placed in a pitch-black space. Whether it was the soles of their feet or the top of their heads, they were all covered by pitch-black darkness. Yun Nuoxing's throat moved, but he could not hear the sound coming from his body. Even the sound of his heartbeat gradually faded away. He could feel it, could feel his body's reaction. His heart was beating naturally, and his pulse was also beating along with it. His meridians were emitting energy ripples due to the circulation of his origin energy, and his blood was transmitting the warmth of his body. He could feel it all, but he could not feel it. He could not move. He could not control his origin energy. He could not control his spiritual energy. He could not control his soul. His voice gradually disappeared, and his vision was filled with darkness. Even the fragrance on Yishi's body disappeared, and the warmth in his embrace was also slowly disappearing. Fear filled every corner of his body. It was as if there was an ancient giant beast standing in the boundless darkness. That invisible pressure, that invisible deterrence, made him feel an uncontrollable fear. Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth in a panic. His throat and body were tense because of the force he exerted. However, he couldn't hear that scream. He thought he was roaring, but he could only see him open his mouth and not make a single sound. Yishi was shocked. She hurriedly raised her head and saw Yun Nuoxing's panicked look. Even her eyes were a little unfocused and blood-red. It was as if she was about to fall into the darkness and become one with it. It was as if she was about to be swallowed by it and turn into a demon. Darkness. Yishi fiercely bit down on her lips. Her body trembled slightly as she bit down on her dark red lips. A smear of blood dyed the row of pearls red. The pain forced her to stay focused. She knew what this was. She knew what she was facing. A numb feeling invaded her mind. Gradually, she felt that the heartbeats of the two people seemed to have weakened. A trace of confusion flashed across her eyes, and her tightly clenched teeth actually loosened a little. No, depriving the five senses, causing people to go crazy. Was it the doing of the people who went missing in Yuyan City? Her small hands clenched into fists as Yishi fiercely bit down. Then she punched her chest, causing herself to spit out a mouthful of blood. The pain constantly stimulated her nerves. Death of Li Juyu. Yishi's small fists fiercely punched her chest. She spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood as if it was free. Every time she was about to lose consciousness, she would forcefully call it back. However, this method was no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. There would definitely be a time when she couldn't hold on anymore. Brother is still here. Yishi madly shook her head. The strange pain that came from her body caused her to maintain her consciousness, not allowing the numbness to engulf her. In what seemed to be an eternally dark realm, a person roared towards the sky. The light in those soulless eyes gradually faded, while the chest of the person in his embrace continued to droop. Fresh blood had dyed their clothes red in the courtyard of the Nine Shrine Manor. Looking at Yun Nuoxing, who had disappeared into thin air, Jin Jinwang was stunned. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground. The girl sitting opposite him was also shocked. Her smiling phoenix eyes instantly became calm as she stared at the position where Yun Nuoxing was standing. A drop of cold sweat rolled down her white cheeks. Nuoxing? Just a second ago, they were still fooling around, looking at Yun Nuoxing, who had suddenly disappeared in front of their eyes, as if she had evaporated into thin air. Shui Ji's beautiful face turned as white as paper. He thought of that rumor, the rumors of people going missing in the streets and alleys of Yuyan City. It was as if a living person had just disappeared in front of them. Shui Qing widened her eyes in shock. Mei Mao's eyes, which had always been filled with intelligence, were now filled with shock. That sudden incident, the emotions that had suddenly rushed into her heart, caused her body to turn cold. She even forgot to breathe. Missing? Jin Jinwang also thought of the rumors that had been circulating in the streets and alleys recently. At that time, he did not think much of it, but now, seeing Yun Nuoxing disappear in front of him, he was also stunned for a while. However, he was ultimately a Shunming expert. His temperament was naturally not something that an ordinary person could compare to. In just a breath's time, he regained his composure. With a wave of his sleeve, a golden light shot towards where Yun Nuoxing had been standing. Bang! The golden light hit the ground, but it didn't send dirt and rocks flying as expected. Instead, on the ground, an array formation about 10 feet wide gradually appeared under everyone's shocked gazes. Moreover, half of the golden array formation was actually dyed with scarlet red, a blood sacrifice formation, and a saint art formation at that. Seeing the red, Jin Jinwang frowned. A formation that used human blood and a lifetime of cultivation to create. Who would do such a vicious thing to the people of Yuyan City? And who was it that dared to capture people in front of him? It has already been moved. This formation is very powerful. Jin Jinwang looked at the blood-red formation and pondered for a while before shaking his head. He was not proficient in formations and could not understand these things. However, this should be the culprit that had caused the entire city to be on high alert. He just did not know where this formation had been moved to, and why he could not sense it at all. Old Hua, inform the Water Spirit Hall, and call Old Water over. Seeing the formation gradually disappear and shatter, Jin Jinwang's eyes surged with sharpness. He raised his head and roared at the hall. Whoosh! There was no sound in the hall. All that could be seen was a ball of red and blue energy, suddenly piercing through the roof and shooting into the sky. After reaching the apex, it suddenly trembled and disappeared. Do you need help? Seeing how nervous you are, is that your disciple? The graceful woman, Mei Mao, turned to Jin Jinwang and asked softly. Jin Jinwang frowned and thought for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. I'm sorry, little Xian. It has been a long time since we last met. We should have a good chat. I didn't expect something like this to happen. That child is a pure piece of jade. My 9 gods temple owes him a favor. I want to watch him grow up and see what he will be like in the future. Speaking of this, even at this critical moment, Jin Jinwang could not help but smile when he thought of Yun Nuoxing's bright and clean smile. So I have to find him. His smile instantly vanished, and his golden eyes flashed with sharpness. Daring to capture the person he wanted to protect right under his nose, he was tired of living. I'll help. Hearing this, the elegant woman called Little Xian stood up and tucked her long hair behind her back. She smiled at Jin Jinwang. Jin Jinwang smiled bitterly. He had forgotten that she was actually someone who could not sit still. After so many years, she had not changed much. She was still lively when she should be, and those idiots were still alive and well. There are only 2 reasons why those people are looking for him. First, they are after Ling Hongjian. Second, it is because of his abnormally powerful soul. And Yi Shi. The news that Ling Hongjian was with Yun Nuoxing had spread like wildfire. Almost everyone in Yuyan City had heard about it. Those who were looking for Yun Nuoxing were almost certainly after Ling Hongjian. Even if the divine sword ranked second in the divine sword record on the divine weapon ranking was incomplete, it was enough to cause a fight among high-level gods. Even those at that level would come out. The other reason was very likely because of Yi Shi. She was once an expert at the peak of the Emperor of the Underworld. Her soul and body were very powerful. Even if her cultivation was cut off completely, the remaining energy was still not to be underestimated. Since someone needed blood as a sacrifice for the holy spell array, they would need a large amount of powerful flesh and soul. These two people were the best choices. Looking at Shui Ge and the others who had calmed down, Jin Jinwang coughed dryly and said in a low voice, "Time is of the essence. I won't say anything else." Hearing this, Shui Ge, Shui Qing, and the others nodded fiercely. They looked at each other and then disappeared from the manor. They also wanted to look for Yun Nuoxing. The latter had disappeared in front of their eyes. If they could not find him and let him die like this, it would be a knot in their hearts. It would become a demon in their hearts. Moreover, they still remembered the many rumors and the time limit. One day, all the rumors said that no one could survive one day, even if they were gods. In the endless darkness, there was a faint glow. That glow was extremely dim, as if it was about to be drowned by the tide of darkness. Looking closer, he realized that it was two faintly glowing figures. A black figure was kneeling on the ground. His eyes were lifeless, and his arm was supporting a petite figure. Two small fists would smash towards himself, and the former every once in a while. The two small fists were mottled with blood. Yun Nuoxing, who was kneeling on the ground, seemed to be in a state where her five senses were completely sealed. It seemed that there was still one of her senses hanging there. She was in a strange state of suspended animation. Even her bodily functions were suppressed to the lowest level. She looked like a dying person. "At least, let me have 1 second of strength." Yi Shi murmured softly. Her eyes were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, as if they were about to close at any moment. The majestic soul force wrapped around her into an invisible cocoon, isolating her from the darkness that was constantly eroding her. At this moment, she was filled with hatred. She knew what this thing was and knew its composition, but she didn't have the strength to bring the Yun Nuo planet away from here. The song of death and farewell of the blood sacrifice was a powerful saint spell array. Even she, who was once at the peak of the Emperor of the Underworld, did not have much confidence in escaping if she was trapped in the array. Legend said that when the song of death and farewell was completed, the world would wail, and even the gods would sigh. The 7 emotions were cut off, the 6 desires were cut off, and the 5 senses were cut off. Once the 5 senses were completely sealed, it would be the end of one's life. Unless the gods intervened, no one would be able to survive. After a long time, Yi Shi could feel the soul power that was hovering around her gradually weakening. She could not help but sigh. She raised her small hand and was about to knock Yun Nuoxing, but she put down her hand and laughed bitterly. She mocked herself to think that I was so talented. In less than half a lifetime, I became at the peak of the Emperor of the Underworld and was within reach of the Emperor of the Gods. The Abyss Shrine destroyed my life, but gave me a second life. But I was defeated by a mere mortal-level brat. From then on, I abandoned everything in the past and named myself Yi Shi. I thought that I would be able to accompany Brother Nuo peacefully for the 3rd life he gave me. I didn't expect. The cocoon formed by the soul power was being squeezed by the invisible pressure of the darkness outside. It sounded like an egg being cracked, as if something was being broken. Forget it. Yi Shi hugged Yun Nuoxing with both hands and gave up struggling. In those wine-red eyes, there was some heartbreaking despair. She leaned her head against his chest. She did not want to deny it, but she had never admitted it in front of him. This period of time, these short 10 months, was the happiest time of her 3 lives. It was the first time she tasted the taste of happiness. When you were born, I was not born. When I was born, you were already old. I am willing to accompany you to the Yellow Springs. Her small mouth softly murmured. Her small white hands gently caressed Yun Nuoxing's face, and she smiled foolishly. If only I had met you earlier, how good would that have been? When I was 10 years old, when time stopped, if I had met you, perhaps I wouldn't have ended up like this. Kacha! With a loud sound, the soul barrier shattered. The overwhelming darkness surged forward like a tidal wave, swallowing Yi Shi and Yun Nuoxing. She felt as if her entire body was floating, and her body was gradually disappearing. Big brother, see you in the next life. Yi Shi smiled brightly. Although she could no longer see, she could still feel it. She lifted her small mouth and pressed it against Yun Nuoxing's face. Immediately, the taste of death swept over like a storm. It's finally over. This time it's time to die. Clang! Just as Yi Shi had given up all resistance due to despair, a speck of light suddenly lit up in the endless darkness. Soon after, the tide of darkness hurriedly retreated as if it had met its natural enemy. The two figures once again appeared in the incomparably dark space, causing her to be startled, just as she was helpless due to the death-departing song, what had torn apart the darkness. This is... Looking down, Yi Shi was shocked. It was the pattern on Yun Nuoxing's arm that was glowing. Outside her arm, a silver needle was swaying and shining. The azure light was only 2 meters long, but it seemed to be able to illuminate the entire dark world. Linghong Jian. Chapter 147. Divine Sword Linghong. When its master's life is threatened, it automatically protects its master. And this power, feeling the vast and unparalleled power flowing through the tiny silver needle, Yi Shi was a little shocked. The surrounding space was constantly cracking. Although she couldn't see it, she could clearly feel that the chaotic power of space was causing the dark space to tremble. The power of space has disappeared. Discovering that she had lost connection with the power of space again, Yi Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. She was finally sure that the power of space had been lost because of the appearance of Linghong. Qi, the resplendent sword light cut through space like a bolt of lightning. It was faster than light, and Yi Shi didn't even see it. She only saw that the darkness that enveloped the entire space had been cut open, leaving behind a giant crack that was 1,000 feet wide. The chaotic power of space swallowed up the darkness and shattered it. This was the spontaneous attack of the divine weapon, and it was even stronger than Yun Nuoxing's all-out attack. Hum! A terrifying energy fluctuation came from the space. Yi Shi hurriedly lowered her head, and finally saw that the magic array hidden in the void, the Song of Departure, was slowly emerging. The golden lines were like demons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. That ferocious appearance made her frown. This isn't an ordinary blood sacrifice. The Saint Art magic array has been distorted by this evil power. Yi Shi couldn't help but murmur. The Saint Art magic array was famous for its divine power, and the most unique thing about it was its divine power. If it lacked that holy aura, its power would be greatly reduced, and the Saint Art that was no longer divine would become the most evil power. The Linghong sword shone with a brilliant light. That tiny silver needle seemed to have the power to shake the entire world. 3 streaks of sword light pierced through the space. The distance of millions of miles was covered in less than an instant. Because of this, the void collapsed into 3 complete circular pieces. Boom! The silver-blue sword light was hundreds of feet wide, and it shot out from an unknown corner of Yuyan City. The power to cut through space, and the void caused the sky above Yuyan City to suddenly explode. The sound of space shattering spread across the entire city like an erupting volcano. The 3 rays of dazzling blue light swept over everyone's head, causing them to quickly raise their heads. What they saw was a dark yellow wall that looked like a wriggling wave. A terrifying spatial storm raged in the sky, and the chaotic and violent pressure descended, causing everyone's legs to go soft. However, miraculously, the 3 streaks of sword light did not cut through Yuyan City. Instead, they brushed past Yuyan City. The moment the silver light appeared, it disappeared without a trace. However, even in that instant, space had collapsed. That's Linghong Jian. A familiar ray of sword light flashed over their heads, causing Jin Jinwang and the others who were searching for Yun Nuoxing to be shocked. Their flashing figures sped up, but they stopped in the next moment, including Jin Jinwang. They didn't know where the ray of sword light came from within the Song of Death and Departure formation. Yishi looked at the formation that had faded a lot under Linghong Jian's 3 strikes. However, it still didn't disappear. Her eyes flickered, and she bit her red lips, muttering to herself, Linghong Jian's attack can definitely tear through space. However, the Song of Death and Departure formation is a type of illusion formation. Linghong Jian, with his flaws, might not be able to completely break through it. The golden and red energy matrices, as well as the runes imprinted on the formation, paused for a moment before they started to repair themselves. Furthermore, the speed was extremely fast. If they waited for a few more minutes, this strange formation might activate again. At that time, Yun Nuoxing and Yishi, who had lost Linghong Jian's protection, would still die. Let's go all out. Yishi nodded heavily. Her body nimbly escaped from Yun Nuoxing's embrace. Standing in the dark void, she took a deep breath. Immediately, her 2 slender hands started to dance rapidly. Hand seals quickly appeared, and following the changes in her hand seals, the spiritual strength between her eyebrows also started to stir. Puchi. After the hand seals changed, Yishi's face turned red. She spat out a mouthful of blood, which turned into a blood mist and fused into the hand seals. The terrifying spiritual strength roared out from between her eyebrows and rushed into her hands. A dot of black light slowly appeared where her palms met. Break. The dark dot of light trembled slightly, and a formation suddenly appeared. It was a pitch-black forbidden formation, and a wisp of black flame was jumping within it. Yishi's small hand suddenly clenched, and with a shout, she fiercely smashed it into the Song of Death and Departure formation. The 2 opposing forces, under the extreme suppression, exploded with a terrifying destructive power, causing this shaky space to become even more unstable. After a moment, with a soft sound, both of them were destroyed. Bang! Following the disappearance of the Song of Death and Departure formation, Yishi saw that the entire black space had changed. A huge vortex, like a giant mouth that could devour people, suddenly opened and continuously expanded. After the appearance of the huge vortex, the space also stabilized in the span of a few breaths. What appeared in her line of sight once again was a huge formation, beating like a heart. Half of it was blue and half of it was bright red, and it was engraved on the ice-cold wall. The golden and blood-red lines were like hundreds of slowly crawling little snakes, constantly wriggling and wrapping around the huge formation. The place that appeared once again was a dusky space, with a lot of dust floating in. Faint, ice-cold moonlight entered from the outside, shining on the dark red floor. The dust passed through the light like particles, and the purple wall was particularly eye-catching. Below the wall, there was a row of tall bronze statues. This was the Serene Flame Pavilion. Yun Nuoxing had come here once before, the Serene Flame Pavilion. I'm actually back here. A soft voice sounded from behind, causing Yishi's heart to fiercely jump. She hurriedly turned her gaze and saw Yun Nuoxing sitting there with a blank expression. He was even continuously rubbing his temples. His handsome face was pale, and he seemed to be in great pain. At this moment, In this dark and gloomy hall, golden veins covered the entire hall like blood vessels. On those veins, there were actually figures. The golden veins wrapped around those figures layer by layer. Furthermore, it could be felt that those figures' energy, vitality, and even souls and mental energy were being extracted by the golden veins and then poured into the azure formation. Seeing this scene, Yun Nuoshing could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He slowly stood up and walked to the person closest to them. He slightly released his yuan qi, illuminating the place. What he saw was a shriveled body. The flesh and blood had already disappeared, and there was a large pool of blood on the floor. There was still some calmness on his face, as if he did not feel any pain when he died. This person was a divine underworld expert when he was alive. Even he is dead. Moreover, there is no one alive here. There is no aura of life in the hall. Yishi lowered her head and frowned. She then turned her head and sighed softly. These people were all captured by it. Is this the truth behind the disappearance of people in Yuyan City? Yun Nuoshing turned his gaze and looked at the formation wrapped in golden and red lines. A strange look flashed across his eyes. He had never heard of a formation that could capture people by itself. Moreover, the method was too strange. When he and Yi Shi were captured, Jin Jinwang was only 5 steps away from them. Behind him stood Shui Ge and the other 3. However, when Yun Nuoshing took a step forward, he was caught in the formation. It could only be described as strange. With this formation, I'm afraid that there is no safe place in Yuyan City. Even divine underworld experts can be captured. After looking around, Yun Nuoshing could not help but sigh when he saw the huge formation. It had been an eventful year. He originally thought that he could peacefully wait for the eruption of the purple night flame in Yuyan City. However, a series of events had struck. Little Shi, can you break this formation? Yun Nuoshing looked at Yi Shi and asked, I can't. Yi Shi shook her head. She stared at him and said seriously, the Song of Death is a rare formation in the world of formations that uses music as the main source of energy to create a formation. Simply put, this is a formation that uses music as the main source of energy. In the divine realm, there were very few people who learned music. It was a product that was derived from elemental comprehension. There seemed to be many inheritances left behind from the ancient era and the antiquity era. However, what was left behind today were only incomplete records. In the era where other elements and energies were rampant, music was somewhat useless because it was difficult to cultivate. However, there were very few recorded music experts in the ancient books. In the end, all of them became famous divine spirits or even heavenly gods. A single piece of music could shake the entire divine realm. The Song of Death. Yun Nuoshing repeated the name of the formation that almost killed them. He took a deep breath. In that dark space, he felt that his 5 senses were about to be sealed. The first thing that was sealed was his hearing. However, he did not hear any music at that time. He did not know how the Song of Death used music to create a formation. Fortunately, Ling Hongjian was here this time. Otherwise, he would have gone completely crazy. Yun Nuoshing sighed as he touched the pattern on his right forearm. Ling Hongjian's automatic protection of its master was out of his expectations. However, this kind of thing would not happen every time. This was just an accident. However, there is no need to break it. It has already stopped working, Yi Shi said faintly. Yi Shi said indifferently. Yun Nuoshing quickly looked over. As expected, he saw that the blood sacrifice formation gradually stopped rotating. The golden patterns also slowly disappeared and slowly merged into the wall. The entanglement around those people also disappeared without a trace. In a moment, it disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had happened. It probably absorbed enough energy. Now, it has stopped rotating temporarily. If I was in my peak state, I would have no problem breaking it. Yishi said, and smiled bitterly. Although she said that she did not miss it, she actually missed the time when she was still a strong emperor of the underworld. She had to start cultivating again and experience all kinds of things again. She did not know when she would be able to cultivate back to the emperor of the underworld. "Oh, right, Xiaoxi." Yun Nuoxing seemed to have thought of something and looked at Yishi. Yishi was stunned. Before she could say anything, Yun Nuoxing said, unhappily, "Just now in the Song of Death, actually you could have escaped by yourself, right?" Yishi was slightly taken aback. Her eyes met those pitch-black eyes, and her small mouth opened slightly. However, those words slipped out of her mouth and fell back into her stomach. She couldn't help but lower her head. Like a child who had done something wrong, she lightly nodded and said, "But you couldn't come out, so I didn't leave." Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. He smiled bitterly and rubbed Yishi's head with his palm. He did not say anything. Ta-ta-ta! The sudden sound of footsteps shocked Yun Nuoxing and Yishi. They looked at each other and released their soul power at the same time. It surged towards the entrance of the main hall. Then their expressions changed. Chapter 148. The sound of footsteps approached from the distance, rapidly approaching the entrance of the hall. It sounded like 1,000 people were running at the same time. The disturbance was so great that it caused the floor of the hall to tremble slightly. In just a few seconds, they had reached the depths of the hall. Clang! The door was violently pushed open, and the sound rang through the hall. There were even a few echoes. Afterwards, a large group of people charged in with shining weapons. The aura of slaughter flooded the hall, and the cold aura vanished immediately. As soon as the aura of slaughter rushed in, it startled Yun Nuoxing and Yi Sisi. They looked around, and when they saw the several hundred people brimming with killing intent, they could not help but wipe away their sweat. 2 pairs of eyes met the several hundred pairs of eyes. Yun Nuoxing became rather stunned by the murderous gazes. Killing intent directed at him. Kill! A murderous roar rang out from somewhere, causing the originally quiet few hundred people to suddenly become agitated. They let out a furious roar in unison. Bright and dazzling energy torrents cut through the silence of the night, creating a whistling sound in the air. Boundless energy blasted towards the 2 people from Yun Nuoxing from all directions. The momentum of the few hundred powerhouses attacking together was extremely spectacular. Yun Nuoxing's face changed slightly when he saw such a large-scale stream of energy. He extended his hand in a hurry, and a huge formation appeared in the hall. The several hundred streams of energy passed through the formation, but they paused slightly. Sizzle! Sizzle! Endless streams of energy passed through the formation viciously, but the formation did not move at all. All the energy dispersed into nothingness, turning into pure energy that drifted in the air. As Yun Nuoxing forcefully endured the combined attacks of all the experts, Yishi took advantage of his obstruction and quickly waved her hands. A black formation that was several hundred meters wide gradually appeared, standing behind the 2 of them like a huge black disk. "What are you doing? Even if you want to gang up on me, you need a reason." After the formation appeared, the restless crowd suddenly fell silent. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath, frowned, and yelled out. Who had they offended? It was fine that they had accidentally fallen into the formation of the death of departure, but now that they had escaped with great difficulty, many experts had charged in and attacked them without saying anything. If it were not for the fact that the 2 of them had many tricks up their sleeves and were not weak, they would have been killed long ago. "Are you an expert from the Serene Flame Pavilion?" At this moment, a middle-aged man in black robes stepped out from the crowd. He had his hands behind his back, and every step he took felt heavy. He stood in front of everyone, clasped his hands together, and spoke in a deep voice. No, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and shook his head. Both of them wanted to tear down the Serene Flame Pavilion. How could it be someone from the Serene Flame Pavilion? You're not. Suddenly, another sneer was heard, causing Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi to frown slightly. They turned their gazes and heard the voice continue. If the two of you are not from the Serene Flame Pavilion, why are you here? Moreover, the corpses on the ground are all people who have recently disappeared from the Serene Flame City. My son also disappeared mysteriously. With a strand of his soul in his soul orb, we finally found the Serene Flame Pavilion with great difficulty. But when we entered the Serene Flame Pavilion, his soul orb shattered. What about the people from the Serene Flame Pavilion? Why are you here? The middle-aged man in black robes pondered for a while and asked again. I don't know where the people from the Serene Flame Pavilion have gone. When we woke up, we saw this. Yun Nuashing shook his head gently and clasped his hands together. As for us, we were captured. Saint Spell Array, Song of Death. This array was set up by the people from the Serene Flame Pavilion. It is in the wall behind us. The range of the array almost covers the entire Serene Flame City. Because of the blood sacrifice, its original power has been distorted and its purpose has been changed. It can capture people and extract the life, soul, and elemental power of the prey to strengthen itself. Even we had a hard time breaking out of it. When everyone heard this, they all looked behind Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi on the wall in the distance. There was a huge array quietly stuck to the wall. Even those who didn't understand arrays could at least tell that this was a very powerful array when they saw the complicated lines and runes that were like a maze. However, at this moment, everyone had a complicated look in their eyes. In the past half a year, there had been a lot of panic in Serene Flame City. Almost every force had people mysteriously disappearing. However, now that they knew that the culprit behind their disappearance was this huge and strange array, they had a strange feeling. Previously, they had made all sorts of guesses based on the various enemies killing people for their belongings, assassin forces, and so on. They didn't expect the result to be like this. You two puny mortal realm cultivators want to break out of this array that even divine underworld experts can't break out of. Based on what? Stop joking. Hurry up and admit it. You are the ones who set up this array. When that person saw the array, he sneered and looked at Yun Nuashing coldly with a different emotion. That strange gaze made Yun Nuashing very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but frown. He couldn't just directly say that it was because of Ling Hongjian that he barely managed to break out of the man-eating array. Now that Jin Wang and the others weren't around, he couldn't guarantee what would happen if he exposed himself like this. Killing people for their belongings wasn't rare in the myriad god world. Everyone, don't be fooled by their appearances. The people of Serene Flame Pavilion are a group of wild beasts that eat people without spitting out their bones. For their own selfish reasons, they caused many forces in Serene Flame City to die. This grudge must be avenged. I'm willing to lead the charge. Kill. That person laughed loudly, but there was an unconcealable coldness in his voice. With a furious roar, he rushed out from the crowd and rushed towards Yun Nuashing and Ling Hongjian like an arrow released from a bow. The wind from his palm whistled in their ears, and the majestic pressure caused their robes to stick tightly to their bodies. Yun Nuashing frowned at this person's sudden attack. He opened his palm, and dozens of arrays appeared in the void one after another. Then they overlapped and were slapped towards that person along with his palm. Bang! When the two palms collided, the array suddenly trembled. The two forces quickly erupted and canceled each other out. Then, the two figures quickly retreated. Yun Nuoshing relied on the superposition of the arrays to create a frightening attack. He only retreated a dozen steps, but that person was sent flying a distance away. Everyone was shocked when they saw that person being sent flying with a single palm. Yun Nuoshing was only a mortal realm expert. How could a 7th-tier immortal realm expert be sent flying just like that? Such a high-level array. How dare you say that you didn't set it up? That person looked at the rotating array on Yun Nuoshing's palm, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed loudly, and the coldness in his voice became even more intense. It's him, that very powerful array kid. With his mortal realm strength, he defeated 7th tier, half-immortal realm Duan Tringhai. I saw him in the Green Cloud restaurant that day. I've seen the girl beside him. On the day of the Abyss Temple's attack, she seemed to be the one who led the group to seal off the entire Yuyan city. Then this kid is the one who possesses Ling Hongjian, the kid who broke the sealing array that day. I think so. It's said that this guy is the representative of the 9 divine temples. Hearing the discussions around him, Yun Nuoshing knew that things were bad. What he was most afraid of was that the matter of Ling Hongjian would be exposed. Now that Jin Wang and the others were not around, if the many experts in front of him attacked together, it would be enough to make him suffer. Ha ha! Hearing this, the expert who attacked laughed sinisterly. The strange look in his eyes completely turned into greed, and he stared at Yun Nuoshing like a poisonous snake. I don't seem to have any enmity with you, right? Seeing that he no longer concealed his greed and his expression was full of malevolence and coldness, Yun Nuoshing frowned. He had never seen this person before, nor had he offended him. Why was he so hostile and inciting everyone to attack? Yun Nuoshing did not believe that this was because his son died in the Song of Death, and he was attacked because he saw a suspected expert from the Yuyan Pavilion. Ha ha! The 7th-tier immortal step expert laughed angrily and shouted coldly, "My name is Cheng Shunya." Hearing this name, Yun Nuoshing's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, as if he understood something, he said coldly in a deep voice, "You're from the Cheng clan?" No wonder this guy who called himself Cheng Shunya targeted him from the beginning. Cheng Tianxing died in his hands. This old guy probably recognized him the moment they met and was here to seek revenge. You can seek revenge in private if you're not afraid of the 9 divine temples. Also, we're all smart people. Whether I'm from the Yuyan Pavilion or the weaver of this array, you can tell at a glance. Your words just now are useless. If you want to fight, do it yourself. I'll take it all. Yun Nuoshing was quiet. With his hands behind his back, he looked indifferently at Cheng Shunya with his dark eyes and said, "As for the array you mentioned, the Song of Death is a saint spell array. Moreover, it's a divine-level array. I'm just a small mortal step cultivator. How can I set up an array that covers the entire Yuyan city?" Cheng Shunya was stunned. He glanced around and saw that the people behind him were watching with folded arms. Some of them had even put away their weapons. They did not show too much hostility towards Yun Nuoshing because of his words. Just as the latter said, he knew what was going on with a closer look. Moreover, if Yun Nuoshing was the one who set up the array, Jin Wang would have discovered it. TSK, a bunch of old foxes. Seeing this, Cheng Shunya felt a little helpless. This time, he found the Yuyan Pavilion by following the soul orb of an expert from the Cheng family. When he saw Yun Nuoshing, he immediately recognized him and said that he was his son, who knew that this guy was quite famous in Yuyan City. It was not easy to provoke them to become enemies with Yun Nuoshing. Moreover, there was a huge existence behind Yun Nuoshing. No one knew what Jin Jinwan's attitude towards Yun Nuoshing. No one dared to act rashly. If the people from the 9 divine temples came looking for them, it would be their turn to be beaten up. Ha! Since you can escape from the array, why don't you tell us the method, so that we can be on guard in the future? Cheng Shuanya did not give up and continued to sneer. Yun Nuoshing raised his eyes and sighed. This old bastard, he had nothing better to do than to find trouble with others. I used the Linghong sword to break it. I really can't do anything about it. Moreover, the array has stopped operating now. There shouldn't be any movement in a short period of time. Yun Nuoshing glared fiercely at Cheng Shuanya and said indifferently, since he had been recognized, there was no need for him to hide. What about the woman beside you? Nearly a year ago, she invaded Yuyan City on behalf of the Abyss Shrine. I'm not talking nonsense, am I? Cheng Shuanya said indifferently. The hatred in his eyes surged like a tide. Yun Nuoshing killed his son. Cheng Shuanya wanted nothing more than to pull out his tendons and pull out his bones. However, he was hindered by the 9 divine temples behind the ladder. Even so, he still wanted him to pay the price. At this time, those people seemed to be in high spirits. Just a moment ago, they looked like they were watching with folded arms. Now, they were all tensed up. Pairs of sharp eyes pierced Yun Nuoshing's weak spirit. Even though nearly a year had passed since the battle that day, the memory was still fresh. Usually, people would see Yi Shi by Yun Nuoshing's side, but no one said anything. Now that Cheng Shuanya mentioned her, they could not help but become spirited. They were also very curious. How could a person who was supposed to be dead be by the side of the person who killed her? Seeing Yun Nuoshing mention Yi Shi, Yun Nuoshing lowered his eyes and looked back at her. Coincidentally, she also looked back with a worried expression. This made Yun Nuoshing sigh softly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Cheng Shuanya. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. After a long time, Cheng Shuanya became impatient. He glared and shouted angrily, "It has nothing to do with you. The past is the past. Now she's my sister. I have the ability to stop the destruction of Yuyan City. I also have the ability to turn your Cheng family into ruins. If you don't believe me, you can try." Yun Nuoshing let out a loud roar. That roar was so ferocious that even he couldn't recognize himself. He rarely showed such a domineering side, which could be seen from Yi Shi's shocked expression. When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. Their slightly interested gazes turned away slightly, although there seemed to be a secret behind this matter that made their gossipy souls burn. No one was in the mood to ask now. Just as Yun Nuoshing had said, it would be fun if they provoked this fellow who was holding the Linghong sword. Chapter 149. After being roared at by Yun Nuoshing, Cheng Shuanya couldn't help but take a step back, and then a wisp of crimson red surged onto his face as his body started to tremble slightly due to his rage. When the surrounding people saw this, they hurriedly moved back slightly, as they were deeply afraid that this old fellow would suddenly attack. After taking a few breaths, Yun Nuoshing glanced at Cheng Shuanya and coldly snorted. With a light stomp of his foot, a 30-meter wide formation suddenly appeared. With a flash, the two disappeared from their original spot, leaving behind the astonished crowd looking at each other. The silence lasted for a moment before someone finally moved. They walked to the messy corpses on the ground in the center of the hall, identified them one by one, and collected the corpses of their own people. They could not help but sigh. In this trip to Yuyan City, the main dish, the purple night dark flame, had yet to appear, but so many things had already happened. When it officially erupted, who knew how big of a storm it would cause? Many people thought about it, and even had the thought of withdrawing. The current Yuan city was like a dangerous place that contained countless trials. Cruel trials were being held at all times, and countless people were competing. It was also like the declaration of war by the Abyss Divine Palace on that day. Now that the purple night dark flame was about to erupt, the undercurrents hidden in Yuan City became active. Some forces that had been preparing for countless years were also itching to make a move. As for those external forces or small forces in the city, it would be very difficult for them to survive this battle. Many forces had already retreated from the city. Today, after seeing this scene in the Yuan Pavilion, many people wanted to withdraw. Most of them came from distant regions, and their headquarters were very far from Yuan City. Even if they asked for reinforcements, it would take a long time. It could be said that they were a group of expeditionary forces without any backup. Under such circumstances, every death was a great loss to them. They were isolated and without help. Brat, just you wait. As long as you are still in Yuan City, the Cheng family will not let you off. Cheng Shuanya clenched his fists tightly as he watched the many people searching for the corpses of the experts from his faction. A bitter voice slowly echoed in his heart. Naturally, Yun Nuoxing did not know about Cheng Shuanya's venomous words. Even if he knew, he would only secretly scold Cheng Shuanya for being an idiot. It was really rare for someone to find fault with him after knowing that he had the Linghong sword. Perhaps many people had thoughts about him, but in the end, they did not have the intention to touch him. Unless he took out the Linghong sword himself, no one would be able to get it. And if he died, it would fly away in an instant. The Linghong sword without an owner was countless times more powerful than when Yun Nuoxing activated it himself. At that time, only high-level gods would have the ability to contend with it. After coming out from the Serene Flame Pavilion, Yun Nuoxing was not in a hurry to leave. She flew to the top of the palace and scanned the entire Serene Flame City with her evil spirit eye. Finally, she stopped at the bottom. She still did not see anything and could not help but sigh. Tilting her head and glancing at Yun Nuoxing, Yishi knew what he was thinking and said softly, "There is indeed something wrong with this Serene Flame City. Brother Nuo's feeling is not wrong." "Little Shi, you also think so?" Yun Nuoxing looked at her in surprise. "Yes." Yishi gently nodded her chin and said softly, "I already felt it when I came that day. When I laid down the forbidden array to seal the entire Serene Flame City, I clearly felt a resistance, as if something was blocking the transmission of energy. But when I carefully looked for it, I could not find it. In the past half a year, I asked that old man to take a look, but he did not find anything abnormal in the Serene Flame City. If there is nothing abnormal, then there is something wrong. I feel that the Serene Flame Pavilion is also playing a game, a very big game." Yun Nuoxing put a finger to his mouth and smiled mysteriously. His long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look particularly charming under the icy blue moonlight. Brother Nuo always says that Murong Shui Ji smiles like a woman. Little Shi also thinks that Brother's smile is very seductive. Yishi rolled her eyes and muttered. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Shaking his head, he flapped his 6 wings and flew higher. Pointing his finger below, Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, "Look, the entire Serene Flame City, the Serene Flame Pavilion, and the Purple Night Flame above. My guess is based on these 3. Hearing this, Yishi turned around and carefully looked at the Serene Flame City, then looked at the other 2 places. She raised her eyebrows thoughtfully, then looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, "Brother Nuo, are you saying that the creator of the Serene Flame City, the Serene Flame Pavilion, did something to the entire city?" "Yes, I have such a feeling. Since the Serene Flame City was built by them, Then, as the creator, they can change the layout of the city as they wish. In addition, we saw the blood sacrifice array in the Serene Flame Pavilion, the Song of Death of Departure. I guess that the Serene Flame Pavilion did something to the entire Serene Flame City. After Yishi heard this, she thought for a while and nodded her head in agreement. She then looked at the entire city and muttered, "I'm afraid that the person controlling the death song from the Hidden Flame Pavilion is trying to intimidate people. He wants to chase those who covet the purple night dark flame out of Hidden Flame City. Recently, I've seen many people escaping from Hidden Flame City. I'm a little worried." Yun Nuoshing frowned and tightened his grip on Yishi. His 6 wings flapped fiercely, and his figure rode the wind as he sped towards the manor in the east. One could even hear the sound of his 6 wings flapping as he sped towards the manor in the east. In the Manor of the 9 Shrines, there was an extremely spacious and quiet courtyard. There were also a few secret rooms on the side. One could feel the power of heaven and earth rushing towards this place. It would definitely be much easier to cultivate here. At this moment, there were some figures standing in this courtyard that had been empty for a long time. A young man in a blue robe stood not far away. There were a few water dragons circling around his body. Vast energy waves were emitted from his hands. In the void, there were many arrays that appeared like a ball that enveloped him. Where his palms were facing each other, there was actually a golden array that was slowly flowing. The divine aura caused golden ripples in the air. It was extremely beautiful. "Old water, hurry up. That kid has been lost for half a day. If you can't find him soon, he will become a corpse." At the head of the crowd, the Jinjinwang King, the blue-robed young man, could not help but urge. When the blue-robed young man heard this, a few veins popped out on his head and arms. His waving hands suddenly stopped. He could not help but turn around and roar, "Damn it, why are you rushing me? Is that your illegitimate child, or what?" The person who came was naturally the Water God King, who was called out from the Water God Palace. The Water God King, who was far away across a large region, received an urgent message and rushed over without stopping. Along the way, he opened countless teleportation arrays and rushed through the void. When he finally arrived at Yuyan City, he did not even have time to catch his breath before he was urged to find someone. If Shui Xia did not bring him a cup of water, he would have been exhausted to death. "Do I need to hide my illegitimate child? That is a supreme treasure, a flawless supreme treasure. Hurry up and find him." Jin Wang roared at the top of his voice, causing the Water God King to be stunned. "Supreme treasure? Flawless? What the hell?" However, even though the Water God King was scolding, he didn't slow down his actions. Instead, he sped up. Although he didn't know what the Golden God King was talking about, he knew that the person who was so important to him must be very important to him. He didn't dare to delay any longer. A few more formations appeared in the void as he quickly searched for the formations that could be arranged in Yuyan City. On the side, Yu Yin's jade-like hands were tightly clenched due to nervousness. Ming and Little Purple Soul were also anxiously clutching Yu Yin's red robe. When they heard that Yun Nuoshing was captured, although they appeared to be calm, they were more anxious than anyone else. They had already run all over the eastern part of Yuyan City. When they returned, they were completely exhausted and had to be supported by the 2 little girls. "Little brat, you promised elder sister that you would live well. I won't allow you to die." Quietly stomping her foot, Yu Yin's beautiful eyes nervously stared at the Water God King in front of her. Her jade-like hands were already wet, and even her sparkling forehead had a few drops of sweat flowing down. A sudden cry of surprise was heard. Everyone quickly turned around and saw the Water God King was stunned. He was holding the Saint Array in his hand, and his eyes were flickering. "What's the matter? Hurry up and say it." Jin Wang wiped off his cold sweat and hurriedly shouted. Just a moment ago, the array disappeared. The water god king took the time to wipe his face and couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. In his senses, the connection with the array was suddenly cut off. He had yet to find the array core of the array. Moreover, the disappearance was very sudden. It was as if the array had stopped operating. Disappeared? What do you mean by disappeared? Jin Wang was stunned for a moment and hurriedly ran into the water god king's array. He grabbed the Saint Array and carefully sensed it. Indeed, there was a feeling of emptiness. He was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't it fine just a moment ago? He could follow the traces of energy and find the melon. Why did it suddenly break? I don't know. It should be that the array suddenly stopped operating. The water god king shook his head. Then go and find him. That kid should still be under the control of the array. Finding him is the same as finding the array core. Jin Wang roared angrily. He injected a strand of divine sense that had the appearance of Yun Nuoshing into the Saint Array. When the array received the energy, it trembled slightly and then suddenly expanded. Hey, old man, that's not the way to use the divination. You're so reckless. This array is going to... The water god king was shocked by Jin Wang's reckless actions. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and grabbed Jin Wang. Just as he shouted, he was stunned. He turned his head and looked at the high-frequency rotation of the Saint Array. It seemed like there was a similar aura approaching. What do you want? Seeing that he was stunned, Jin Wang hurriedly asked. It's coming. Water god king stared blankly at the rapidly trembling golden disk. Just as he finished his sentence, he heard a violent gust of wind. It was extremely noisy in the silent night sky. Everyone hurriedly raised their heads and saw a young man with 6 wings. He was rushing over from afar with the gust of wind and thunder. Why are there so many people? His figure rushed into the courtyard, his 6 wings shrinking behind him like a screen. Yun Nuoshing saw that everyone was looking at him in a daze. He couldn't help but be stunned and laugh awkwardly. "Little star, are you all right?" Seeing that Yun Nuoshing had returned, Yu'in and the 2 girls heaved a huge sigh of relief. They couldn't help but transmit their voices to him. Blinking his eyes, Yun Nuoshing looked at Yu'in and revealed a reassuring smile. He also transmitted his voice. "Don't worry, I've made you worry. Kid, you're fine. It's a miracle. A few of those old Shunming geezers died. You're the only one who escaped." Seeing that he was safe, Jin Wang also heaved a sigh of relief. He patted him on the shoulder. Then his expression changed, and he asked in a deep voice, "So, what's going on?" Seeing that Jin Wang's expression had darkened, Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. Then he slowly recounted what had just happened. Song of Death. Regarding this name, the others didn't think much of it. On the other hand, the water god king seemed to have heard something incredible as he jumped up. This name was a symbol of a miracle in the array field. To integrate energy that wasn't a basic element into an array, this was the first successful array. It had a great significance to the entire array field. Seeing this rather gentle and refined young man, who looked like a weak scholar, suddenly open his eyes wide after hearing these 3 words, he pounced over like a wolf. That fanatical look caused Yun Nuoshing's clothes to be soaked in cold sweat. "Tell me, where's the core of this song of death? What's the effect? What happened to the people he controlled? How big is the range of the array? What elements are there in it? What's the composition? How many charms are there?" Spitting saliva everywhere, Yun Nuoshing felt that his soul was about to shatter when this gentle-looking young man grabbed him by the shoulder and shook him. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly rang out, causing everyone to shake violently. Soon after, they saw the water god king drawing an arc in the sky, heavily falling onto the ground. And fainting, Brother Nuwa was shaken to death by you. Yishi pouted and glared fiercely at the person on the ground. Everyone smiled bitterly. Chapter 150. 1,000 miles away from Yuyan City, on a mountain peak that reached into the clouds, the lush greenery swayed with the wind. The aura of life permeated the air, accompanied by the lake water that reflected the stars, making the mountain peak appear particularly peaceful and peaceful. A small tomb under a large tree decorated the tranquility of this place. In the manor next to the lake, there was a burst of noise. Some lights were flickering, dispelling the darkness here. When he looked inside, he saw a young man in blue arguing with a little girl in a black and white dress whose wide sleeves completely covered her arms. From time to time, one or two blue arrays would float out of the space and collide with each other, creating a small pit on the ground. Wow, so lively! Seeing the potholes on the ground of the courtyard, Jin Wang, who was standing at the corner, could not help but smile bitterly. Yun Nuwashing, who was sitting to the side, also smiled bitterly. The disciples of the Water Divine Hall were required to know how to use formations and be familiar with them. Those with such talent could also be accepted into the Water Divine Hall. The Water Divine King was one of the best among them. He just happened to meet Yi Shi, who was also a formation master. The two of them quarreled as soon as they met, saying that they wanted to use formations to discuss, but in reality, who knew? Now can you tell me why you spent so much effort to move the manor here? Jin Wang smiled. Then he turned around and looked at the manor. Finally, he looked at Yun Nuwa Planet and said, not long after they returned, Yun Nuwashing directly asked them to move the manor of the 9 gods palace out. Seeing that he was not joking, Jin Wang and the others seriously discussed and really moved the manor away from Yuyan City. They settled on the mountain peak that Yun Nuwashing had dug to bury Yi Shi. There is something wrong with the manor. There's something wrong with that city. This is the conclusion that little Shi and I came to together. The entire Yuyan City has been tampered with. As for what kind of tampering, we don't know. However, what we can be sure of is that this place has been managed by the Yuyan Pavilion for tens of millions, hundreds of millions of years. It's impossible for them to allow others to behave atrociously here. The Song of Death is the best evidence. They can no longer bear the loneliness and want to eliminate some outsiders. Yun Nuwashing said faintly, "Purple night, dark flame." Jin Wang nodded in understanding. The one who wanted the purple night dark flame the most was none other than the owner of this city, the Yuyan Pavilion. Yuyan City was originally built by the Yuyan Pavilion. In order to keep an eye on the purple night dark flame, they had spent countless years on it. How could they allow others to touch something that they had been keeping an eye on? Of course, this is only our guess. We don't know what the Yuyan Pavilion is doing, what they have done, and what they have set up in this city. We can only wait for the day when the purple night dark flame erupts. Little She also said that I will understand everything here on that day. Destroy the hypocritical organization and expose the true organization. What is this sentence trying to say to us? Yun Nuwashing sighed. Yishi liked to keep people in suspense. So be it. Anyway, he would not understand. Oh, Shinran is so obedient to you, but you couldn't get any information out of her. Jin Wang looked up at Yun Nuwashing and laughed sinisterly. Shinran. Yun Nuwashing was taken aback. Seeing his doubtful gaze, Jin Wang was also taken aback. Soon after, he laughed involuntarily and waved his hand. That was her previous name. Now, her name is Yishi. I also feel that this name is much better than before. Speaking of which, Yishi used to be one of the 8 great beauties of the god realm. If someone were to hear that Shinran changed her name to Yishi and stayed close to a young man, I wonder if those people of the same generation as us would be so angry that they would come knocking on our door. Jin Wang laughed mischievously as he looked at Yun Nuoshing. What are you trying to do? Yun Nuoshing's handsome face paled, and he hurriedly hugged himself. He only felt a wave of coldness pass through his body, causing him to feel as if he had been electrocuted. That feeling was just like a little girl who had been targeted by a bad guy. You bang! Jin Wang grinned. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a muffled sound and suddenly felt his head shake. Soon after, he fell to the ground on his back. Don't worry. This old bastard is sick. I'll drag him over to treat him. A beautiful woman appeared behind Jin Wang. Her delicate hand covered her small mouth as she smiled at Yun Nuoshing. Then a wooden vine shot out from her hand and dragged Jin Wang into the hall. This little guy is called Yun Nuoshing, right? That's a pretty good name. If that guy asks you to do something that you don't want to do one day, tell me, and I'll help you teach him a lesson. The graceful and elegant woman that Jin Wang called Little Xian also smiled. Her delicate hand patted Yun Nuoshing's head as she followed the beautiful woman into the hall. Looking at the moving figures in the hall, Yun Nuoshing scratched his head in confusion. He stroked his long hair and smiled bitterly. Jin Wang is also an old urchin. There's also a little urchin here. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze brushed against his face, causing him to breathe uneasily. Soon after, a jade-like hand landed on his head and gently stroked it. Big Sister Yun. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and turned his gaze. He saw Yun sitting at the side with a lazy expression on her face. Mei Mao was staring at him in a daze, causing him to blush. Big brother. Ming and Little Purple Soul also came out from the side and jumped directly into his arms, acting all coquettishly. Sigh. Yun Nuoshing smiled gently. He felt satisfied, looking at the 2 little guys. He felt as if he had really started a family and had a faint sense of belonging. You've been in Yuyan City for almost a year. Back then, you were the one who said that you wanted to go to the Divine Prefecture. If you didn't even get the Purple Night Flame after waiting for a year, I wonder if you would go crazy from anger, Yun said with a faint smile. Yun Nuoshing saw her sinister smile and could not help but gulp. His entire body trembled as he said, "There's a murderous aura. Who asked you to leave me aside? You left me aside for almost a year." Yun rolled her eyes and gave him a knock on the head. She said, "Ming and the others are asking for Big Brother every day. You little idiot have been running all over the place. It's not easy for you to come back, but you were taken away before you even came in." Why do I feel like a wife is complaining about her husband? Yun Nuoshing laughed embarrassedly. However, he was knocked on the head again, causing him to scream in pain. Spend some time with Ming and the others when you have time. The 2 little guys are so shameless, but they just have to rely on you. You heartless man. I'm afraid that when they find a new lover in the future, they will be abandoned by you. Yun clapped her hands and sighed. That won't happen. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes at her. He lowered his head and saw Ming and Little Purple Soul sitting on his lap, leaning against his chest. They looked so peaceful that his smile softened a little. However, it was true that he had not been with the 3 of them for a long time. He did not even know that Ming had grown taller. Yun had also advanced to mortal level 10 extremities at some point in time. Her cultivation speed was even faster than his. However, it was normal that his energy vessel was a crystal. As for Little Purple Soul, it had been almost a year and there was no change. This made Yun Nuoshing's heart skip a beat. He seemed to have thought of something. In the Song of Death, Yishi thought that Yun Nuoxing had completely fainted. However, he did not. He still had a little bit of consciousness left. This allowed him to hear every word that the former said before he died. There was one sentence that he was very concerned about. When I was 10 years old, the year when time stopped, now that he saw that little purple soul had not changed at all, he could not help but think of this sentence. Could it be that little purple soul was also frozen in time? But what did this so-called frozen in time mean? Physical age? Or soul age? Mental age? Or all three? What was the effect? Brother Nuo. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild and was about to make him dizzy, a clear voice suddenly rang out from behind him, causing him to set aside his messy thoughts. He turned his head and saw Yishi standing behind him, her small head leaning against his back. He seemed to be able to hear her panting breaths. "Are you done sparring with Senior Water God King?" Yun Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. He pulled her to a stone bench and sat her down. His hand gently stroked her head. "TCH, that old man. His level is not even as high as mine. Why did he insist on sparring with me? If it weren't for the fact that I lost my cultivation, I would have killed him with a formation." Yishi snorted and turned her little face away. Yun Nuoxing and Yuin smiled bitterly. After all, this was a formation master. It was natural for his standards to be high. Yun Nuoxing smiled and pondered for a while. He looked at Yuin and winked at her. Then he put little purple soul and Ming into her arms. As smart as she was, she immediately understood what Yun Nuoxing wanted to do. She nodded and stood up with the two girls in her arms. She smiled and said, "We will go back to sleep first. You guys have a good chat." Yun Nuoxing spread his hands. He would wait until Yishi could completely open up her heart. Then they would talk about it like a family. Right now, it was not at that level yet. Watching Yuin disappear around the corner of the hall, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. He patted Yishi and lifted her up, placing her on his lap. Then he smiled evilly and said, "Little Shi, can you tell me, what do you mean by time freeze?" Hearing this, Yishi's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes, which were originally closed in a daze, suddenly opened in fright. She stared at those smiling pitch-black eyes. There was some panic in the depths of her eyes. He heard the words that came from the bottom of her heart when she thought she was going to die. "Brother Nuo, you..." A crimson blush suddenly surged onto Yishi's face, causing her pretty face to turn completely red in an instant. Even the tips of her delicate ears were covered in a crimson blush. Her wine-red eyes flickered uncertainly. She wanted to escape, but she realized that her waist had long been clamped down by a pair of strong arms. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. His expression alternated between a smile and a frozen expression. In the end, he said with a gentle smile, "About this, I want to defend myself. I definitely didn't do it on purpose. But if I heard it, I also... Ahem, don't change the topic. I was just asking about this. I didn't mean anything else. Ahem, whatever it is, I can bury it in my heart." Her wine-red gem-like eyes carefully looked at Yun Nuoxing a few times. After looking straight into those pitch-black eyes for a long time, Yishi finally couldn't hold back the shyness in her heart. She hurriedly pulled his windbreaker over and covered her head. Seeing her shy appearance, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but bitterly smile. Before he could say anything, he heard a mosquito-like voice coming from his chest, causing his expression to stiffen slightly. "Time freeze." Although that's what it says, it's actually a curse. A curse that contains the power of time. I'm not very clear about the specifics. Because of some things that happened to my ancestors, the bloodline of the family I used to belong to contained the curse of time. A portion of people will be born with this curse. When they turn 10 years old, They will be completely frozen. From then on, their physical age will always be around 10 years old. Yishi's soft words caused Yun Nuoshing to stiffen slightly. He more or less understood what this meant. The person who cast the curse must have had a great enmity with Yishi's ancestors. However, this curse can be removed. This is the hope that I learned during my years of traveling the realm of the gods. If I can ascend to the divine level, I can remove this curse. However, Sai, I don't think there's any hope in this life. My family has long disappeared into history with the passage of time. With the hope that the curse must be removed, I wandered the realm of the gods alone. After hundreds of thousands of years, I still couldn't get rid of it. When I finally remembered to return home, I discovered that my family had long been reduced to ashes. The only one who survived was me. Yishi raised her head to the sky and laughed. Yun Nuoshing saw that there were some tears in the corners of her eyes, which made his heart ache. He couldn't help but use a bit more strength in the arm that was hugging her. Once I entered the pugilistic world, time rushed by. After tens of thousands of years of conquest, I stepped onto the path to heaven. When I turned back, the world had already changed. In the end, I couldn't get back what I lost. Chapter 151. Over a dozen human figures were seated in a large hall located in the northern part of Yuyan City. Only a few strands of divine senses were gathered together in the quiet hall, exchanging some information. The people standing in the hall would occasionally look through the window at the people training in the courtyard. One of them was surprisingly Mu Qing. Beside him was a familiar face. It was Duan Tringhai, who had been defeated by Yun Nuoshing in one strike. The people standing behind the many old men in the hall could faintly see the crazy training of the two people. Ever since they were defeated by Yun Nuoshing, the two of them had been training like crazy. This caused everyone to be a little worried that these two good seedlings would go crazy due to the chaos. Threads of fog lingered within the quiet large courtyard. They were just like a white-colored torrent that spread through the air. In less than half a minute, they surged into the living room. Those figures standing behind the old man raised their eyes slightly. A stern aura permeated the air. As the fog swiftly surged in, a human figure, whose entire body was wrapped in a gray robe, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. A hot aura circulated as he lifted his head slightly, revealing a somewhat pale face. He frowned as he looked at the fog that was continuously surging in like floodwater at the entrance of the hall. He was initially startled before a puzzled expression surged into his eyes. His gaze turned slightly, looking at the few people who were standing as he transmitted his voice. "Why is there fog?" The sudden voice caused the few people to raise their heads. They looked at the entrance. Immediately, one of them waved his sleeve gently. A breeze blew the fog out of the hall. He transmitted his voice. "Go out and take a look. Don't disturb the elders." The few of them nodded their heads after the voice sounded. They immediately walked out of the hall and closed the door. The few of them frowned when they saw the fog churning, as though it was about to drown the large hall. "Who?" A strong wind blew from the body of the person who had spoken earlier. It blew away the fog in front of him. He looked at the somewhat panicked crowd in the courtyard and involuntarily frowned. He cried out, "Why are you making so much noise? Blow away the fog. Don't disturb the elders' discussion." This person seemed to have quite a high position in the sacred weapon divine hall. Duan Tringhai and the others nodded after his voice sounded. Immediately, waves of yuan power and immortal chi surged out from their bodies. They were like a whirlwind that swept into the fog and blew it away. However, the fog surged over like a wave. Even though they had a large number of people, they still had difficulty stopping the surging fog. In the sky, The person who had just given the order frowned even tighter when he saw this. His eyes looked around him, only to discover that this place had unknowingly been covered by fog. This place was not a forest. There was still a long time before dawn. Why was there fog here? What is going on? Why is there such a large energy fluctuation? While he was frowning, a couple of figures rushed out from other parts of the large courtyard. They had just asked a question when they saw the fog surging in from all directions. Their expressions involuntarily changed slightly. They inhaled a breath of air, but did not feel that anything was wrong. A gloomy-looking man frowned. He suddenly lifted his eyes and looked at the crescent moon in the sky. An uneasiness suddenly rose in his heart as he cried out in a deep voice, "Something is wrong. Everyone, be careful." Bang! Before his voice sounded, his body was struck by a blue-colored fire pillar. The enormous force contained within it caused him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body was directly set ablaze. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In an instant, he had turned from a person into a cluster of fire. This sudden change caused the few people at the side to recover a moment later. Horror immediately surged onto their faces. Miserable cries immediately resounded across the large hall. Seal, the sharp cry had just sounded when a lovely cry was suddenly transmitted down from the sky, after which 100,000-foot-large black energy barriers suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped the entire large courtyard of the sacred artifact Divine Hall, after which a couple of fire pillars surged out from the ground with lightning-like speed and smashed onto the bodies of those few people, while they were accompanied by sharp, miserable cries. The wave of fire also caused the surrounding plants to burn. Bang! The blue-colored fire pillar suddenly erupted. It turned into a churning sea of fire that surged out. Immediately, over a dozen figures slowly appeared in front of the shocked eyes of the many experts from the sacred weapon Divine Hall, after which a vast and mighty aura erupted without holding back at this moment. Bang! 4 divine underworld experts erupted at the same time. That aura directly caused sand and rocks within the large hall to fly. A powerful pressure spread down from the sky, causing the expressions of some of the experts from the sacred weapon Divine Hall to change drastically. Warning! Warning! Everyone, pay attention. Call out your sacred artifact formation. This is not a drill. A loud laughter sounded from the sky. Immediately, a couple of enormous formations appeared in the sky. Majestic energy light pillars rushed down and directly slammed over a dozen experts from the sacred weapon Divine Hall into the ground. The frightening strength left many human-shaped holes on the ground in an instant. Ha ha! Kill! Over a dozen figures rushed down from the sky. They were just like tigers that had entered a flock of sheep. Those half-immortal and even immortal stage experts could only hurriedly withdraw in shock in the face of this group of brutal wolves and tigers. They did not expect that there would actually be someone bold enough to take the initiative to attack their sacred weapon Divine Hall. You actually dare to create trouble in the sacred weapon Divine Hall. You are seeking death. The miserable screams that resounded endlessly within the large courtyard finally attracted the attention of the elders in the hall. Immediately, furious roars sounded out. Soon after, 7 figures that were brimming with killing intent directly charged out from the hall. Their gazes swept across the area before finally pausing on Yun Nuoshing's body. "It's you." Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Yun Nuoshing could not help but raise his head slightly. He looked at the 8 figures in the sky and snapped his fingers. An energy light pillar shot out from a formation and slammed an expert from the sacred weapon Divine Hall into the wall, after which he smiled faintly and said, "Elder Fong, Yen, we meet again. People from the 9 Divine Hall. We don't seem to have offended you. Feng Yen frowned. When he heard that Yun Nuoxing was a member of the Nine Divine Hall, he gave up on the idea of doing anything to him. He did not expect that they would come knocking on his door today. Jin Wang, the Nine Divine Hall has come to my sacred weapon Divine Hall in such a big way. Can I ask for an explanation? A black-clothed man took off his cloak and asked in a deep voice. The main character is there. We are just assistants. If we have something to ask him. Jin Wang smiled and waved his hand. He pointed at Yun Nuoxing and said with a smile, you didn't offend us. No one said that we can't talk to you. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing chuckled. He snapped his fingers, and 7 blue pillars of fire soared into the sky, pouncing towards Feng Yen and the others. Humph! Feng Yen snorted coldly. He stomped his foot in the air, and a majestic aura surged out from his body. The 7 pillars of fire collapsed inch by inch under his aura. In the end, they disappeared. Aren't you a divine king? Why are you Shinming? Feeling the aura that had suddenly become stronger, Yun Nuoxing blinked in surprise. Soon after, he smiled and said, I'm here to ask for something from the sacred weapon, Divine Hall. If you're willing to hand it over, it's fine for me to leave. Feng Yen frowned slightly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Yun Nuoxing. He faintly felt that something was wrong. Seeing that Feng Yen did not say anything and only stared at him, Yun Nuoxing could not help but shake his head. Some sharpness surged in his eyes as he laughed loudly. I need your sacred weapon Divine Hall's sacred weapon array. Brat, you're courting death. Hearing what he wanted, the black-clothed man immediately roared furiously. His body suddenly trembled, and his expressionless face instantly appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing. With a wave of his hand, a majestic flame whizzed through the sky like a fire snake and rushed towards Yun Nuoxing. Jin Wang's figure appeared beside Yun Nuoxing. With a clench of his hand, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed. A large golden hand crushed the majestic flame, after which he smiled and said, Today, the few of us are here to see if you can defend the sacred weapon array. Bastard, since you're here, stay here. Several divine underworld experts laughed angrily and quickly rushed down. The black-clothed man carried a fierce, murderous aura as he fiercely collided with the Gold God King, like a meteor crashing into the ground. The moment the two sides came into contact, a fiery battle erupted. The wood element is a little restrained. Littling, you protect this guy. I'll go and help. Behind Yun Nuoxing, the graceful woman's figure appeared like a ghost. She spoke to the space beside her with a smile. Sisters, go and help Jin Wang and the others. I'll be fine by myself. If you need anything, just call me. Although I can't cripple a Shunming expert, I can distract them for a moment. The moment the beautiful woman appeared, Yun Nuoxing smiled and pushed the two of them towards the battlefield. There, Jin Wang and the others were at a disadvantage due to the difference in numbers. However, it was not a big problem. From this, one could see the fighting strength of Jin Wang and the others. The two of them exchanged glances with each other when they saw his confident smile. They helplessly smiled and nodded their heads. Their delicate waists twisted like a snake and immediately charged into the battlefield. The energy that exploded and scattered had become much more intense. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing's figure moved and flew down from the sky. Just as he stood on the ground and was about to attack the others, the space before him fluctuated, and an old man in yellow robes appeared in front of him with an expressionless face. You're the wielder of the Linghong sword. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes. He felt a trace of familiarity from the other party. It was as if he had sensed it before. Should I call you Taiyuan goddess or Yun Nuoshing? The old man in yellow robe's words caused Yun Nuoshing's eyes to shrink slightly. There should not be anyone who knew his name. Uxian had not been active in the outside world for a long time. King Shengluo? Yun Nuoshing's eyes narrowed. He finally remembered the old man who had been restrained by the 10,000 spirits killing array in Xingqiu City. Their auras were exactly the same. I'm surprised that you still remember me. The spirit of the divine weapon does not seem to be with you. What a waste of one of my incarnations. However, since you coveted the array of my sacred weapon sacred hall today, you are destined to be completely buried here. The old man in yellow robe's expression was cold, causing Yun Nuoshing's expression to change slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised both his sleeves. Blazing flames circled his palms. His palm pierced through the void and landed on Yun Nuoshing's chest. King Shengluo's sudden attack caused Yun Nuoshing to quickly regain his senses. He took 2 steps back, unhurriedly. A few scarlet-colored talismans appeared in his palm and quickly merged together. A black array also slowly overlapped with the talismans. Bang! Yun Nuoshing did not retreat. The swift and fierce wind from his palm, along with the black array, directly collided with King Shengluo's palm. When the two collided, a terrifying gust of wind swept out, flipping several layers of the surrounding ground. Walls and buildings collapsed as a result. His 6 wings flapped and stabilized his body. Yun Nuoshing retreated a full 100 meters before he completely stabilized himself. He breathed a sigh of relief. A Shunming elite was indeed powerful. He was not someone he could take on head-on. Compared to Yun Nuoshing's relaxed expression, King Shengluo's expression was particularly ugly. There was a faint trace of shock in his eyes. The former was merely an ordinary ant, while he was a dignified Shunming elite with a reputation. However, Yun Nuoshing was able to withstand his attack without being injured. This caused a chill to surge in his heart. This brat cannot be left alive. No matter how monstrous you are, you will be buried here today. Taking a deep breath, King Shengluo's eyes seethed with murderous intent. Yun Nuoshing could withstand his attack, but he did not believe that he could escape from his hands. "Little She, can you kill this guy?" Taking a light breath, Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and spoke softly to the void beside him. As soon as his voice fell, the void beside him suddenly rippled gently. A petite figure slowly appeared. Her wine-red and black hair fluttered in the wind. Yishi winked mischievously at Yun Nuoshing and smiled. "Brother Nuo, who are you talking to? When I get serious, I'm quite powerful. How dare an ordinary ant like you boast so shamelessly?" King Shengluo roared angrily. His hands clenched fiercely in the direction of Yun Nuoshing and Yishi. The space seemed to have been ignited. A large ball of flames bloomed in the sky, like a beautiful flower. The scorching heat wave set the buildings below ablaze. "Let me give you a piece of advice. How dare a mere Shunming be so arrogant in front of me?" Laughter rang out from the center of the wave of fire, causing King Shengluo's face to sink. Soon after, the flames suddenly paused, and a vast energy swept out like a storm. It surged out from the sea of fire, forcefully reversing the sea of fire and causing it to slowly disperse. King Shengluo's heart slowly sank as he looked at the black array that resembled a giant wheel. "Old man, come in and fight." Yishi laughed in a lovely voice. With a twist of her small hand, the huge black wheel under her feet slowly expanded. Within a few breaths' time, it enveloped both her and King Shengluo. A spherical barrier appeared, and for a time, the view of the outside world was completely blocked. "This forbidden array, you are from the Abyss Temple." Within the sealed space, King Sheng Luo's face darkened as he stared at the black energy mist around him. He could feel that the mist contained a strange energy, and he did not dare to inhale it into his body. Furthermore, the mist seemed to have the ability to disrupt his speed. As the black energy permeated the air, King Shengluo felt that his body had become much heavier and weaker. "Haha, I didn't expect you to know me." Yishi laughed delicately. Soon after, her beautiful eyes suddenly surged with some fierceness, and the smile on her face was especially evil. "Big Brother Nuo wants the Violet Night Flame, so I need to borrow your Saint Artifact Grand Formation. As far as I'm concerned, it's best if you can directly hand it over." Hearing this, a ferocious look flashed across King Shengluo's face. He said angrily, "The Divine Artifact Array is the highest secret of my temple. Even the 9 divine temples and the Abyss Temple can forget about getting their hands on it." King Shengluo's cold gaze swept across the black fog around him. He took a deep breath. Then, with a thought, a layer of powerful energy enveloped his body, isolating him from the black fog. "However, you, a god whose cultivation level has fallen, will have to pay the price in blood if you want to eat me." As he shouted, a wave of blazing energy surged out of King Shengluo's body. Then he waved his 2 large hands like ghostly claws. 2 waves of fire followed him and rushed toward Yi Shi. Then, "You'd better die, old man." Yi Shi sneered. Her petite figure also charged towards him like a ghost. The hundreds of spirit designs floating around her collided with the sea of fire. An earth-shattering battle was about to break out,